हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि स्वागत छ PMPL सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हामी कुराकानी जारी राखेको छौं। त्यो मध्ये आज हामीसँग रहनेवाला छ one of the strong team त्यो हुनेवाला छ 7C Esports। हामी प्लेयरसँग कुरा गर्नेवाला छौं उनीहरुको टिमको बारेमा अनि टिमले के कस्तो तयारी गरेको छ त्यो बारेमा पनि बुझ्नेवाला छौं। भिडियो सुरु गर्नेवाला छौं प्लेयरहरुको परिचय सँगसँगै।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ पुकार अधिकारी, म चाहिँ 7C को लाइन खेल्छु। मेरो गेममा नेम चाहिँ 7C स्मोकी अनि मेरो गेममा रोल चाहिँ इन्टरफेयरिङ।
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम चाहिँ दिपक थापा, म चाहिँ 7C स्पोर्ट्सको लागि खेल्छु र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ 7C आले रहेको छ र मेरो टिममा रोल चाहिँ एज अ एसल्टर किल पिकिङ रहेको छ।
7C कहीं न कहीं एउटा ट्रान्जिसन फेजमा रहेको छ किनभने प्रिभियस लाइन्स मध्येबाट केही प्लेयर्सहरु चाहिँ तलमाथि भएको छन्, बट आफू पहिलेबाट अहिलेसम्म सेम लाइनअपको साथमा अथवा टिमको साथमा चाहिँ जोडिरहेको छ। सो नयाँ रोस्टर चेन्जले 7C लाई इफेक्ट गर्ला त यो पालिको परफर्मेन्समा?
अहिले चाहिँ हामी अब हाम्रो प्र्याक्टिसहरु भइराछ, सबै अब टिमहरु सँगै खेलिरहेछौँ। अहिले चाहिँ अब राम्रो सिनर्जीहरु बसि नै रहेछ, अब हेरौँ अब के हुन्छ।
हामीले पहिला आफूलाई डिफ्रेन्ट इभेन्टमा खेलेको चाहिँ देखेको छौं, बट बिग स्टेज रहनेवाला छ PMPL चाहिँ। के त्यसको लागि रेडी हुनुहुन्छ तपाई?
म चाहिँ जति पनि ठुलो मतलब स्टेज होस् अहिलेसम्म मैले आफूलाई मतलब त्यो स्टेजमा ढाल्दै आइरहेको छु र PMPL सिजन 4 मा पनि म पक्कै आफ्नो फुल कन्फिडेन्सको साथ खेल्छु।
कम्युनिकेसनको ग्याप हुँदैन नयाँ लाइनअप भएपछि तपाईको लागि?
12 सम्म म इन्डियाको वेस्ट बेङ्गलमा बसेर पढाइ गर्थेँ र वेस्ट बेङ्गलमा चाहिँ बेङ्गली ल्याङ्ग्वेज हुनाले म पनि बेङ्गली ल्याङ्ग्वेज मतलब बोल्न पनि सक्छु र बुझ्न पनि सक्छु। त्यही भएर अहिले BDको प्लेयर भएर त्यति खासै कम्युनिकेसनको ग्याप चाहिँ भएको छैन भनौँ।
ओके, दुईजना नयाँ प्लेयर हुनुहुन्छ स्मोकी, तपाईँ पहिलेबाट खेल्दै हुनुहुन्छ। सो बिचमा तपाईँ बफर बन्नुपर्ने हुन्छ अथवा ब्रिज जस्तो बन्नुपर्ने हुन्छ कि भन्दा उनीहरूको मेसेज कन्भे गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ अथवा गेम प्लेलाई पोर्ट्रे गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ रेस्ट अफ द रोस्टरसँगमा। अब थोरै गेम बाहेक एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन फिल हुँदैन?
तिनीहरूले पनि हिन्दी चाहिँ बुझ्छन् कि, त्यो मजाले बुझ्छन् फेयर मेमोहरूले चाहिँ, अनि हिन्दी पनि उहाँहरूले पनि बुझ्छ त्यो मजाले हैन, अनि सजिलो हुन्छ कि हामीलाई।
बट म अघिल्लो सिजनको बारेमा तपाईसँग सोध्न चाहे। हामीले देखेको थियौँ कि सुपर विकेन्डमा अलिकति 7C स्ट्रगल गरेको थियो किनभने प्राइज पुल आउँछ सुपर विकेन्डको गेममा, त्यो कम रहेको थियो 7C को थ्रुबाट। अहिलेको के प्लान छ?
सुपर विकेन्डमा चाहिँ लाइक अब अलिक हामीलाई गाह्रै भएको थियो हैन, अब गेमहरू हामीले अब त्यही एनालाइज गऱ्यौँ अनि त्यो पछि अलिक सजिलो भयो। सुपर विकेन्डमा चाहिँ हामीलाई गाह्रै भयो त्यो चिकन त्यो निकाल्न, अब त्यही हो।
बट अहिलेको जुन रोस्टर अरू बनेको छ, नयाँ कम्बो बनेको छ, फ्रेस हुनसक्छ, डिफ्रेन्ट फ्लेभर हुनसक्छ, बट यसलाई एग्रेसिभ क्याटेगोरीमा राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ तपाईँ टिमलाई या प्यासिभतिर धकेल्नुहुन्छ अथवा तपाईँको के थट रहेको छ अहिलेको लाइनअप हेर्ने भने?
पर्सनली म चाहिँ एउटा एग्रेसिभ प्लेयर हो, तर मेरो एडिसन पछि चाहिँ मेमो फियर अनि स्मोकी सबै एग्रेसिभ प्लेयर हुनाले अहिले टिम एकदमै एग्रेसिभ र किल चाहिँ आउने प्लेसमेन्टमा चाहिँ हल्का कमी भइरहेछ, त्यसलाई हामीले फिगर आउट गर्न कोसिस गरिरहेछौँ।
PMPL की कुरा गर्ने भने तपाईको फाइनल्समा राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स भएको थियो। अघिल्लोचोटिको कुरा गर्ने भने चाहिँ कसैले नोटिस गर्न भ्याएन, बट 7C ले चाहिँ समवेयर अराउन्ड टप 3 मा चाहिँ स्पोर्ट्स सेक्युर गरेको थियो। फाइनल्समा चाहिँ कसरी फिक्स भएको थियो इस्युहरू?
लाइक हामीले त्यही अब लिग स्टेजमा हामीले अब गेमहरू हेऱ्यौँ, आफ्नो के गल्ती छ हेऱ्यौँ हैन, अनि त्यो अब त्यही फाइनलमा हामीले सुधार्न ट्राई गऱ्यौँ, त्यही गल्ती दोहोऱ्याएनौँ कि हामीले।
सो अब 7C रेडी छ PMPL को लागि, पक्कै पनि GC को लागि जाने पनि कोसिस रहनेवाला छ। GC को कुरा लिएर तपाईँहरूको थट प्रोसेस के रहेको छ? के सोच्दै हुनुहुन्छ GC को बारेमा? चान्स छ, एउटा ड्रिमको पनि कुरा हुन्छ?
GC चाहिँ अभियसली हाम्रो मेन टार्गेट नै हुनेवाला छ। GC जति पनि टिमहरू छ सबै GC नै गर्न खोजिरहेको हुन्छ, त्यही भएर हाम्रो अल्टिमेट गोल पनि GC नै हुन्छ।
सो GC पुग्ने, नेपाललाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्ने अथवा आफूलाई देखाउने, एक्सपोजर पाउने प्लेटफर्म पनि बन्न पाए, बट पक्कै पनि फ्यान्सहरू पछाडिपट्टि रहेको छन्, टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरेको छन् अप्स एन्ड डाउन्समा, उनीहरूको लागि के मेसेज दिन चाहनुहुन्छ भने?
सपोर्ट चाहिँ गरिराखौँ हैन, अब जे भए पनि टिममा सपोर्ट चाहिँ गरिराखौँ, सपोर्ट गर्न।
तपाईँ के एड गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ?
त्यही हो, सबै टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुहोस्, सबै नेपाली हो, अनि बाहिरको टिमलाई पनि सपोर्ट गर्नुहोस्। च्याटमा के नराम्रो लेख्थ्यो भने टिमको मनोबल अथवा एउटा इन्डिभिजुअल प्लेयरको मनोबल घट्ने गर्दछ, त्यही भएर सबैलाई सकेसम्म पोजिटिभ कमेन्ट्सहरू नै गरिदिनुहोस्, त्यति भन्न चाहन्छु।
उनीहरू थिए 7C का प्लेयर्सहरू। टिम के कसरी प्रिपेयर गर्दैछ, बीचमा आउन सक्ने समस्याहरूलाई कसरी ट्याकल गर्ने त त्यो बारेमा के चलिरहेको छ टिमको बीचमा कुराकानी, त्यो सेयर गर्दै थिए हामी। यस्तै कुराकानी बाँकी अरू टिम्सहरूसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छ, त्यो तिनजेलको लागि स्टे ट्युन।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to week 2 of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. Here we are back again to get into the swing of things and to get our week started off, simply put. But it is all thanks to, of course, Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. With that, I'm going to be your host, Laura. Joining us is the two incredible analysts. It is going to be Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny. How are you guys doing, mates?
Well, pretty good after the first Super Weekend as it ended, right? It was amazing, but now the thing is, it might just be time for redemption for a few teams. I mean, they are coming back. It's again gonna be the saga that we saw last week when it started. So I would say maybe it's time for them to show that, you know, there were a few mistakes, but now they have learned from it.
Exactly. I mean, as Ocean pointed out, we will have all 20 teams playing. We're going back to groups, and also the maps. The maps themselves are going to be changing in the league play rotation this week, so I'm super excited for that.
That definitely is going to be making a big difference itself. But as you guys so perfectly mentioned, let's move on with the format, of course. When it comes down to the teams that are going to be participating, as so perfectly mentioned by you lads, we've got 20 teams that have been subdivided in 5 individual groups. And these teams are going to have these 2 days, these 2 league play days, today and tomorrow, to then, of course, be a part of the top 16 as they move on in through to the second Super Weekend, Ocean.
All right, talking about this one, just like last week, we are going to be witnessing 2 weekdays in which 20 teams obviously will be playing. But then moving forward, we will be seeing 16 teams that will be just, you know, participating for the Super Weekend 2. And that's going to be a 3-day affair again. And well, then it's going to be the same story for the next week. And well, from there, top 16 teams are going to be obviously moving forward to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Finals. But Super Weekends do matter because that's where you get that cha-ching.
Cha-ching indeed, Varun.
Oh yeah, cha-ching, the moolah that's going to be there, $1,000 for every single chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. This Super Weekend, the first one we saw, T2K, and how happy they were with the money that they've made.
Yeah.
But moving on to the second week, it's not just about the money, it's about the points that you will be earning and taking those points. Those points will be taking you to the final. So there's like a lot on the line in these Super Weekends on those 15 matches, but to get to those, you have to play these 8 games during those 2 days and earn those points.
Exactly, and in those points, we do, of course, have that very important 1 kill will give you that 1 point. Along with that, the 13th to 16th, if you get eliminated, sadly, on that position, you walk away with 0 points altogether when it comes to the placement points altogether itself. With that, let's move on forth, have an introduction to the groups, to the teams once again, as they have been, like I said, subdivided in 5 groups. Well,
exactly. I mean, DRS Gaming, we're going to see what they will be able to accomplish. They started off really nicely in the last week, but then the Super Weekend wasn't really theirs. On the other side, Vibes finishing in the top 3 during the Super Weekend does give them a really good momentum. Same goes for Seal Esports and R3D Esports. So Group A is going to be super interesting because one team, their momentum shifted in the wrong direction. I mean, there was a massive drop in the speed, the points from DRS Gaming. So a chance for redemption, as Ocean said. DRS, it's time for them to redeem themselves once again.
Hopefully that works out for them. As we move on across from Group A to Group B, Ocean, I want you to take us through this group because this group has been a bit of a mayhem when it came down to just that first Super Weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know just how to put it. Right now, Group B has been a bit of a group of blunders. I mean, if you look at PN Crew, R3D, and Venom Legends, these 3 teams did try their best, but they were not able to qualify, right? ZEUS Esports, on to the other hand, well, they did pretty good for themselves on the second and the third day, if you talk about Super Weekend. But these 3 teams, well, today they'll have to step up and they'll have to show that Group B now this time means a best group.
So true indeed. Again, on the other front, Varun, as we talk about these groups, let's move on to Group C, of course, where things are going to get a little bit more interesting, is what I would say, because we've got the likes of 7C, Stalwart, A1, as well as Raw.
Yeah, I mean, 7C, we knew the team was going through some communication issues with the recent lineup change that was there, and that has definitely put up a major impact on their performance. But maybe this time they can turn things around. I mean, they have had times to study up on the teams that played in the Super Weekend and prep up their strategies in order to face these lineups. But talking about those lineups, Stalwart Esports, I expect a comeback from these lads, because I mean, I recently had the opportunity of speaking with a few of the Mongolian teams, and all of them had the same thing to say. The first week was all about prep. They weren't even trying to see if they could secure points. They were just doing their research. So now that brings a lot of questions. Like, all right, you took the first week. That means you took 15 games and plus the matches you played during the league play to collect all the data. But what will the conversion be? What will the results be? I guess we're going to find out today.
We definitely are. I mean, talk about ZEUS. The way they played that final game on the Super Weekend, I mean, that team is back in action. But today, we shall have to see once again what sort of a league play are they going to be bringing to the table, talking about Mongolian teams. Let's move on to Group D, of course, where things are going to get a little bit more interesting, as we do have this team Visits with Vibes tuning in from Nepal, and they have been looking pretty fantabulous on the other front. For Clarity Esports, it has been a rocky start, Ocean.
I mean, for Clarity Esports, I would say they have been doing pretty decent for themselves.
Yeah.
But Dead Eyes guys, if you remember Super Weekend, right? That team was trying to get those chicken dinners for themselves. They were, being pushed down to their second position, back and back. But right now, when it comes down to their actual start of the league days, I still remember that game was also a second position finish for themselves. So today, maybe just to start up their second week on a really good note, maybe they would want to start up with the chicken dinner. I mean, the team has potential, and we all know it.
Absolutely, mate. There's no denying it. On the other front, as we move on forward to the final group, Group E, Warren, we've got an interesting team to talk about right here. I mean, it is going to be starting off from Australia Paradox, our conversation, because that team has been a team for comebacks.
Yeah, I mean, the team, again, it's the lack of experience that they have against the teams of South Asia. It's the same conversation. It is the first time we have had an Australian team be a part of this PMPL South Asia, and they are learning, they are growing. But True. I guess with the first week, the way it has gone, they have definitely improved. But now it is going to be required that they speed things up, because it is the second week, and if you miss out an opportunity of stepping into the Super Weekend 2, there's definitely going to be trouble in the third week. But if they just manage to make it, now here's one thing that me and Ocean have always agreed upon. In a system like this, you make it to 2 Super Weekends and you do a decent performance. So if Paradox just come in and play the same exact way they did in the first Super Weekend, which wasn't too great, there's still gonna be a high probability that they make it to the finals, just because of the numbers of matches that they have in their bag.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, it's all about that experience, of course. But talking about experience itself, I mean, talk about these two incredible teams, PN Crew going up against R3D. I mean, these two teams were not able to participate in that first Super Weekend. And right there, we saw a little bit of a contestation. But on the other front, Ocean, as we talk about these two teams, what are your expectations from them during this league play?
So you already see the problem when you talk about these two teams. Look at the damage received for both of them. It's like 5,400, 6,000. That just means they have been a part of bad fight, and they have been on the receiving end as well. The bad fights were really bad for them. They did try to go for the knockouts, and kill conversions were decent. I mean, given the fact, if you're taking, think about it, right? R3D, 4,341 damage dealt and only 9 kills converted out of it. Well, that just means that they were fumbling in a lot of situations with an average survival time of 17 minutes and 30 seconds. So, yeah, and 25 points, 23 points, that just showcases that they just could not convert anything for themselves when it was needed. Look at this. Again, they had so many amazing fights, but all they could do was just give damage.
Exactly, and this is one key player in all those fights. I mean, all the clips that we are showing, majority of them do come from Nishan, from the lineup. Also, PN Crew, one thing that we have to talk about is the impact that a team will feel after losing some of its best players. The players around which the sort of strats and team fights revolve most of the times. That is something that PN Crew is struggling with. So it is a complete rebuild of playstyle that is going to be required from the side of PN Crew. And that takes time. So P and crew, they're going to have to tread very carefully. But on the other side, for R3D Esports, it's the exact opposite, right? The lineup has been together for a long time, but it is is them sort of growing with time itself.
I mean, just have a look at this, right? The first game that R3D has, it was a top 5 finish.
Yes.
That actually positioned them to a place where everyone would be thinking, right, this team is in for business this time. But what happens at the second game, third game, fourth game, fifth game? I mean, in fact, let's just add the other game. So you only have one impactful game, and you faltered down from that side. That means that some serious conversations were needed by the players, and I hope they have done that, because
I agree.
Just one good game and then it's just a lower graph. No one would want to see that.
Exactly, and again, this is going to be the second week for PMPL Season 4, so that means these teams are now well versed against each other, and they know exactly what sort of strategies are being applied from their opponents. On the other front, as we move on forth with the conversation, let's talk about another set of team, and that's going to be Venom Legends, and, well, none other than 7C. Well,
Oh, well, I mean, 7C, again, from the start we knew, just like we talked about P and crew as well. On day one, we talked about, and then on day one, we talked about 7C as well. The communication issues that the team is going through, that is definitely something that we do see in those team fights as well, a little bit of miscoordination. But still, 7C and Venom Legends, the players that are representing these teams have a lot of experience under their belt. So I do expect a recovery this week, and Venom Legends specifically, because they barely missed out on that qualification spot, right? I believe it was like 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, and so this is where I would like to have this conversation. When the day started last week, when day 2 started, these teams were in top 16, if you remember.
Yep.
I8 was at 16th. I still remember Bablu was at 17th, and Paradox was around 28th position, right?
Right.
Those 3 teams actually climbed up, and it's not just their climb that happened. I mean, every team wants to play best.
Yeah.
But these teams actually made mistakes. If you're looking at these clutches that were happening, right? These are mostly first day clutches as it is. So this actually shows that second day was just not for them. Had it been for them, they would have obviously acquired good positioning. But this is where you see, right? Even if they're acquiring good placements for them, they're great overall points for themselves, their opponents had already done the work on the first day, where it just started gathering up.
Yeah, exactly. Completely agree with that. I mean, it was a tough war on the second day of the league play last time.
Exactly, and talking about the points themselves right there, right? I mean, talk about that second page point on that final league play day from week 1. The second day, of course, I'm talking about, and the points were so close. I mean, you were talking about just a bare difference of 1 to 2 points from you being in the top 16 to not participating in the Super Weekend altogether, and that is something that, of course, did end up faltering down the gameplay that was showcased from Venom Legends, but once again, that was just week number 1, right? I mean, week number 1, it was all just experiment and getting introduced to the opponents, and now is what the journey will matter that much more. From now on forth, every single game, I'm expecting these teams to bring in the best of the best play, because if they do not, well, if they lack out from this league play, then it is going to be a very, very tough journey for them throughout the PMPL Season 4.
I mean, the journey is going to be tough, but it was bound to be that way from the beginning, right?
Yep.
I mean, the level of competition that we saw from these teams on day 1, that itself was a testament as to how much these teams, how much every one of these lads has improved. And because of that, I mean, it's really difficult to predict who would at the end come out on top. Because, I mean, imagine there's the switch that we saw from the league play to the Super Weekend. Ocean pointed us out. DRS going all in league play was not going to be good. And I was still skeptical. I was like, all right, it's DRS. They have experience. Maybe they're going to do the same things and make it work. But no, it did not happen. Their strats were revealed and they were punished. So you have to be careful with exactly how you are going to play your matches now.
So true indeed, mate. With that, as we move on forth, we have an incredible news to share with the fans of PUBG Mobile itself. Why? Well, we have this incredible opportunity to be a part of this year's prestigious Esports Award. We have 2 nominations for Esports Game of the Year as well as Esports Mobile Game of the Year, and we would request all the viewers tuning in to go down to the description, click on that link and start voting right now itself. Every single day you can vote. You can only vote once per day, and these votes are going to go on all the way till the first week of November. And we, of course, I mean, when it comes to the PUBG World community, you guys are legends. Just help us out with this, and we're going to be rocking the entire esports arena altogether itself with our games that are progressing from one journey from one region to the next. With that, let's get our show started off. Let's get our day started off. Let's move on to the schedule where, of course, Ocean and Varun did mention today, or rather this league play, we are going to be missing out on Miramar, but Sanhok is back.
Yay, Sanhok. A lot of Sanhok. So a lot of action, a lot of blood.
Oh, yes.
Alrighty. Well, but talking about the Erangel first, because that's at hand right now. So Group E again, we just get back to the conversation. That is Group E. Obviously, is not going to be playing, so it's going to be 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. So this is where we've had a lot of conversation now about all the teams that did not qualify. So I want to see where Group B specifically starts. So if it comes down to it, my money right now is going to be on Group B. I want to see them shine, to be honest.
Absolutely, mate. Definitely. I mean, there's nothing separating them from the other groups and the other teams as well. But on the other front, Varun, as we talk about FS's play when it came down to the league play, they were just working towards those placement points. Do you anticipate a different change altogether from them?
No, I don't, to be honest. I mean, that is the playstyle of the team. It is their signature playstyle, so they're going to try and go for the placement points again. But same thing, they have to be very consistent, because the reason we always say you need to keep a balance between the placement points and the kill points is if you miss out on the others, if you miss out on those placement points, at least the kills that you got earlier on in the game will help keep you at least somewhere, not at the bottom, but somewhere up in a decent position in the standings. But if you are just going for those placement points, you have to be more consistent than the other teams, because you just have that one sort of blade that's going to help you chop through the competition.
On the other front, Ocean, I do want to ask you, mate. I mean, from the side of the real soldiers, when it came down to the first week of league plays itself, the 2 days, they were dominating. I mean, they were just absolutely ridiculously dominating against the entirety of their competition. But as you move on forth, during the weekend, it did not work out in their favor. But what are your anticipations from that team?
So DRS obviously is kind of a team that just loves to thrive on chaos, and they have done that previously as well. Right now, if you look at this, right, 51 placement points, 53 kill points, and 3 contenders. That just showcases that they were looking really dominant, but they did reveal their strategies here and there, which kind of just did not work in their favor. On the other side, look at Future Station 1952, a team that we looked at in the map chance as well. 47 placement points and 16 kill points. They were avoiding fights because for them it was like, let's not reveal our fighting strategies. Let's just stay on the sidelines, and let's just let everyone else just have it for themselves whilst we just wait, we just watch and all those things. So this is where it happened for the top 10 teams, to be honest. But if we just move forward, a few challenges here and there were around a lot of teams, and again, we are expecting a lot from those teams today.
Absolutely, Warren.
Yeah, I mean, so this is what we were talking about. Venom Legends missing out with 3-point difference against Paradox. And alright, so last time the cutoff was 41 points. I expect it to be a little bit higher this time. I would say quite close to 45 to 50, I would say.
Right.
Somewhere that.
Probably,
because I mean, the teams are going to be try-harding a lot this time,
true.
and it's going to be really intense. No one wants to miss out on the second Super Weekend.
But you know what? One thing to actually keep in mind is the fact that ZEUS is back. ZEUS is back in the action. The way they played that final game, 15 kill along with that chicken dinner working for them. That was just domination through and through. And that I am anticipating is definitely going to be changing the entirety of the lobby that we are going to be part of. Ocean.
See, as much as I want to say that ZEUS is back, because I said that, No, the thing is, Super Weekend. Let's wait for the Super Weekend again. Because Super Week. So right now they'll just play because they just want to qualify again.
Yeah,
if they
I
get
agree
it, so
with that.
I'll tell you, because you know what happened. If you remember League Day 2, they just had a decent game and then they started you know it, right?
So true indeed, mate. So true indeed. But with that, any final predictions coming in from you lads when it comes down to Group A to D?
Group B.
All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed for Group B, and hopefully it works out for them. With that, let's move on. Let's get our day started off. Let's get first game on our screens. It is going to be XP and Play to take you to the first game.
He is so high energy, Plotter, and thank you for that, gentlemen. Well, XP, week 1 was done and dusted. One thing, I don't want to say I told you so, but it looks like ZEUS are back. They didn't mount that comeback when we were casting it, but they did manage to show up at the end there.
I mean, it was basically a ploy on their part to see whether you're paying attention or not. And looks like we were. So, they're going to be happy. They might just showcase what they made of right now. Again, I did kind of mention, ZEUS as a team, they needed to be threatened, and which they were. And, when they were backed in a corner, well, we know that is when the animal is most dangerous, and they lashed out. 15 kills in a chicken dinner is an amazing round, and of course that catapulted them higher up in the standings. Now, it is going to be week 2, Blay, and we pretty much are going to be wiping the slates clean. And for the 4 teams that sat the first weekend out, it is going to be an uphill battle, but one that they definitely need to conquer.
Yeah, this is do or die, right? If you don't play 2 super weekends, it's not like it's impossible, but it is very improbable. We saw Seal Esports do it, I believe, in Season 1, where they had that incredible first week of action, and then they completely fell off in the second and third super weekend, yet they still managed to make it to the finals because they got a ridiculous amount of points in that first weekend. Very hard to replicate, let's be real here, right? So these teams, like we're talking about, who are the teams? We, of course, have 7Cs, for example. They really fell off XP alongside P and Crew, for example. So hopefully they do deliver here. And DRS Gaming, they're a team that Des was touching upon as well. They were the kings of the group stage last week. On a super weekend, I mean, they had their moments, but not to the level of domination they showcased on Tuesday and Wednesday.
I mean, for a team like DRS, I'm going to come to that in a second. Let's just quickly talk about the teams that sat the first super weekend out. Now, funnily, Group B, barring ZEUS Esports, everybody else was eliminated. Nobody played the super weekend, which again, now, it isn't those situations when, the groups really make a difference as to who goes on for the super weekend. Maybe it could be a little mental psych issue. But again, I do believe that, they should have kinked out all the ironed out all the kinks by now. Wait a second, I just
kinked out all the irons? Oh, I see what you.
That's a new
what sort of
statement.
kink you
Well,
like.
they did iron it out. See, I'm trying to iron out my kinks right now. It is game 1. We took a little bit of a break, and coming back to work is always just a little slower. But anyway, I mean, they have ironed out the kinks, and I hope that they've actually been watching and seeing how the teams have been doing in the Super Weekend. Because again, we are creatures of habit, right? And we tend to do whatever is more comfortable to us, which is the case as far as teams dropping in certain maps go. So if they've been doing their homework, they just might come out and surprise us today.
Yeah, hopefully they have indeed done their homework. As actually pointed out, the 4 teams, all eyes on them, the ones who did sit out their first super weekend. And as we figure out what sort of irons XP likes to kick on, we're going to be jumping in straight into game number 1, map number 1 of the second group stage. It is going to be an Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. 7C will be in the server. We also have P and Crew, and of course R3D as well, and Venom Legends. These are the 4 teams who failed to deliver in week 1, and unfortunately because of that they had to sit it out. So obviously, XP, we are going to be keeping an eye out on these 4 teams.
Oh, absolutely. And, I do believe the other teams need to be keeping an eye out on them as well, because again, like we did mention, these guys are going to be desperate. They're going to need to make sure that by hook or by crook, they make it this super weekend. Again, like you did mention, a lot is riding on it. Now, of course, right off the bat, since the playing path is pretty much going from south up to north, everyone's going to find their favorite jump spots. I-8, of course, are going to be heading to the military base as usual, while Stalwart Esports are going to be gliding by over towards Nova Repnoi. Now, with the fact that, a couple of teams are not playing, Group E is sitting this one out, which means Future Station and Paradox are sitting this one out. So that is the reason. See, again, R3D knows this, and they're trying to take over Ferry Pair and Primosk, which again, looks like these boys have been doing their homework.
Indeed they are, and obviously because we do have Group E, I believe, sitting this one out. As it goes, we'll have 5 games today, and each game will have 1 group sitting it out. So Group E for first game, second one Group D, third one Group C, so on and so forth. That is a tasty zone. I like that zone. Oh, I like that zone. It makes me so happy, XP. Like, these are the zones which kind of screws over a lot of teams, but that also leads to a lot of potential early action. Speaking of action, reviews with a few very optimistic shots with the UMP far away at the distance with Stalwart Esports, but I doubt even a bullet reached them.
But it definitely would have scared them. I mean, that's pretty much the intent over here, I'm going to imagine, because, you want to make sure the military base is yours for the taking. Now, again, since these 2 teams have been in this situation time in and time out, they I'm presuming they already know that, all right, that is going to be Stalwart Esports. They are going to be at Novo. So, it kind of puts them on the defensive as to which bridge to take. Now, with the fact that Future Station is not going to be playing this game, this particular round right now, they should be a little open to the idea that the Western Bridge is going to have far less resistance as compared to what you'd expect on the East. Because again, Group E is not playing, which means Future Station, the team that loves dropping at Ferry Pair, and T2K, the team that loves dropping at the Milta City or the farm usually, in close contention to the bridge. They're not playing this one, and I8 should know that. But again, the fact that you mentioned, the circle has kind of shifted up north. We do have a different terrain. We have a lot more opportunities, a lot hilly environment, and that makes for some great PUBG action.
Hilly environments always do lead to some very interesting plays indeed. I8 though, they have been fantastic.
Parkour is on point.
But really good parkour there. Yeah, great stuff. Not even twisting his ankle. They have been incredible. You look at Blade, you look at the total number of kills he's got and everything, and you think that's impressive. And then you look at his teammate in the form of Crypto. The guy was just the Grim Reaper of the battlefield. So really looking forward to see more of I8. They have been a team who has really delivered this time around. Sheer consistency, right? Not relying on the chicken dinners like a team like, let's say, T2K, who got 4 chicken dinners in that super weekend, which is very, very impressive. But the one thing which excites me the most, XP, and this is something I think Johnny was excited about as well, is the fact that we're going to be seeing Sanhok coming out,
Yes,
which
sir.
was there in the super
excited.
weekend, but we didn't have the chance to cast. So Sanhok coming up in game number 2 definitely does make me a very happy camper.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it's basically, right from the get-go, the moment your feet basically touch solid ground, the bullets are already flying, action is already bursting around you. And, well, I do hear a few shots over here. And I'm not really going to be expecting any opposition coming Stalwart Esports, where I think maybe we're just testing certain fire modes of weapons at this stage. No alarming situations nearby, unless the minimap says so otherwise. But right now, Stalwart are going to be nice and happy. And yeah, Sanhok is going to be a kerfuffle, and it's going to be chaotic, and that is chaos I'm waiting for.
Chaos is indeed fun, although it can be dangerous. And we've seen how a couple of these teams really seem to thrive in chaos. And I feel like it's a great tell, right? When you look at the game just spiraling out of control and the best laid plans aren't quite working out, whatever game plan you had has been, it's gone for a toss, and yet you're still able to recuperate and manage to make it work.
Oh, yeah.
That is a sign of a great team. Not just a good team, but a great team.
I mean, you got to adapt to any situation. I mean, that is part and parcel of the game. And right now, as of course the migration due north is taking place, something really interesting caught my eye. And if we could have the minimap up in a few moments. Wait a second, we're going to have some action. The minimap can hold on as Baron is going to find himself taken down by blah blah blahs. DP28, he's now going to switch to that M4, trying to lay down some more shots, and looks like Seal are still going to be driving by elsewhere. PN Crew, they do have compound to themselves. However, Jiggle is going to be the scout as far as Vibes is concerned. His teammates are nearby as well, with a couple of them a bit further back. And by the look of things, Blade, they are possibly getting ready for an assault. Again, kills do get you those much-needed points, as Raw are going to come under fire. And Baron, in fact, this is the mess up. Oh, that grenade was huge. Wally getting his knock.
They were trying to find Wally, but they were not expecting Killer in the distance, providing that covering fire. And very, very quickly, XP, the Wolves, the Hunters, have become the hunted. Sada, though, almost able to get the trade. And the information is being conveyed that Wally is behind the wall of smokes. But one bullet is all he needs to land. He's going to try and mow the lawn with the rifle of his. But Seal will survive. And he'll have time to patch himself up. What's going on? What's going on?
I thought they were going to finish them off, and Raw is going to be pushing in, because I did see Seal's member coming in. The question is, how was he allowed to come in willy-nilly? Now, of course, at that moment when Raw was down, they would have been conveying this information, and I kind of expected Sada and blah, blah, blah to kind of change their positions, hence the uh-ohs, but I guess it was all in vain.
It's all in vain. Sada is kind of far away from blah, 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 who's on the other side of the channel. Now, I don't know if Zake and Killer are aware of this. I do believe it's inside of the little shed. So if his position gets known, he's in... never mind. He's inside of the compound, inside of the house. So he's in a pretty good spot right now. And looking at the zone, I don't expect Seal to really evacuate that particular part of the map anytime soon. So the danger is still very ever present for RAW. They got the first kill XP, but now they've lost 2. P and Crew were basically free kills for everyone in the group stage last week. And
well, I mean,
maybe
they
it might
did
change.
kind of put themselves in that position.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm sure they didn't want to be free kills, but unfortunately, you know how the tides of battle turn, and turn against them.
I gotta say,
they-
they look like the most. Look, I hate being this harsh, but you're playing the Pro League, right? And like we have teams like Paradox, for example, coming in from Australia, one of the bigger underdogs, but they impressed us. They got the chicken dinner. Sure, they're still the bottom of the overall tally when it comes to the Super Weekend points, but still they put up a fight. And it's not like they're trading massively behind, right? One chicken dinner, if they qualify for the second Super Weekend, one chicken dinner, suddenly they're potentially in the top 10. And they're the big underdogs. And despite being that, they took the fight. They you know, the gauntlet was thrown down, and they rose up to the occasion. And they had some pretty cool showings coming out from them. Maybe they're still not ready enough to, you know, as to when to take certain fights, but they do show that they have the firepower if needs be. For the side of P and Crew, though, it's not just about them getting unlucky. Sometimes teams do get unlucky, even the best of them. It's just more like they seem really, really lost, and that is a very worrying sign. Like, how do you improve on that?
Oh yeah, we're definitely going to catch up on that. But A1 Esports, I was kind of having a look. They were traversing through Gotka, and they reached the ruins. And I was going to point out 7Cs are going to be waiting for them. And it does look like Memo is going to find himself a little far away from his team, which is why he's deploying the smokes, getting in his vehicle. And I do believe a regroup shall take place. Now, quickly talking about, wait a second, again, P and Crew must wait as A1 Esports are making a drastic effect to get out of harm's way, but Memo's lost bullet is going to get the better of Jackson. He gets taken down, and well, 7C's fair wants to run the enemy over and just, well, the fair in that team. And now, again, they've already left Smokey. They've already left, and now he realizes that as he gets shot in the back. Quick action on his part to get out of harm's way, which means A1 Esports have lost one member, and 7Cs were close to do the same. Now, if I could just quickly add a point about P and Crew, you know, you were absolutely right, Blair. The fact that anything can happen, and you know they had a bit of an issue last time. However, the fact that they are at this stage, you've got to be open to criticism as well. Now, we're simple men, right? We see something epic, we laud it. We see something not so epic, we're going to call it out. So again, you know, I do believe the fact that they only played 8 games in the league days is still too early, basically, to rule them out, so to speak, as well. There you have a look at the replay. Memo. Wait a second, I thought he ran him over, Claire. Oh, he came back and ran him over. Nice. Well, so, you know, I mean, basically the point is I would still give them this week to showcase what they're really made of.
Let's find out what they're made of. Right now, this lonely AWM lying.
Get it?
No one's there. There's literally no one nearby. And it's so fitting that it's right next to the shooting range as well. But yeah, that Eyes guy's nearby. And since there's no one else in the vicinity, there's a real chance of them picking up that arm. It could come in real handy. Taking a look at the zone, though, XP, we see some big names, I8 and Stalwart. A little late to the party, but they have arrived into the play zone. Now, I have a question for you. Real quick, do you think it's going to be shifting down south towards Rozhok, or is it going to be maybe closer towards Severny?
I kind of feel it's going to be shifting towards the northwest this time, as well, Shifu is going to go for that big bad gun. He does have the AWM, as we do see a couple of teams still in Georgepol in a little bit of a stalemate, and well, it is going to be the Mongolian team going up against the Pakistani team in the form of R3D. Now, again, we know that it's an important game from R3D, and judging by the look, have a look at how ZEUS is actually getting on their flank. They've been spotted. Assassin is going to go down, and a deal could come under heavy fire as well. Again, R3D are leaving it a bit too late, as the blue is going to do a tremendous amount of damage as well. Yeah,
this is looking rough. Again, they're a team who are mounting this comeback into the second Super Weekend. Anubis has made his escape, though. Egyptian god of death. But I see...
Not wait for no man.
True indeed. And he's just going to yeet the hell out of there. Joker's trailing quite a distance away. And I do believe they will manage to pull off the Great Escape, taking a very different route, trying to avoid ZEUS's position. ZEUS, though, they had enough time to get into the vehicles, and they're going to be crossing towards Georgie using the bridge. Now, they're going to be entering west of the shooting range, which is, for the time being, completely empty. Also, it looks like it's Steel Shot's birthday here today, XP, from Venom Legends. So happy birthday to him. And I hope he gets a nice chicken dinner. Maybe not a birthday cake, but at least some nice chicken to sink his teeth into.
I mean, if he can put a few candles on that chicken and then blow them out, that'll be the best
Who
present
puts
ever.
candles
As
on
yet-
chickens? You lunatic.
Hey, man, we have winner chicken, and you can do whatever you want with that chicken. All right. Well,
Okay.
another AWM is dropping down, and this is just a bit unfair because this time around, I do see another team nearby. Question is, are they going to go pick it up? AWM, there you have it, and we do have a northwestern shift, and this is going to be interesting. We have the shooting range in the circle, which means we do have a few compounds, and mind you, a couple of bunkers nearby as well. Now, ZEUS Esports, they have the little high ground right over there, dead smack center of the circle, which is something that you want to have in your grasp. However, if you have a look at the cliffs to the north, right, we do have ridges over there along the beach, and expect a couple of teams to try and hunker down over there. They are going to be the real problem for whoever's in the middle, because again, so many fronts to deal with.
So many fronts, and yeah, this zone though, it's really going to be favoring the Mongolian team, Seal and ZEUS, and you can see the mass migration up north. Usually you see the migrations down south, you know, when winter arrives, you know, you want to head to a warmer climate, but this time around it's the complete opposite. And yes, Seal do have a very well entrenched position with these 4 buildings, XP, but as you pointed out, with everyone coming in from every single direction, it's not going to be easy. But if there's one team who I can be confident in individually covering an entire direction by his lonesome, it has to be Seal. And Killer keeping Blend pinned down behind the smoke, and okay, very, very optimistic as well, using the SMG to try and at least deal a bit of damage. But Seal have announced their position. Everyone knows where they are, but defending this spot, I wouldn't say it's going to be easy, but it's definitely going to be favorable for the Mongolian side. On the other hand, a few of the other teams who do not have these compounds or houses to work with will opt to go for a bit of a cliff play. Now, this did pan out for a couple of teams earlier in the Super Weekend XP, but it was, of course, down south between the military island and the main island. So I think that's a viable play as well. Void, though, is going to be taken down real early here. Rules getting a kill for himself.
He goes down, which means his teammates are going to be short one member. Now, you're right. You know, I mean, teams who are especially low on manpower are going to go for those northern beach fronts, as we did see RAW. Remember, they still are just a 2-man squad, and they need to try and survive till the very end. Now, ZEUS, on the other hand, are going to keep them at bay and have a look. 7C is going to come in the fray as well, as Memo is going to get taken down. It is, of course, courtesy of Sada's UMP, but now Godless from afar does spot the commotion, and is it Ale or is it Ollie? He's going to have to be a little careful, because if he pops his head, 1 bullet is going to be enough, considering his HP right now, as backup is going to come in. Smokey, version 2, trying to get to his friends.
Ale is far, far away. Let's go with Ale. I like Ale.
I'm going to go with Ale.
You like Ale as well. I like Ale, and we like 7C Ale. There we go. Nate could find Sada, but Ale is tanking a lot of taking a lot of damage, but the nade is a little too deep, and I do believe he just slipped down the cliff. Now, I'm not too sure if he's got a way to get on back up. At least he's inside the zone for the time being. Oh no, that's it. Blah, blah, blah. Eyes peeled on the position of Smokey. Goodbye, Smokey.
Well, I mean,
bit of a messy spray, but he gets it done. He gets it done.
Smokey was just about ready to retaliate in kind. Luckily, blah, blah, blah. With just 2 bullets left in his magazine, gets the job done. Now, he does know that Ale is going to be in the blue zone taking damage, as does his teammate. And, well, they are going to be keeping an eye out on that kill feed. And by the look of things, Ale is out of ideas and, well, out of HP, which means the first team to be eliminated in this game. Unfortunately, is going to be a team that we had a lot of hopes from. 7C's. Well, their hopes have been dashed, and, well, at least the L was good. But anyway, elsewhere, we are going to have some action still breaking out. Now, Deadeye's guys is a team that I wanted to talk about. The fact that, you know, still in the first circle, this team, they love Rozhok, right? We know that from N number of games. They moved pretty much 2 minutes into the game, and they were already north of that river, which, again, goes to show they got their loot as quickly as they could. And this time around, they're going to play the zone. They're anticipating. And, well, they're executing their plan to perfection. But Shifu could be in trouble, deploying smokes as Stalwart are rounding him like hungry hyenas. They do spot him and take him down.
The timing of that Shifu caught with the... Oh, and I do believe he had an AWM as well, so that could potentially be picked up by the side of ZEUS. Meanwhile, though, DRS and High Voltage going up against each other. It's going to be AJ. It's going to try and drill some of the bodies of High Voltage with that M4 of his. Now, Nima has been knocked down, but he's got a trunk for some cover. Wadu zigging and zagging, trying to confirm the kill, perhaps. And Nima calling for backup. And Wadu able to somehow figure out that Mafia Ninja has got a flank on him and is going to try and spray him through the grass and through the bushes and get the knock. Now, 2 members down for DRS, Nima and Galzin down in the knees. Rez will be coming in by AJ onto Galzin, but Danger is still very nearby. Aussie trying to go for the flag, but he's going to be spotted by Mafia Ninja, and now he's going to be isolating Wadu, who will confirm the kill, though. He takes down Nima, and AJ, in the meantime, has been knocked as well. DRS are in a bit of a pickle because R3D has joined the fray, and Mafia Ninja and Galzin, they need to neutralize Wadu right now, and the nade is going to find him. That's a perfectly placed nade. Mafia Ninja finishing off Wadu, and I don't think they've got time to go for the res, so DRS are going to be down to a 2-man squad as they head deeper into the play zone.
The res was not going to come either way because I do believe AJ was taken down by Bublu Danny. And, well, Clarity do have a clear vision on the enemy, and they are going to lay down some shots as Galzin tries to get out of harm's way. Now, Danny's position is good. Have a look at how staggered Bublu is right now. They are going to be making sure that they're not in anyone's line of fire, especially from that angle. As the deal could get a couple of shots in. Galzin could still be in a world of trouble, and one of them shots is going to connect, and down goes Galzin. And with that, DRS Gaming are going to bid us adieu in the 13th position. Good accuracy from the lad at that stage. However, the action is still not done. Danny is going to move and... wait a second. I like the fact they're going deeper and further into the circle, trying to get that better position. And have a look at that. With the high ground pretty much dead center, that is going to be pretty helpful for Bublu right now. Do you notice one thing? Look at how far apart Vibes is.
True. Killer, but then it's Killer on a kind of like a one-man mission. He could be potentially the contingency, right? Even if his team does get wide. Oh, that nade! That is perfection on top. Stalwart Esports, they are looking to finish off the job. Rated needs to hold the line, but actually just charging in, spots him out. The man has no fear. He lives up to his name. Action in his name, action in the game, and 1 member survives. The Deadeye's guys on top just trying to crawl away to some safety, but I do believe his days are numbered. And speaking of days being numbered, Frag, how long can he survive and not getting fragged? That's the question. RAW will eventually fall XP, but they do accrue 6 points, so that's something to work with, with when they play their second game later on. But I do believe this should be it for Deadeye's guys. I'm still befuddled as to how Frag is still surviving. Top checks the... there we go. He checks the little shed, figures out it's not there, and Deadeye's guys will be put down 6 feet under. And a bit of a replay here. This is such clean shots coming out from Killer there. In the distance, just completely manhandling Wizzies with Vibes, who was still in the server, though. They're still not out of contention yet. They still have a couple of players. But they are going to be going up against another Mongolian team, and this time it's going to be Stalwart, who are on a bit of a streak. They got its squad wipe, and they have all 4 players alive. And look at them immediately moving in on their vehicles, which is very brave in trying to enter the safe zone.
Well, they are going to make it to the safe zone. They have a little bit of a downslope to work with, and they're going to stick to the periphery. Elsewhere, Assassin is going to be laying down lead on PN Cruz Ayush as he's going to be taken down with a flurry of bullets just before that reload comes in. Now, Stalwart Esports are in a good position, but they have a lot of opposition in front of them. They're going to stick to the action on our screens right now and just make some sense of it. Now, Wives are trying to vie for the center of the play zone, or at least, to be inside the play zone. But of course, PN Crew is going to be that one man who's going to be stopping them. Now, Assassin does get the knock. However, he got taken down from afar. The question is, are his teammates going to be coming to the rescue? And, well, they were trying to, but Assassin is going to be taken out before they could act. Now, Killer is going to be spotted. Wonderful spotting prowess over here, just outside the smoke as he gets taken down. Vibes are heading in aggressive. I love the fact that they have one man charging on foot while the vehicle is going to create some confusion. And have a look at how Seal are being taken out piece by piece, one at a time. They got the job done, and with that, the Mongolian team bid us adieu. Oh
That's a great wipe coming in from Vibes. I love the movement as it pointed out. Like the way they were using the vehicles as mobile cover as well, just fantastic stuff.
Beautiful.
Something you don't see that often. Speaking of Mongolian teams, there's one team still very much alive and kicking. Two of them, in fact, it's going to be Stalwart and ZEUS. Now Stalwart have 2 players knocked down. Make that 3. 1 player that is top, and look at Bublu charging in, ensuring top doesn't get up to any shenanigans and get the res in. He's deployed a lot of smokes, but Zibian and Danny trying to ensure he doesn't get the res. They've got the 3 knocks. They want to confirm the kills. They want to confirm the knock. But amongst all the commotion, it looks like a res might be coming on in here. But he needs to heal himself up as well. The player who gets res, which will be Pika. Does he have time though? They're still taking a bit of time. Res hasn't come in yet. And Zibian, he is gonna miss his shots. And amongst all the commotion, Pika will be back on his feet, but he needs to heal himself up ASAP. But Bublu, XP, great couple of knocks onto Stalwart. They get 4 kills and they still have 4 alive.
They basically gave Stalwart a taste of their own medicine, as what Stalwart did to Deadeye's guys, that aggression, the moment they got the knock, they just pushed in. That is what they experienced themselves and almost got wiped out. But now, Clarity, we're going to have to be careful because R3D was on the left flank, draining down some lead. In fact, we did see one of the members take a few shots. It was courtesy of that team, but they did get in that ditch in the nick of time. Now, elsewhere, we are going to have the fight at the vest in front, as ZEUS are going to be going up with the enemy. And talking about the enemy, ZEUS is going to be mowing down Venom Legends, and there you have it. The birthday boy is going to be the last one to bite the dust, and with that, of course, his team is going to be eliminated from this game as well. Now, this is that little ditch I was talking about, and I do believe it was Danny who almost got knocked out, but now they do have control of the situation. And I like the fact that, one of their members was already the scout. He already went up ahead and made sure they had secure ground for the rest of the team to move in. Elsewhere, ZEUS coming under fire. A grenade from A1 Esports with a follow-up Molotov. Question is, are they going to burn or are they going to come out on top?
They do have a little bit of a ridge to provide a semblance of cover from R3D, but R3D pushing into the zone. Oh, it's gone prone though, but it's unfortunate timing because, as you pointed out earlier, Bublu, they like arraying themselves in a bit of a wider, with a bit of wider spacing, and because of that, they're able to get a knock. R3D are getting completely perforated by A1 Esports as well. And bear in mind, A1, even though they are down to just 1 member, he is a very sinister individual and he can definitely do things all by his lonesome. Spots at a deal, and R3D down to just the 2 members, Joker and Adil, and Adil is very low. He's got to patch himself up with the zone pushing on in. Time is not his friend. He's going to get up on his feet and yeet it again into the zone, but he might get shot down by Bublu. Indeed, he will, and finished off as well. So there's 1 player inside of the smoke, both side of R3D, and his neighbor, I believe, is Sinister from A1. I don't think they've seen each other yet. Oh, Godless! Oh, Godless, he's going to be taken down here, right? But Sinister, biding his time, he hasn't rattled off a bullet yet. He can actually wipe out ZEUS if he times it right. It's all about target prioritization. He is not pulling the trigger. He's not being spotted out. And finally, he's going to unleash a hail of bullets. But the moment he gets the knock, it is going to be an insta trade coming in. And ZEUS will still keep 4 alive. Now down to the 4v3, v4, v2. And it is going to be Vibes in the 3-man squad taking the fight to the Mongolians.
I guess it's one of those rare occasions where we say that he did not live up to his name. Nothing sinister about that. He did have a little bit of an angle on the enemy, but I think he left it too late. Right now, Anthony comes under fire. He won a member. He's going to be taken down, and Praveen is like, I've got other ideas. He roams right in, does get a knock, I do believe, or at least scares the enemy, but now he's going up against a firefight against Zool and Godless. That grenade, if it was timed perfectly, could have been devastating, which it was, but I do believe bullets do all the talking. With that, ZEUS were almost wiped out. However, again, now this is the team that thrives in chaos, as I've said before. Now, this team, when cornered, when they have their backs against the wall, that is when they are most dangerous. And, well, I do believe the team just found out, and ZEUS, still a 4-man squad, are going to pass themselves up. We are down to the final 3 teams. Clarity versus ZEUS versus Wizzes with Vibes. 1 member, Delta X, still alive, but the fact that he has 4 kills, I would not want to go up against him.
I love the repositioning from that 1 member of Team Bublu, heading down to the ridge, providing a little bit of extra cover. Zibian spots out Icy. 2 members down. XB said they were the kings of chaos, but it looks like Bublu are coming out on top of this particular duel, though. Zeol has a lot of work to do because he's suddenly in a 1 versus 3 against Bublu. And if I'm Bublu, I'm pushing in here, but in amongst all the commotion, Delta X is trying to be a cheeky little rat, a snake in the grass. He almost finds Danny. I don't think Danny knows where he's getting named from. It's a free shot. It's a free kill. It's a free knock, Delta. But he doesn't take it. He's going to exercise a lot of restraint. And XP, I got to ask, they gave some time for ZEUS to try and group up together, maybe get the rest. The two of them have been taken down, but ZEUS, they've done a great job here. It's down to a 4 versus 1 versus 1. Great nade from Delta Exo. Now he's going to strike and he's going to find 2. Now it's a 1 versus 2 versus 1, and it is going to be Delta X trying to wipe out Bublu single-handedly. And can he do it? And what's ZEUS going to do right now? That's the question, because now he's aware that he's got an opportunity to just jump on into the fray and try and get a couple of knocks as well. And Delta X, the 1v4 down to the 1v2. Bublu's Wolf, he knows exactly where Delta X is, and Delta X getting spotted out. He's still very much alive and he'll be finished off, but that's given an opportunity for ZEUS from the side of ZEUS to try and make something happen here. Spots at Zibian and XB. It's a 1 versus 1 for the chicken dinner.
How the tables have turned. Looks like, well, he did take the best of the chaos and he bided and waited for his time, and now he's going to be striking. But what an effort by Delta X over there, living up to the Delta Force that I'm so proud of. But right now, he did get 2 members and he completely threw their game off its feet. Now Wolf is the last man standing. Zibian is going to be crawling to them, and looks like we are going to have a revive coming in. ZEUS is wasting a little bit of time, but it also gives him enough time to move around and try and activate the position. Now a nade is going to be good, but what he's trying is to get a hit marker and try and see where he should throw that grenade if he has any. But it looks like he's going to let his guns do all the talking. He goes left, he goes right, ducks down again, and now it's going to be a 1-on-2. He's going to get the better of them. He is going to get shot at. Position has been given away. However, that little slope is going to help him, but it's not going to be enough, as 2 guns trained in you are going to hurt a lot more than 1. But again, Bublu get the job done with the chicken dinner play, but Delta X pretty much wiped them out all by his lonesome.
That was a heart attack and a half for Bublu. They're like, hey guys, it's a 4 versus 1 versus 1. This one's a done deal. And then Delta X, like a Delta Force, special forces operative from the grass, he strikes and he does so much damage. And I felt like there was a real possibility of ZEUS potentially getting the 1 versus 2, but he didn't have any drinks. He didn't have any energy drinks or any of that good stuff, which allowed him to get to the 100 HP, right? So he was stuck in 70, 80 points of health, which meant he played in a much more passive approach. He had a much more passive approach to that fight compared to what we usually used to seeing from ZEUS, and that gave opportunity for Bublu to become a 2-man squad and get that chicken dinner. A very well-deserved chicken dinner for the side of Bublu. I feel like they played that almost impeccably.
Oh yeah, and the fact that they have that control not only in the last fight, but for a couple of minutes, for a couple of zones, goes to show their prowess in the game. And of course, with that, ladies and gentlemen, Bublu, Clarity are going to be the winners in the first game in week 2. However, there's a lot more action in store for you, which will be on the other side of this little break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is week number 2, day number 1 of the league plays, and it is off to an incredible start. Along with that, it is of course a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag woke up your fun. But dudes, Bublu is back in action. Ocean, you're going to be really happy to do that final fight against ZEUS. I mean, what a clutch.
Well, I'm happy for a lot of things. First things first, I said it's Super Weekend 2. Well, it's going to be ZEUS' Super Weekend, and it is starting to look like that.
Yep.
Bublu just coming up with a chicken dinner. That's amazing. But hey, Delta.
Oh, yeah.
For almost a second, he had he shot a bit earlier, he would have changed the entirety of Team Bublu. Like, he was just there.
He was the factor for it.
Actually, the thing is, when Blay was saying shoot him, you spotted. I was sitting there. I'm like, yeah, you shoot him, man, shoot him.
Exactly. I mean, the Delta was a game changer here, and as the casters pointed out, there was a really close possibility. Even not with the heals, but with one grenade or even a Molotov, ZEUS could have changed everything, because the players of Bubble, they had no cover. It was just that airdrop that they used to actually fall back, recuperate from the fight. They saw the Delta had put on them and then step back against ZEUS in the 2v1 situation. But it was so close, and well, what a game.
What a game indeed, dude. What a game indeed. We were talking about Godless, we were talking about ZEUS, we were talking about IC, the entirety of ZEUS Esports. Well, they're back in action. Week 2 is where they're going to start dominating, and with that domination, we've got the MVP coming in the name of Godless, of course. 6 kills along with 3 assists.
Wow. Now he's turning up. Now he's turning up the game in his own favor. 6 kills. That's the Godless. I mean, Johnny, that's the Godless that we know, right?
Exactly. And as I said earlier, over the weekend, I had a wonderful opportunity to speak with the players. They said this was their words, that we were just doing our research, we were just prepping up for the coming weeks and for the finals, to be a little bit more precise. And in the second week, you're going to see a step up, and I guess the same could be said for the entirety of ZEUS, Godless included, because first week, a few matches here and there, we were seeing glimpses of the old Godless, but this match, the man was like an absolute monster.
A mayhem, destructive creature is what he is, along with his teammates. On the other front, though, let's talk about Visible Vibes as well, because that Delta X play, I mean, that X Factor Ocean that he was able to create, I mean, it was a 4v4 situation between two teams. The dude was not supposed to be able to do anything, and he brought it all down to himself. Wow.
I mean, that was so smooth, right, Johnny? The way he was just hiding on the back lines, waiting. I mean, he also lofted up a nade that took the one of the opponents down to just 1 HP. Still, he did not just capitalize on it, because he was waiting for the right opportunity as per him. And well, when he started striking, he was actually deadly for a few players.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the match summary. Warren, take us through this.
Yeah, I mean, match summary, want to focus on one thing. I mean, Godless is doing a wonderful job. In terms of headshots, I mean, it is just one for all the lads that are there, but look at the damage, 1,032. And right behind him is Delta, the man responsible for almost taking away the chicken dinner from Clarity Bablu. Along with that, I believe we're going to see this during the highlights of the game that we're going to witness later on. Bablu's rotation inside this match was so good. I remember, because there was like 8 or 9 teams remaining, and Bablu, they already had sent out one man to the center, and the rest of the 3 lads were closing in towards their center position. So their positioning was the reason that they were able to take this game. But yeah, ZEUS, they had to bring themselves to the top to finish. The fights that they took was so good, and again, the old ZEUS is returning to the battleground.
Oh, they definitely are. On the other front, Ocean, as we move on to the match ranking, dude, I want to talk to you about Group B and what you had anticipated. Have they delivered? Both of you, actually.
I mean, so yeah, ZEUS definitely, a team in Group B, well, they have delivered. R3D, if you talk about this team, right? So this is where I have mixed feelings. The first game actually on League Play Day 1 was also kind of similar in the top 5. This time as well, they are in top 5. But I just hope that they continue this, because I want to see this team this time when it comes down to it. But Venom Legends, PN Crew 7C again.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. This is not a start that we were hoping for, especially for Venom Legends and 7Cs, because I mean, we did spoke about this when we started off with our day. Expected a recovery, but let's see what they can do with the rest of the day. They still have 7 more matches in this league play days. All they're talking about R3D. If they can repeat this performance, I mean, 7 matches from a game, it's not too good, but it's not too bad either. If they can repeat this performance, like 6 to 7 points from every single match, I believe they should be able to make it to the Super Weekend this time.
Well, with that, we had so many snippets taking place throughout the entirety of this game. Let's move on through with the Oppo F9 for moments, Ocean.
I mean, this is where the initial fight started, right? And given the fact that the circle was, just around Georgia Pole's area for the starters, and the circle started moving from that area, I would say, yeah, it looks fine. It looks really, really good for the chaos to be happening around Georgia Pole ruins and shooting range. And well, that's where it all thrived. Not a lot of fights happening around the circle, outside the circle, till the 3rd zone. But then, oh my goodness.
I mean, we always know getting to the northern part of this map, it is going to be a challenge for every single team. The crossing points are weird. Even if you try going from the side of Georgia Pole, you're going to have to take on a lot of teams. And those teams are not easy to beat, by the way. It is definitely going to be intense.
I mean that's where that's where I would say.
Yeah.
So ZEUS had an upper hand, dropping down to the backside of Georgopol, and Clarity Pablu had an upper hand because they dropped down to the north side of Georgopol. So that's where somehow they just held their ground. And I still remember it was 420 Boy who was like his entire team, his 3 lads were outside the circle. He was one player who was inside the circle and was away from his teammate. Like, that's a bold move.
Yeah.
But he was away from his teammates for like 3-4 zones, and the circle was actually just on him.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was talking about earlier on as well. The positioning, the callouts that were made from the side of Team Bablu, they were so incredible, and they still managed to survive for so long with that 1-3 split. And this wasn't a 1-3 split in a team fight. This was a 1-3 split that allowed them to rotate and have an advantageous position in the circle all throughout the closing moments of the game. And they capitalized on that so nicely, taking all those fights, getting those kills, and getting those points for themselves. But that small little mistake in the end of just not mistake from their side, but the amazing play that was made by Delta could have just changed everything, and that would have made them. That would have made me so upset in this match had Bablu lost this chicken dinner, because it was a 4v1v1, and imagine from that you just lose out a 1v1 in the end. That would have been brutal, man.
Yeah. Well,
True, the X Factor.
Yeah, actually. But, well, that did not happen, and so everyone's happy. I mean, from Team Bablu, though. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Also, we did get to see some interesting sprays. I mean, blah, 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 just trying to take out the players from 7C, if you remember.
True.
Yeah. I mean,
This
that's
was a
what these
fun
moments
match
are
overall,
about,
yeah.
right? You know, exactly. That's what these moments are about. Whenever
Look
it
at
comes
this.
down from one
Look at
game to
this.
the next, it's just...
Yeah, this is where, Sinister was just trying. And there were so many moments of trigger discipline as well being shown.
Yeah.
And that, if you're showcasing them in the first game, that actually shows that you want to make a huge impact. And till the end of the day, because it's just 2-day affair, and if you have that impact just right by itself, like this one, if you have this impact in the first game, that showcases that you are taking every step cautiously, especially for this week, because every week counts. If you're outside of a week, even though you might just be at the top position, we've seen this happen. Even if though you're at the top position, if you lose out, you lose out big.
So I believe Zibian, while he was healing in the smoke, he did not have solid cover on him. Imagine if Delta just randomly sprays in the smoke, catches Zibian, and then Bablu is down to that one last play surviving. It was such a risky move. I believe he was thinking, all right, maybe they did not revive him and he's still going to be on his knees.
Yeah, I mean, well, that might have happened, but look at the damage wrap right now. ZEUS and Bablu both have 11 kills, and both have kind of similar, damage strats as well.
Yeah.
That means, given the fact that the circle was actually around these teams, both of the teams were equally aggressive, if not, one team more than the other or something. But I would say both the teams were equally aggressive, and these two teams balanced out the actual aggression amongst themselves. And well, I love that, because whilst the other teams were trying to actually just get those numbers for themselves, these teams loved it.
They definitely did. I mean, talk about a balanced approach from coming in from the side of Raw as well as the real soldiers. I mean, the damage histogram as well as, of course, the kill department just working in their favor. But on the other front, I'm still keeping my fingers crossed for Venom Legends, A1 Esports, because, I mean, look at that. For A1 Esports, 640 damage. So that means they were part of some good fights as well as bad ones, because they were not able to get that conversion rate working for themselves on the other right. This is just the start.
A1 Esports, the rotation in the very end, eventually when they got taken out, that was the thing that caused a lot of trouble for them, because there was no room for them to move in, and then there was no opening inside the circle as well. You have the blue zone closing in, the teams are on the edge of the circle, they're taking the fights inside, and one of the lads is definitely going to be watching the backlines as well. So A1 Esports, they were bound to get in trouble and get finished off.
Hey, but now we've got Group E chiming in with the next map coming in. Of course, going to be Sanhok, where we did see Paradox get that chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and Group E is coming. Paradox is in that, and well, talking about it, I do want to mention one more line with that one. But Wizards with Vibes, well, it looks like they have had the majority of the placement points in their chunk when it comes down to the map of Sanhok. Well, one team that was out of top 16 on day one previously league, right? That was Bablu. They got their chicken dinner. They started off their day really good, and now they have one match to rest. That's Group D. That's not going to be playing this match. So I would say, Paradox. Just imagine if actually they take this chicken dinner, Then it's going to be another team that was actually out of top 16.
Exactly.
They come in. Like that's the kind of storyline that I would hope actually happens. But again, you know, it's a long stretch because for Paradox, I don't. So again, it's just this thing. I don't know what difference do they make again if they come down to Super Weekend 2, because right now it looks like that is one of the teams that just hit their strategies overall in League Plus and then they came up in the Super. Like it was that kind of a thing, right?
But you know what, along with that, I do want to bring up the exact conversation that Ocean did during the Super Weekend itself. For Paradox, one of the most critical things is going to be to change their gameplay and dynamic play itself altogether. If they keep on sticking to the exact same rhythm, well, the teams right now, as we just saw from ZEUS Esports, for week number 1, they were just testing the waters. They were just checking who's going to be around, who's going to be doing what sort of rotation can we anticipate, and if that does not change from Paradox, then they can find themselves in a bit of a muddle situation altogether. But of course, that's all just speculation coming in from the desk. It is time to move on with the game. Let's get game number 2 started off. It is time for Sanhok, and I'm sure XP and Play are going to be pretty happy for this.
I am happy. I am very happy about this. I don't have a pina colada, unfortunately. XP, I did have it yesterday. But yeah, I'll just have to make do with that. But I'm ready and raring to go on Sanhok.
Oh yeah, it's going to be crazy, it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be brand new for us, so to speak, in a way. Now, the last time you and I actually had a chance to witness action in Sanhok was in Season 3, and a lot has changed since then because, well, last time, you know, all the teams were kind of wary of a couple of teams running amok, so to speak, and just pretty much flattening anything in their path. But this time around, things are different. And also the fact that the team from down under, Paradox, did get a chicken dinner. I want to see if they showcase that same brilliance again, because of course Group E is going to be joining us this time, and well, the plane is going to take off. Anything you want to see in this map, anything you're expecting, anything you're counting on?
Early team wipes coming out, like oh, that doesn't look like Sanhok. Oh yeah, it is Sanhok. What am I talking about? I thought for it's been so long. It's been so long. It looked like Erangel to me for a second. It's been so bloody long. But here we go, XP. I expect to see early fights breaking out. I expect to see a potential team wipe. So take a look at the overall standings thus far after map number 1. Again, it's just been one game, but it does hurt me, and I'm sure it hurts them more than it hurts me to see Venom Legends, PN Crew, and 7C sitting at the bottom. I mean, these are 3 teams who didn't make it to the first Super Weekend, and to start off with a bit of a whimper is definitely going to be hurting their chances as the more games we play. Taking a look at the plane path though, XP, nothing too crazy. I mean, it's Sanhok, right? Even if the plane path's a little bit off-center, or it's going to be, you know, heading up north-south, it doesn't really matter because of how small the map is and the fact that players can parachute and head over any way they want. Taking a look at the circle, going to be a bit of a northwestern one, not too much of the water inside of the zone, inside of the play zone, which means that it seems very standard. I feel like the circle, when it comes to Sanhok, is not too much of a problem. The problem is the blue zone, because that thing, once it starts just, you know, intensifying in its speed, it can deal quite a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, the fact that it is a smaller map, we kind of assume that, oh, we'll make it to the next circle without any issues. But then once the bullets are flying and once your momentum is kind of thwarted, that blue can do a lot of damage. Now, what sticks out to me is, of course, the center of all the action is going to be boot camp, pretty much in the center of the circle. Future Station, normally what they would do is they do usually drop down a bit north of the boot camp, and then they try to make their way towards said boot camp. Now, by northeast, I don't mean Paradise as such, you know, all those little compounds in between, but have a look at how they are spread out. Now, we do have a couple of members just outside Pine Nan, and expect them to close in on the boot camp from all these different angles that they've set up. Of course, they are going to be communicating whilst they do that, because you know, you want to make sure every single member is accounted for. And again, it's not just getting control or taking charge of the boot camp, which is, of course, you know, you can defend it pretty easily, but it's also about stacking up those kills. But it looks like C-Vine and Magnet are going to be traveling towards their teammates, and well, we might just see some action break out, because Zeol has similar ideas, as he's going to be moving up that mountain as well. Now, again, just to quickly brush up upon the teams that are on the latter half of the table. Yeah, PN Crew, 7C, even Venom Legends, man, they have their work cut out, but with 7 games in hand, I'm going to give them another game or 2 at most to get warmed up, because, like you said, it's going to be a do-it-or-die situation after that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Yeah, sure. I can agree with you. You know, you can give them a couple more games to see if they warm up, but only 8 games to be played. You give them a couple more games, that's 3 games played, only 5 maps remaining for them to accrue enough points to qualify for the second Super Weekend. So yes, you can be lenient, but not too much. And they're very aware of this. They don't need us to lecture them or anything. They know exactly what is on the line. As we have Stalwart Esports, as you pointed out, Future Station have actually kind of peeled away from ZEUS's position as well, XP. We did see Zeol, who was kind of going on a one-man recon mission, but he's going to be grouping back up with his teammates. And Stalwart are literally smack center of the play zone. And I don't think they really have to move much either. We could see Seal finding where P and crew are and opting to take a fight to them. But if they do so, with Future Station and RAW in the vicinity, it could potentially come and haunt them later on. They could easily get third-partied.
Oh yeah, I mean that is pretty much what happens in a map like Sanhok, and well, we kind of expected action to break out in the beginning. Kind of sounds like nothing has happened, nothing is stirring in the distance, and funnily, no one's really come in contact with one another. But that all could, of course, change momentarily. Now, while I have a look at the map, everyone is going to be pretty comfortable where they are, as teams are now grouping together, making sure that the distance between them is as little or minimum as possible. And this is something different. You don't really see a lot of vehicles in Sanhok, but Zeol opting for that little pickup. Again, no enemies around, so I guess you can fool around a little bit, right?
Yep, absolutely. Have a little bit of a fun time jumping around, getting the lay of the land. DRS, of course, a team that not just their fans, but even viewers and people who watch PUBG Mobile who aren't even necessarily their fans, they have to, like, they're a team you can't ignore, right? They're a team that can deliver and have delivered, PMPL champions from season 3. So them kind of underperforming a little bit will always raise a lot of questions. It will always be people asking what's going on with them. Did they get lucky in the previous season? No, they didn't get lucky. They did not get lucky. They really know what to do. They have a particular style of playing, and it works for them. And there's nothing wrong with it. You don't have to be a ZEUS Esports, for example, with their unbridled aggression. You don't necessarily also have to be DRS either, who like playing much more passively. Both are viable approaches. There's no one correct way to approach PUBG Mobile. It's about what works for you and how you how you're able to adapt depending on any given situation.
Yes, sir. Adaptation is the name of the game, as a few suppressive shots are just going to be laid out in Future Station's direction with that QBU, letting them know that, we see you. Don't try anything silly. Now, Future Station did opt for that massive mountain just south of boot camp. Again, it is going to be hotly contested property. Now, they do have the tippity top. As you have a look, Clutch Baba definitely has a lot of real estate he can basically monitor at this stage. But the fact that there's so much of cover, not just in the form of walls and compounds, but trees and boulders and rocks, it's going to be difficult to get an idea of exactly who is out there. But right now, Future Station, again, we did kind of mention that they are at the top of this mountain, and everyone's eyes are going to be there, as Clutch Baba does get spotted from distance from Joker. He does lay a few shots, tickling his enemy. Meanwhile, the circle is still as we last saw it. And again, teams are getting closer play, but way too much cover for anyone to take notice.
Yep. But eventually, when the circle does shrink in, that's when pandemonium tends to break out, right?
No takers for the water this time. That's kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
Normally, because in Sanhok, you definitely see a boat, whizzing from one end of the map to the other.
Yeah, true. But then looking at the play zone and the way the circle and the plane path, I guess there's no real need. So it's going to be quite start to the game here, XP. How was your weekend? What were you up to? Or rather, how was your Monday? Because that's our weekend.
I was up to no good. I pretty much slept through all of Monday, to be honest. Well, that's because I didn't sleep till like 7 in the morning.
Very healthy.
Night.
Very reasonable.
It is.
What were you up to? What were you doing?
I shall not mention anything over there because we are on the interweb.
Well, I mean, you could just lie. I slept at 10 o'clock in the morning. I was playing video games.
Oh, video games. That must be nice.
It is.
How's it like playing video games online?
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm not even kidding, dude. I was actually playing video games. I was playing Control. Fantastic game, single player
Let's
game.
just say I was out.
You were out.
And
all right.
yes, sir.
I've,
And right now
I've
we're
been
gonna
out
be-
with you. I've had some certain
We
stories.
are gonna get back in the action right now as Zeus are atop the mountain, getting ready for an onslaught from I8. And I want you all to forget whatever we said in the past 30 seconds. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Zeol lying in wait. He's got that bit of a rock jutting out from the ground to provide him that perfect third. Oh, but this could get interesting because they're splitting in groups of two, or groups, or rather a 3-1 split, and they're working together very, very well. But Zeus does have backup nearby. Yeah, he's going to unleash a
Keep one
first
thing in mind.
couple of bullets, but the jig is up, and he's going to have to yeet the hell out of there because he realizes he's going to be very isolated, and a nice nade could potentially catch him off guard. So a bit of nade exchange taking place here between I8 and Zeus.
Had he held his nerve for just a second longer, I wanted to just point one thing out as the action was about to unfold. The way Zeus were in that staggered formation, one behind the other, had they actually, just crossed that first little obstacle and, Zeus would have had an opportunity to open up, it could have gone terribly for I8. But of course, that little preemptive strike is going to put them on the defensive now, and they realize, wait a second, this is already occupied. We need another plan. So, that is what I was just trying to jot in, but looks like I8 kind of read my mind. And they are going to be repositioning themselves, which again, the fact that, the way Zeus was one behind the other, making sure they were about 100 meters apart, but again, they had each other's back, especially if you have a look at this particular terrain play. The mountain slopes in from both sides, right? So you can only have one person properly in the center, if you know what I'm trying to say, because he's going to have the best view. Again, the fact that he was atop that little rock really helped, but it was the chance that had they had that little trigger discipline, we might have seen a few bodies hit the floor.
Yeah, for sure. Just make sure that they're well inside the trap before you spring it, right? Instead of being a little bit premature, as we saw Zeol being with his UMP. But no harm, no foul. Sure, they don't get the knocks, but they themselves don't suffer any casualties. However, both I8 and Zeus are now aware of each other's position. And looking at the zone, both of them, it's still going to be a bit of a standoff, it feels like, between I8 and Zeus. No one really having to make a move. In fact, not a single team having to really move in much, apart from maybe Seal9. But if they do try to move in immediately to their west, very close by, just a couple of 100 meters away, are DRS. Now, DRS, it's curious, actually. Like, you go back to day one of the entire thing, of the entire event, and they were just moving in all the way towards the center of the circle, taking down any team on their path. But now they're just gone back to their old habits of just playing the periphery of the circle and coming in much later, which, unfortunately for them, hasn't really been panning out quite well.
Absolutely. And the fans of all the teams and just the general consumers of this product, people who love watching PUBG action, they kind of agree as well that they have gone a bit more passive, which is kind of hurting their chances. Now, again, it is going to be a decision that they, must have taken at a certain point to not go out right for those kills, but they should realize that it is kind of hurting them. It's hurting the morale, so to speak, because like you also said, we kind of mentioned earlier, by hook or by crook, doesn't matter how you get the points. Wait a second, what's happening over here? Alrighty, I guess we're going to have a little bit of a team burn situation. Could have been caught in the woodworks, but again, luckily for them, we do have revives in this game, because that would have been pretty drastic had that option not been there. But again, I guess aggression is the name of the game as far as DRS is concerned, but is someone going to tell them?
Is someone going to tell them? I'm sure someone's told them already, but hey, they are the Season 3 champions, right? So what do we really know, XP?
I think again, they're the team that, take it nice and slow, but one team that's not going to be taking slow is Vibes, as they are going to be going up against, I do believe, Zeus, the champions themselves. Godman is coming under fire, taken down by Killer.
That's very quick. I don't think Zeus were even aware or cognizant of the fact that there's going to be a team pushing on in. Now, ABDE, he could try and maybe get some vengeance, but there is a player coming in from behind, right uphill. Is he aware of that? There we go. Zeol spots out the player that was trying to be very cheeky from behind. It's going to be Jiggle. Now, Jiggle knows where the other two members of Zeol are. His job here is to keep them pinned down and just stay alive, while the remaining members, they move uphill to help him out and potentially get a team wipe here. But man, that was very quick. I do wonder how they pushed into that compound, because it looked like Zeus were caught with the pants down. Two of them separated. They were each in two separate buildings, and they just got swarmed by the side of Vibes. But for the time being, though, a little bit of a stalemate. But with all this commotion taking place, XP, I feel like I8, they could potentially be looking to push on in. So look at ZEUS. They're running in towards I8. This is from the frying pan and straight into the fire.
Now, I was just going to say that, somebody else who could be caught with their pants down is ZEUS, because he was focused on Vibes, and like you mentioned, I8 is behind them. But again, they do have that valley to play around with. Now, shots are being fired at Vibes' end, which is going to kind of pique the curiosity of I8, which means ZEUS could have some time to, scatter a bit to the left of our screens. Now, again, they are in a valley. However, have a look at all the cover that they have. They have those rocks, they have those trees, but now with Vibes moving up, it could be problematic. However, since I8 heard the commotion, they could actually lay down some suppressive fire on Vibes, which I think they have anticipated. And I like the fact that we have the Cyber Trucks in the game as well. The perfect terrain is going to be in Sanhok, where you can drive over everything. But right now, Laurie Bot X is going to be cooking that grenade, and a couple of members of 7C could be blown to smithereens.
Two teams who didn't make it to the first Super Weekend going up against each other. Survival of the fittest. Fear, I think, has been spotted out. There we go. Right before the smoke blooms, and Laurie Bot X doing making quick work of the player. I'm taking a look at the zone here, XP. Both these two teams are pretty far away from where the zone is going to be, which is going to be towards Tatmok and Paradise Resort, where the other teams, some of the known names, are very comfortably already entrenched in. We got Paradox as well and Venom Legends, you can see towards Tatmok. But yeah, this battle, who's going to come out on top is the question. That's a great nade from Nixan. Nixon, not too sure how to pronounce his name. What do we go with? Nixan?
Well, let's go with Nixon. I think it sounds good, but it looks like Nixon is going to find himself at the receiving end of things. He does get taken down. Laurie Bot X could be in trouble. It does do a lot of damage. Half his HP has been chunked, wiped off. He is going to be applying bandages, of course, with that one first aid to be used in drastic situations later. Now, P and Crew, like you did mention, this fight is going to be problematic because one team only can move forth. However, what lies ahead is boot camp, and boot camp and the areas around it are already well occupied. And right now, 7C is going to be lobbing a grenade. It is going to open things up. Ayush does get taken down, which means they are going to be coming zigging and zagging away in tandem. Ale gets out. He does shoot, and looks like Bodex is going to get taken down with Blend in the distance, looking on helplessly.
Just one player remaining for P and Crew, XP. There's nothing he can do. That was a good recovery, though. Very good recovery coming in from 7C. And that nade is just pristine from Umbra. Lobs it, finds two. Seal 9 going up against the two-man squad of DRS. And look at him just running it through the flames. That is extremely brave from Senor, and he'll finally fall down to his knees. I do wonder what he was thinking. That leaves his teammate alone in a 1 versus 2. It's down to Umbra, and he's got to find both the knocks here. Mafia Ninja, well, he's going to finish him off. Senor will fall. That looked like Seal 9. It was a 2 versus 4 XP. Great nade. And then they just ran out into the flames. Like, he had space to hide behind, right? He didn't have to run straight into the fire. So I do wonder what Seal 9 were thinking there.
Now, I guess it was a little bit of a communication gap, because as he ran through the fire, he would have expected his teammates to come around the corner outside the house and basically, startle the enemy. And that is, of course, something that did not happen. That little sacrifice went in vain. But again, kudos to the other team for holding their ground and getting the job done. Elsewhere, we did see an AWN drop.
It for Joker.
I do believe, and we all know that man is good with his bolt action. We are going to see some arm shots later on, but right now, let's just jump back in the action. Now, we did kind of see earlier on, Zol and ABDE, the last two members from ZEUS Esports, did kind of take advantage of the fact that, they have this little valley, and the valley, as you can see, is scattered with small little compounds and a lot of rocks and foliage for cover. So again, against the I8 onslaught, they were safe. Now, on the southern side of things, Raw are going to be taking a little bit of a risky move. They are heading just west of the boot camp along the rocky terrain, along the coastline over there. Wait a second. This is the fight that we did kind of miss. And oh my goodness, that is some long range killing over there with the M4. Beautiful precision play.
Great precision, a laser beam. We all know how good those players from CL are. Right now, though, vibes have looked pretty solid so far. Getting a couple of knocks on the ZEUS early on. But they might be going up against Future Station. Now, Future Station are down to two-man squad, so they are not making a whisper, not a single footstep. As I say that, man, it's kind of moving on around. I don't think Vibes are aware of the position, so they're not really Yeah, they're making a lot of noise. So Vibe seem to be confident that there's no one there. Never mind. I think they spotted a player out. So nades are going to be hurled into the general direction of Magnet. Unfortunately, that one wasn't really well placed. The second one is, though, and Magnet is immediately having to vacate the premises. And I love the way Vibes are moving, XP. This is some high-level stuff.
Beautiful, beautiful move over here by Vibes as Magnet is going to be put on the ground. Now, Clutch Baba is making sure he keeps his ground. He hasn't made a single sound as yet, as all 4 members of Vibe are lined up. They come one after the other, but again, 4 guns are going to be trained on you. It's going to be pretty much impossible getting out of harm's way. Elsewhere, Seal have moved up closer to Para, and Para Viz is going to get taken down with Parakeet already on the knees, and Haza and GI have the work cut out. Now, Haza is going for a risky revive right outside the door, and you know what? It is going to pay off. Question is, do they have an idea? If they're right outside, Baron is going to spot the enemy. That grenade does tremendous damage. In fact, the second grenade, anticipating that move, gets the job done, and Zeke could go in for the finish.
G1 has everything to do. It's a 1 versus 2 right now for him, but once the res comes in, it's going to be almost impossible. But G1 is going to be going for the res here, which, if this nade finds its mark, that's going to be it for Paradox and Seal. Oh, that's it. Goodbye, Paradox. As G1 was on a sliver of HP. Zeke saw him cross as well. The second nade, I don't think it's going to find him. Maybe it will, but G1, yeah, he's able to avoid it for the time being. He's able to heal himself up as well, but they know exactly where he is, XP. And Seal, one thing we know about his leopard seals are they will not just allow their prey to get away from them. But amongst all the commotion, a couple of teams have arrived to the party. Look at that. Birthday boy himself, Steel Shot.
Well, let's see if he lives up to his name, and with that high accuracy gets a few knocks in, and wiping out a team could definitely be boosting their morale. But Seal, they're going to move on. They realize they still have 1 member left, and GI is going to go up against Zeke. However, Zeke is going to get the better of him with the Tommy gun going all gangster, getting the job done. However, like you did mention, Venom Legends did hear the commotion, and it looks like Seal's victory is going to be short-lived as they get ready for yet another team trying to take their position elsewhere. Smokey seems to have drowned, and does that mean we have a few boats roaming around out there? Or maybe just people swimming in the water getting shot at.
Well, yeah, whichever it is. I mean, whatever floats their boat. Ha! God, that was terrible, but I still... Well, I don't apologize. I will not apologize. But Killa might have to apologize to Joker later on, because Joker is getting shot at from the distance, and this is rough here. This is rough here for the side of Joker and his men, XP. R3D, they're out on that island separated by the water, and the circle is definitely not favoring them. And this was Parakeet taking down... Did he get the double knock here? Oh, if he got the double knock, that could potentially have been Paradox wiping out ZEUS. Seal Esports. Unfortunately, XP, just because he couldn't get the double knock, well, we know what Seal can do when they're able to get the reses on and then go for the revenge.
You know, you kind of mentioned R3D. R3D are on the move. They're trying to get to the main island. Now, what I'm kind of worried about, or what I'm actually startled about right now, is Venom Legends realize time is going to be of the essence. They are 220, 250 meters outside the circle. Again, I like the fact they're keeping an eye out on Seal. However, the fact that they have that high ground, this could be problematic, because if they skedaddle out of there with the vehicles, well, Venom Legends are going to be left in the dust, so to speak. Now, elsewhere, Dante with that M4 at distance, trying to get a knock on T2K. However, it's Crypto who gets Legend down to his feet. Sandesh is going to be in front of him. The grenade is lobbed. The grenade does look good. However, it's a bit too much. He switches to that M762. Almost gets the job done. But Crypto is the one who is left standing.
Oh, that was pure, absolute butt clench coming in. And, he's still standing. And wait, did he just get
done?
That's it.
Got shot from elsewhere.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. He could have got the res on all 3 of his teammates, XP. All 3 of them were on their knees, but they were not taken out yet. But that's what happens when you play in the edge, right? It gets very, very messy indeed. T2K will, however, survive on 1 member for the time being. The question is, when is the res going to be coming on in? 1 player has been taken down. Steel Shot has come, never mind. Steel Shot's been able to get himself back up. So Suyog is down for the count, however. Look at R3D as well, XP. They had 4 players alive a while ago, and now everyone just gone.
Whenever you go to that little tiny island in the middle of the water, it's always a massive gamble. And especially, you can do it if you are going to be stealthy. if you make some commotion, well, all eyes are going to be on you. Now, Dante is going to have to take a fight against Steel Shot. Steel Shot, the birthday boy, is going to be brought down to his knees, courtesy of sharp shrapnel from that grenade, which is going to thwart their movement just a little bit, and it's going to be a bombardment. Forget it. Somebody called it the artillery strike, because it looks like Venom Legends are being fried right now as Frypan is down on his knees as well. One man standing, and in the blink of an eye, another one bites the dust, and Venom Legends play out in a jiffy.
Another one bites the dust. Just 1 point as well. Well, I don't want to get copyright struck here on YouTube, XB, so let's keep our singing for our private parties. ZEUS out in the open, the two-man squad, ably barely alive, the zone pushing them in, and they are walking straight in to Vibes. Jiggle doesn't miss those. They notice another player there.
That's a kill stolen, though.
Was it?
Top 2A knocked him down, and Jiggle.
And they're right there. They're right next to them. So now Vibes, they're like, all right, we got to get a couple of free kills, but it's not going to be that easy. It's going to be Stalwart Esports, who are some very, very nasty neighbors on that mountain. But bear in mind, on the other side of this hill, they also have to contend with A1 Esports, who have all 4 members alive and kicking. T2K, ZEUS, one member still there. How is ZEUS still in contention? How is he still alive?
I mean, well, he does have the power of the gods, and now he's going to be administering those first aids. Last one in, and now he's going to be firing frantically at anything that moves as he makes his last stand. He wants to see someone. He might just shoot randomly, and before he could, he is taken by the blue. Now, let me tell you one thing. A1 Esports haven't budged in, I would say, the last 10, maybe 15 minutes. They've had this position on lockdown since quite a long time, staying away from the danger and, taking on head-on fights, but they have been picking off stragglers here and there. Yes, sir.
How many times have we seen a 4 versus 4 versus 4 in the final 3 teams?
Ooh,
it's a rarity. We don't get to see this that often. And if you look at the way they're arrayed, all right, let's take a look at the mini-map over there. Okay, this is great. A bird's eye view, right?
Beautiful.
A1 haven't moved, but they're well outside of the next play zone. Stalwart have opted to go for a 2-2 split where they have control of the center and the northern side of the play zone, and Vibes are on the southern side. They can creep up together. So 3 very different approaches, 3 very different teams. So what's going to happen? I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I really don't know.
All right, so have a look at this. They've deployed smokes. They're going to be crawling their way along the left edge of the circle towards Stalwart. Now, they are already aware of Vibe's position because they were making a tremendous amount of damage, right? So now Top A could be in a prime position because, again, keep one thing in mind. If you are hitting the deck, chances are you're going to be closest to trees and boulders. That is where they are going to be looking first. And have a look at Top A. They just took negative position.
Oh, he unleashes. XP here unleashes. He's going to find one, and he's trying to finish off the job as well. But because of the tracer fire from his bullets, he will be spotted out. Meanwhile, Action is just mowing down A1. And Action just took down A1 Esports single-handedly. He's on 8 kills, XP, and they're moving in for the kill here. Vibes, one member remains standing.
Oh my goodness!
Stalwart Esports.
Wow!
In a blink of an eye, completely, absolutely destroy every single player in the server. 8 kills in 8 seconds. Take a bow.
Wow. Stalwart Esports, Astra Academy, 15 kills to their name.
Holy hell.
30 points from this gameplay. Have a look at how they all lined up. They all showed themselves in one magazine with that gangster Tommy gun. Action mows them down like a lawnmower for some much needed. Oh my, that was beautiful. I mean, again, and the fact that his team just carried on that momentum and mowed down the other team. Brilliant. Have you seen something like this before?
I've never seen that. I've never seen one man.
You just said, Blay. You just said XP 4v4, and the next second, boom, everything's on.
Listen, 8 kills in 8 seconds is something I don't think I've ever seen. I think it was closer than 8 seconds once they started firing off. Have you ever seen a player wipe out an entire team with one magazine where they're all at 100 HP? That is just ludicrous. And I'm going to be looking at the highlight reel. That is the play of the tournament so far. That has to be the tournament.
The moment I told you that, A1 Esports started crawling their way from the left side towards the position, I did kind of mention Stalwart would have been, forget everything. Top's position is what started it all off. Again, he was in that bush in the middle of the circle, and, Jiggle pretty much was looking at his direction, had no idea, turned around, got knocked out. That started that chain of events. A1 Esports moved in, got mowed down. I can go on and on, Blake.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened there. I'm going to need a break, and I'm sure so do you. But do come back very quickly because we have the analyst desk to break down what was an incredible map of Sanhok, which is why I love Sanhok.
All right, welcome to the virtual studio for this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the second week. We've just got done with the second game of the first league play, and it is looking pretty good. I mean, it is a Mongolian destruction that seems to be coming back, settling in. What do you guys think?
Stalwart just... Oh my god, they just went all
He
over
made
the
them an
place.
offer they couldn't refuse.
Wow, what a play. What an incredible play. I mean, talk about that final few moments. That was unbelievable the way
Yeah.
Stalwart were able to play.
Oh my god. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, it's 62.
Healing done. 8 kills. 9. I get it. So I get it why this lad has 901 damage. His 400 damage just came in the final moments. That's all that he got.
But
Oh,
again, I mean, incredible. The way he was able to just completely pinch it down A1. That
The
was
best part.
Yep.
The best part is the circle was behind boot camp, right? And
Yeah.
this team was in boot camp for like 90% of the match. They started
Right.
moving in, and whilst I guess Vibes and even Esports they were trying to get inside the circle, this was the only team in the zone. So
Yeah.
they just had it. They got for a 2-2 split, and that just worked up in their favor.
I mean,
But you know, again, I mean, you guys have mentioned this as well, right? As we move on to the top players, let's continue the conversation because when you have the circle working for you, all right, fine, really good. You should get the game and you should definitely get the chicken dinner, yes. But that does not always happen because you have to play your cards right, and
Yeah.
that is where Stalwart did do perfection.
yeah, Stalwart Esports, as you said, they played their cards right, and also Action's incredible play, because in that final 4v4, as the casters pointed out, things could have gone either way. Vibes were closing in from the backlines as well, and had A1 Esports sort of delayed the fight, had the fight been sort of extended to, I believe, just 20 more seconds, Vibe would have brought themselves in a position from where they could have changed things. But Action just shutting A1 down, and then all of Stalwart just refocusing themselves on the players of Vibes. It was an incredible moment to watch from these lads, and just an absolute destruction right there from A1 Stalwart Esports.
Exactly. With that, as we move on through to the match rankings, we can see right there what a play the Mongolian team has been able to bring to our tables. 15 kills, along with, of course, that chicken dinner, walking away with 30 points from this game.
It's weird. For the first time, I'm seeing ZEUS Esports only on placement points and no kill points. I just don't believe my eyes, right? Because we know that this team always just thrives on kill department. But well, this happened, and right now you see ZEUS at the 7th position. But moving up forward, Future Station 952, a team that actually goes for placement points, they did not get it. So we don't always get what we want. So yeah, that's one thing. But PN Crew again, Venom Legends again. R3D, this is exactly what I was saying.
I mean, quite an unfortunate series of events for these squads, but talking about unfortunate events, I want to talk about that Molotov that happened by one of the players from Seal 9, I believe.
No, it was Muffin Ninja. I guess his Molotov was around Seal 9's players as they were trying to move out in the...
That was a fight I'm talking about when Enki
yeah. Oh, I was just in that fighting stance because I remember that happened, but then
Yes, that was also an incredible fight. I mean, because DRS, they lost 2 of their lads in that fight, and it was a 4v2 when it started.
Yeah,
Indeed.
definitely.
Indeed, on the other front, I mean, let's talk a little bit about I8 as well. What do you guys think when it comes down to this team's gameplay or play style in the Super Weekend 1 compared to right now in the league plays itself? Once again, they're keeping themselves reserved, you think? Ocean?
Yeah, with I8, I'm confident this team will, qualify. I mean, a team that for first Super Weekend, right? For first, league days, I would say a team that was on 16th position actually gets up to the 8th position as well, and then obviously they end up their first league week with the 10th position for themselves, and then they come up on Super Weekend, and well, they have really good games. Do you remember, Gyals and Crypto have pretty neck to neck in their own individual competitions.
Yep.
So I would say I do believe in I8 that they will do pretty good. I8, I mean, if you're talking about Clarity Bablu, these are some amazing teams, and I want to see R3D there as well. That's just my concern.
Exactly. Varun, on the other front, dude, I do want to have the conversation brought on towards you when it comes down to Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I mean, we saw them really do perfectly awesome, brilliant gameplays working for them during the first week of the league play. As they moved into the Super Weekend, we kind of saw that, downward slope for them. And now, as we start off with our second week of the league plays itself, it is still not looking good for them, dude. What do you think could be the reason?
I mean, it has been quite interesting because even during the Super Weekend, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, the squad of Raw, even in a few matches, they did in fact do really well for themselves because of that one individual that is going to be B-Shawl. And the last league play days, it's the same thing as Ocean said. The goal for this team is going to be to qualify and watch what their opponents are doing. So based on how the lineup is, I believe they will be able to make it on the other side. But once they get to the Super Weekend, the entire team needs to perform. Otherwise, there's going to be a world of trouble for the squad.
Absolutely. On the other front, I mean, when it comes down to the first day right here on our league plays itself, that was just an incredible start where Mongolians are doing so very good. With that, Ocean, take us through that final fight, dude. I mean, it was a 4v4v4, and I think it's the caster's curse. I mean, as soon as Blay mentioned it, the team was annihilated. A1 was not allowed to be in that lobby for more than 5 seconds after that.
I mean, to be honest, that just, is the way it happened. I mean, I remember Action was just lying down around, and whilst Action was just there, I'm pretty sure he heard the cues of a lot of players just, moving in. And I'm pretty sure it's just, once you're just lying down, the sound visualization, that is just the only thing that just, stays with yourself. Look at this, where Action is at this moment. If I will just, he is just, trying to look out for the areas. And you see the circle right now? Well, it's going to close in a while. You see this timer. This is the timer where the circle is going to close in. So let's just move forward and let's just see once the circle closes in. I would want to see the Action's point. Oh, yeah, look at this right now. So Action, let's just pause it. Action was looking first at that area. This is a really good thing because his two teammates are actually focusing on vibes as well. So Action had already given out calls that, yeah, I see people moving here because he actually saw a few pixels moving. But as soon as his own, diversion happened, that was around these players. And whilst he is spraying, so this is actually, lower body shots. That's what he's doing. That's why the damage of 18 is coming up. He was spraying on Sinister. Look at this. RXX is not even touched at this moment. And Dante did deal a bit of damage. Meanwhile, 6ix9ine Boy was getting damage out from the zone itself. But as soon as he starts, spraying more and more, he takes down one. He instantly shifts it to Dante, and he has spotted down 6ix9ine as well, who was taking the damage from zone. As soon as his spray was moving, transferring from Dante, he actually gave damage to the fourth player as well. That's why he was on low HP. And with 3 bullets remaining, it's perfect understanding that, yeah, I should be using a Tommy gun right now, not an M4. I get M4's damage is good, but Tommy's extra bullet capacity is kind of helping me. That just worked out.
It did. I mean, along with that, the skill working in the dude's favor, just complete domination showcased from the side of Stalwart. With that, let's move on through with the Oppo F19 performance. Warren.
I mean, this was an interesting game. We had a slow start, 10 minutes in, no casualty, and then all hell breaks loose with this fight. Vibes actually did really well for themselves. They were the ones to start things off, and they were there till the very end. On the wrong side, though, finishing off in the second position. But they have been consistent, because remember, even on Erangel, Vibes did pretty well for themselves.
True. Yeah, I mean, they did do pretty good. But look at this right now. If you look at Stalwart, again, Bootcamp's area was there. Vibes behind that area, and A1 Esports as well, just coming down from the backlines of Paradise. These 3 teams had really dominant positions inside the circle from where they could just control the entirety of the fight. And that is one of the sole things that is help these lads to actually acquire a lot of breathing space for themselves in the fights. I mean, look at this. Wherever they are finding their opponents, it's either the opponents who are coming around the circle because these players have the circle, or it's either those opponents that already are on low HP because they were maybe engaged in other fights or something.
Yeah, this was an interesting moment from the side of Paradox because Keat and Hazard should have just moved off the entrance and walked further back because they had their teammate, I believe it was G1, who was there ready on the flank to cause a lot of trouble for anyone that came for the teammates, but then they decided to go for a revive just right outside the shack and they got punished for that. There was a possibility, but still, I mean, just a small little error in decision making just costing them quite a lot of points from this match.
Oh, I remember, when Action knocked one player down, but the kill was instantly stolen. Like, these were the kind of moments that happened. And this is where I was saying, right? They're split up, so the other players are actually looking onto Vibes. And this lad with those 50 bullets, he just never stopped, spraying these bullets. And meanwhile, whilst the chaos was happening on the other side, Vibes, they were distracted. It was an easy game.
Now imagine this, had A1 Esports just distracted, not distracted, but held on against Stalwart Esports for a few more seconds. That means Action would have been out of the fight against Vibes. It would have been a 3v3 against Vibes, and then the players of A1 Esports would have had to deal with Action for a few seconds. It was a 1v4, so they could have taken him down. More like a world of possibilities from that final fight itself. Anything could have happened, but Stalwart Esports, they did a good job.
They certainly did a real good job capitalizing on the position that they found themselves in. Along with that, of course, the circle also definitely favoring them helped out quite a lot. With that, as we move on forth to the storyboard altogether itself, which is going to be the overall ranking from the entirety of the saga that we are part of right now, it is looking, once again, I mean, what a play. What an amazing play being showcased right there. 6 positions up from this game. Stalwart is going to be on the top of the leaderboard for now. But once again, I mean, it is just going to be focused on the top 16 teams during these league plays, as the Super Weekends is what's going to count.
Yeah, and there's this thing as well. Public Clarity, they had their chicken dinner, but obviously they were not playing this game, right? So their impact was obviously missing. In the upcoming game, they will be coming back, and I guess there's going to be another group that's going to be just sitting out for the competition. But that's where it just comes on. Public Clarity did kind of really good in their first game, that it still gives them a really good safety cushion. Meanwhile, the other teams are kind of just so one bad game, one good game. That's Stalwart's story right now, because this game was 15 kills, the first game was 4 kills. Well, they did get 2 placement points in that, but this is where they did really good.
Yeah, completely agree with that, but I want to see the second page of the standings and see the teams that are not doing so good. And well, starting from the bottom, it is going to be Future Station sitting on that 20th position. Now, we know that the signature playstyle for this team is always going for those placement points, but they are struggling with that right now. While they want to survive, everyone else wants to go for those kills, and that is the reason where I believe Future Station, they're going to have to bring in a little bit more aggression this time around. Just try and see if they can just cut down the number of the teams, of the players that they will be running into. High Voltage, I have a lot of expectations from these teams. I want to see a good performance from High Voltage when they return.
DE as well.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these teams, rather, you know, I mean, you talk about from that 15th position onwards or 14th position onwards, from Venom all the way to PN Crew, to getting it further down into the list, to, of course, Future Station and the others. We all are certainly known, we've seen them, rather, you know, perform and outperform their competition again and again, but somewhere along the line, they are lacking just a little bit. With that, we've got the third game coming right up on our screens. Erangel is going to be the map, and Group C is not participating.
Talking about the map chance of this one, this is where, you know, I just don't get it. Future Station, they still have the dominant position, but the thing is, today they are not performing at all. Like, that's just, you know, my personal intuition that there is, but I don't know. And well, with that one, right, Group D is coming back again, and the last game was Public Clarity's Erangel. The first Erangel was obviously, you know, their amazing Erangel. So I would love to see how they defend their own areas this time, and if the circle's northern circle, well, ZEUS would love to play that one.
Exactly. Varun, with that, any prediction coming in from you, dude, when it comes down to this third game?
I would say ZEUS, they did well in the first, Stalwart did well in the second. I'm going to go with another team that did really well during the Super Weekend. I'm going to go with T2K this time, because they did pretty decent in the last game as well.
Oh yes, oh definitely they did. With that, let's get this third game on our screens. Let's get this thing rolling, and for that, of course, we have to cue in our lovely casters. They're going to be none other than XP and Blay.
Thank you once again for that, Blotter. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping in straight into game number 3 of the day on Erangel. XP, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened in that final circle, man. That is just ludicrous from Action.
I mean, well, the analyst desk kind of pointed it out, and it's pretty much, it comes down to the weapon. It's that Tommy gun. It's just when you hold that in your hands, you know what I mean? He just basically had it at his hip. He just had an uncontrollable rate of fire, going all gangster, like I like saying, you know, iconic with the good old 1920s. But anyway,
Al Capone. Can we call him Al Capone now?
Of course. I mean, yeah, I guess he is killing a lot of people. Anyway, coming back to what is going to happen now is we are going to have a shuffle of groups once again, and I do believe Group C is going to be sitting this one out, which means 7C, Stalwart, A1, and RAW are out, and well, Group D is going to be coming back in. Now, again, it is going to be Erangel, and you know, we did kind of mention that in the league plays, you only have 8 games to make it in the top 16, and for a couple of them, it's looking a bit dicey, especially Future Station right at the bottom over there. What do you think needs to happen over there? How are they going to
wake up. I mean, that's the only thing I can say, right? Like Venom Legends, and even if you look at PN Crew, even they're struggling quite a bit, right? Like 2 games now. You said you're going to give them at least a couple more games. Now they have another opportunity to try and make it happen. But as the day progresses, as the games continue to happen, your chances, your opportunities are dwindling away. So that is something that a lot of these teams have to keep an eye out for. And also, like we keep talking about the 4 teams who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend. Think about the other teams. They qualified for the first Super Weekend. So imagine them having to sit out Super Weekend number 2. That's got to be gutting as well.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be like a little bit of salt on a wound, so to speak. But again, they do have the chance to make it back. And, again, consistency is something that is key in any tournament, right? When you come in, you've got to have the mindset and the morale that you are here to win. Once that is a little shaky, that's when the nerves start kicking in. So for a couple of teams, like let's take Paradox, for example, right? We are, I think, in unanimous decision that, they are the underdogs over here. And they have the steepest learning curve, let's just say that, as far as the competition is compared to in this tournament, right? But they did get the chicken dinner. They've been getting a few kills. They've been surprising us, which goes to tell that, these veteran teams, so to speak, still have the capabilities, but something, of course, is going off. Could even be something as simple as communication, because that is something that is overlooked. So, I think they need to go back to the basics play and, just play as a unit.
Back to basics, play as a unit. The golden words of advice coming in from the doc himself, XP, and we're going to be jumping straight in. Map number 3, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be on Erangel. And looking at a plane path, it is going to be starting from the western side of the island, heading towards military base, meaning that Yasnaya, Stalwart, Severny, Shooting Range, and even Rozok is quite a distance away. And a lot of these teams, for them, a lot of them do like dropping towards shelter, for example. Farm is, of course, a possibility, but that could potentially change the drop locations for a couple of teams here. I expect for ZEUS, they have 2 options. They can still drop towards shelter pretty close by. They can drop early as well and head towards Georgopol. So a lot of options available for a lot of these teams. And the fact that there is that nice little scenic highway on the western side of the island where they can just drive along the coast, head towards Georgopol, they should be going for that, right?
That is exactly what they're doing. Again, they are going to be the first ones to drop down. Now, usually we do see them in Western Georgopol, and judging by the fact, wait a second, a little bit of a different maneuver over here. Paradox Play has decided to jump in early, and in fact is heading towards Georgopol itself.
Very
now, Paradox
brave.
are the team, very brave. Now, normally we usually see them, if they venture out of their norms, they usually go to Milta, but normally we've seen them in and around Lipovka. So again, this is going to be a complete 360, which is something that I'm excited about because, they might just take the fight right off the bat. And judging by how they're going to land just over Everest. So what they're doing is they're going to go for the compounds just south of the mountain and possibly make their way. Now they have 2 options, right? Depending on the circle, they either go south into Gutka. Oh, there you have it.
Yes!
Look at that circle. Blaze a happy man. I'm a happy man. Tremendous amount of water. The military
I8's very happy. I8's very happy as well.
I mean,
look
they're
at
going to be a
DRS.
mixed bunch.
Look at DRS.
I love it. Ooh, we're going to have something new for you, ladies and gentlemen, this time around. Looks like
finally
some things are finally being contested.
I love it. I love how everyone's just switching
how many
it up.
teams.
That's nuts. Wizzies with vibes and DRS. DRS not going towards Yasnaya. They had the opportunity. They had the option. They wanted to. An early battle breaking out. That's what I've been waiting for. But unfortunately, XP's Venom Legends, they're just not having a good time at all. Neither did they have a good time in the first group stage. Neither are they having it now here in the third game of the second week, as it is going to be Seal drawing first blood early on. Birthday Boy, well, he's had a rough time, and Killer's already got the M24 very early steel shot. I don't think his position is known yet, and he could potentially kind of ruin the day, or at least one of the players, but I can't see any of his teammates nearby. They're spread quite thin. That is problematic.
That is problematic. If you had a look, Seal kind of dropped down towards the triangle of Pochinki, whereas Venom Legends have the north, they have the school covered, they have the 6 houses covered, and they have the other side of the street covered as well. But again, too much distance between them is going to be problematic, as Frying Pan giving too much of his body out in the open as he threw that grenade, letting killer basically put him in the ground was problematic, and looks like Steel Shot's position is going to come under fire as well. Question is, Wally is going to be going up in the room. Does he know that the enemy is right next? As he does get up, few bullets have been exchanged, but Steel Shot still holding his ground, keeping the enemy guessing, thinking that he could be on the higher floors of this house. Now, my question is, are the remaining members of Venom Legends, especially the ones near the church, are they going to do something about it? Because Void has a good angle, Nightwing is going to have a good angle, but again, communication is going to be key, as elsewhere we have fights breaking out. Wizards with Vibe taking on T2K.
Steel Shot's not budging. He's not making a move, and 2 knocked down from afar. Steel Shot could just completely ruin them. He could completely single-handedly take down Seal, but he hasn't moved yet.
He's up top.
No, he's so hesitant though, XP. There was a chance there for him to kind of jump on in, but the reses have taken place, and Seal, everyone's back up again, and Steel Shot still has not moved an inch from his position.
I am not going to be disappointed with this, because look at the Seal still think there's one member up top. They're going to give it their all to basically bombard that. Now, in that moment, Nightwing and Void are going to have to come in elsewhere. We have another fight breaking out. It did look like Wizards with Vibe had somebody else to contend with. The Deadeyes guys are going to be coming in, and he is going to take him down inside the house. Of course, that high rate of fire from the Uzi coming in handy. Now, that is a replay on your left, action that just took place a little while earlier, but right now, Rules is going to cock that grenade. He's going to throw it. Of course, it's going to be in the wrong direction, as Shifu is going to be picked up.
Well, this is a start which we weren't expecting, but that's what happens when you have a circle like that. That's what happens when you have a plain path like that. And Deadeyes guys now having to go up against Wizzies with Vibes. Now Shifu has gone prone, is trying to heal himself up, while on top and Frag are trying to keep their opposition at bay. Frag's going to be dealing quite a bit of damage with that rifle of his, but he is going to be pincered, pushed in by 2 members. Delta X trying to spot a player out. 3 members of Deadeyes guys are arrayed inside of that compound. They've taken so much damage, but they're still standing, XP. Delta X is being a thorn in their side. As I say that, one of them will drop. It's going to be Shifu. The res has to take place. On top is barely alive, and that's the opportunity for Wizzies with Vibes to strike. And indeed, they're going to strike like a venomous snake, sinking their fangs in, and from behind comes in the final member. That was played to almost perfection. It was a 3 versus 3, and Deadeyes guys, well, they go out dead last.
Well, they do, and that particular building, you don't want to be in that situation on the ground floor, because pretty much windows are going to be giving your position away everywhere else, and right now Venom Legends Steel Shot is finally going to be found out. He did take down 1 member from Seal. That was Zake, who is going to be on his feet in a matter of seconds. Now, Void and Nightwing, if you have a look, they're already on the run, which means Steel Shot was kind of given up on.
He was kind of
early,
screwed.
And well, for the birthday boy, it couldn't get any worse than that. However, if his team does manage to survive till the end and rake up a few points on the way, well, it could be a little bit of redemption. But right now, Crypto, one of our leaders on the kill feed, tremendous firepower from this gentleman over here, does know that there is some commotion happening towards, the direction he's looking at. And again, he's being extra careful not to give his position away. Elsewhere, his teammate.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what you were saying there. Like, I love how I8, they didn't waste time sticking around the military base. They immediately went towards the bridge, because they knew there was going to be some early rotations taking place, and they just completely annihilate 2 members of Vibes. But look at Future Station, though. They know what's happening on that bridge, so they decided to take a more aquatic route, and they could potentially get the flank onto I8, but there is also the possibility of them running up against DRS.
Now, Blade, Future Station and that position, I mean, it's like deja vu. We've seen them on top of those cliffs so many times. A couple of times, in fact, gutting down all the little fish in the water, so to speak, and a couple of times the receiving end of things as well. Again, what I'm trying to say is it is terrain that they are used to. They know the nooks and crannies of that location, and, they should be able to get the better of them. Now, for teams like R3D, if you have a look at them in Primorsk, they only have a few options right now, right? Either you can still head east towards Ferry Pair and have a little skerfuffle or a little skirmish at the bridge, or they can swim across or travel by boat. But now, Future Station's position is going to be keeping a check on that water. However, as you did mention, DRS want to do something similar. They want to have the prime position as well. So it could be we might have a little fight breaking out on the military island. But again, as you mentioned, I8 quick to the movement, realizing that the military island is going to be hot property, and Nima just fired into thin air, giving his position away.
That's all right. I8 not going to be sticking around there. It's going to be Blade cutting a path through, and he's got his teammates arrayed around as well. So I8, they have the loot. They already have a couple of kills early on, and they need to. I mean, this is their third game, right? They need to start racking up a few points. A team who were incredible during the Super Weekend, alongside the likes of T2K and ZEUS Esports. Crypto. The longer he waits there, though, the more there is a higher chance of him getting spotted out from the beach and getting sniped away by maybe an M24 or perhaps even AWM, which we haven't seen yet so far. We do have the Mark 14, however. It looks like it's going to be dropping on the cliff, and there's no one nearby to retrieve it. Which direction do you think the circle is going to be heading towards? Oh, I love this from Future Station. They not just crossed the water, XP, we're using the boats, but they've also found a very, very good position here. This is probably one of the highest grounds available on this part of the island, and despite DRS having controlled that compound, they could easily get spotted out. Now the next zone is going to dictate what's going to be happening. If it goes further south, expect those bridges to be a bloodbath. That oh boy, I love everything about that zone.
Well, Future Station are definitely going to be a happy bunch. And what's this? Clutch Baba right next to Crypto. Crypto being a little cryptic over there, reversing his car slowly, trying to give the enemy a couple of cues, but now he runs forward on foot, and the chances of getting spotted are going to be high right about now as soon as his login comes over that cliff. But again, he's being extra careful, and at this stage, I8 should be at least, they should anticipate that position could be taken away, because again, we've seen it in the past. This particular prime real estate is going to be hotly contested, as GI is going to find himself coming under fire from Blade. Now, Blade does have this higher position. He does get the knock, and he is going to be spotted out again. Now, Paradox are in a paradox, because they're kind of putting themselves in a little bit of a situation between their hard rock, rock in a hard place, because now they're just going to get pummeled by bullets. They don't have any escape play.
Weren't expecting this position from Blade and his reviews. And look at the way I8 are arrayed. They literally have no cover. Parakeet is basically the only player with some health to work with. He's going to be rattling off a number of shots on towards Crypto. At least his teammate, that's Wiz, has managed to heal himself up, but they're now down to a two-man squad. And even though the smokes have been deployed, Blade's position is going to provide him vision on top of the smoke, so he could still take them down if they want to peel away. Now, the question here for the side of Paradox XP is, where did they go? If they can head back up north, but the circle, the chances of it shifting down south is almost 100%.
I say that they should drop down in the water, because coming behind them, we are going to have a couple of teams. It's going to be the Mongolian Seal and Seal 9 are going to be hot on their tails coming in from the north. So that is going to be problematic. And why I say jumping down is a good option, because have a look at their position. They still have some water to contend with, so they won't take damage. And the fact that there's a tremendous amount of teams coming in from the western front. Future Station are going to be opening fire sooner or later, giving their position away, which is going to draw some attention away from the bridge. Also, have a look at Seal 9. Man, that fight is going to be problematic, as Inky is going to be taken down, as Killer is going to go around from the right flank. That is going to be absolutely sublime, but it looks like Umbra does see that coming. He is going to cook that grenade. In fact, he throws it. Zay could be in trouble. That grenade does go off. However, no feet leave the ground.
Umbra having to do everything by himself. He's alone. Oh, that's a great nade, though. Can he get the kill? Can he confirm the kill? He's going to cook another one, but he knows there's a flank coming in from left. He spotted Baron. He's trying to finish off the player, at least get a confirmed kill. He's going to get another knock. Now, Umbra's doing it all by his lonesome. But finally, the nade will find him. Baron putting Umbra down to his knees. And Seal 9, unfortunately, the other two members, there's no way they can come and res the teammates. And Paradox, their woes continue. Another knock taking place, and it's all on Parakeet to try and keep their hopes alive. Killer will finally put Umbra out of his misery with an M249, a little bit of overkill there, and they're going to have enough time to heal themselves up. And all... Oh, hold up. I just saw a team nearby. It is ZEUS, and they have arrived to the party.
Well, they may have dealt with one Mongolian team, but another one is going to be taking its spot instead. Looks like ZEUS could be just driving past. They know that the circle is going to be closing in, and chances are we are going to be heading down south, which means they're in a pretty tough spot. Now, Parakeet is still going to be on the bridge. I'm surprised that, Seal 9 didn't make a breakthrough through the bridge, as the circle is going to implode in on itself. Future Station are going to be a happy bunch right now. R3D Blay, against all odds, have made it to solid
That's
ground.
crazy.
I was anticipating some gunfire, because all of them had different boats, and we all know they kind of tend to explode a bit quicker than vehicles, and that is truly astonishing.
XP, Ferrypier is going to be a mass graveyard for a lot of teams right now. And whoever survives, they still have to cross on towards the island. Now, what High Voltage have done, though, if you can open up the minimap for about 2 seconds, they have sneakily avoided everyone, and they're going to be crossing that channel, and I believe they're going to be safe for the time being.
Oh, yeah.
But up north, northwest, just north of the circle, my god, ZEUS, PN Crew, the 3 surviving members of SEAL, it's a bloodbath, and we still have Venom Legends there as well.
Also, keep in mind, they're all going to be plowing their vehicles in the water by the look of things. Seal 9, Monkey's car should already be inside, and he should be in the passenger side, which means ZEUS could get shot upon. But they suddenly realize that, and they're like, wait a second, you know what? We're going to go for the bridge. They are going to be alighting from their vehicles as Seal is going to be driving past. Expect some bullets to fly, expect some cars to go boom, and Wally does lose control. However, he makes sure he gets it, and through the bridge railing, they sneakily get on the other side, and Seal have done what Paradox should have moments ago, but Zeke is going to get taken down. Killer alights from his vehicle, and wow, ZEUS are going to get that 1 kill. Was it just stolen?
I don't know. I'm not too sure what happened there, but Killer, he tried to get down to try and res his teammate, but the moment he got taken down, he realizes maybe he should have just jumped straight into the water as well. So now 2 members inside of the water, as ZEUS are going to be taking an aquatic route as well. Wally in the water swimming around, and Abel's going to be still sticking around on the main island, while the remaining members of his team, of Team ZEUS, are going to be making a swim, going to be doing a few butterfly strokes across the water. We still have Killer and Parakeet on the bridge.
Well, I guess it kind of feels like they're playing dead right now, because the other team seem to be oblivious, especially since Seal was right behind them. But now the fact that they've all jumped in water, they are currently safe. Now, I8 still know that Paradox are hiding amongst all that burning wreckage on the bridge, but their position could be challenged soon enough. Have a look at everybody just coming in closer, High Voltage doing the right thing, coming in unopposed from the east. But now Crypto does spot a couple of things moving in the water, which should not be there, and he does lay down a few shots. However, they do not find its mark, and it looks like Paradox finally got the memo, jumped in as well. However, ooh, man, making it to the beach could be problematic.
Problems abound for a lot of these teams. Blade, he still hasn't budged from their position, XP. He's such a good spot, he doesn't even need backup. So we got 4 Mongolians in the water right now. We got a couple of SEALs as well, where, you know, obviously the water is their element. However, looking at the zone shift, DRS, very happy. T2Gay, very happy. R3D, exceedingly happy, because they're on the cliff, so they don't have to worry about anyone coming up from behind them. Now, the question here for the side of I8 are, how long are they going to be waiting around? Right?
Well, I think that's going to be answered right now. They're on the move, Blade.
If Blade's not careful, High Voltage, 4 players are right on top of the cliff. Monkey might get a lot of free kills and a free knocks here, XP. He's got the rock to cover him away, could cover him from I8. But ZEUS, all 4 members, amphibious assault on the bridge. But Monkey, he's lying in wait.
You got to keep one thing in mind. Possibly, it is possible that Zeol does have vision on Monkey right now, especially since he has that beautiful angle, and Monkey is going to be lobbing grenades. Now, it's all going to be about timing, because ZEUS need to come up in strong numbers, even if they just need to take out this one man, because, again, he's on solid ground, and looks like Icy and Dari and Godless, I beg your pardon, are going to be the daring heroes who are going to come up from behind, and Monkey is going to be put down. He suddenly realizes he's in trouble, but now this is when he is going to be surrounded by the enemy. Godless is going to be taken out from distance. That was, of course, a little gamble that they did have to take, and right now the second member is going to go down as well, courtesy of I8 from afar. Again, the gamble did pay off. However, they are going to lose one member in the form of Godless. His days are numbered. Icy should be picked up safe behind cover.
How is he still alive? Oh, there we go. Finally, he's been put down. Oh, look at I8 though. They're making a play for it now. They're pushing in. They want to wipe out ZEUS, but they need to be careful because Seal are there, and they have that boat for cover right now, but one player has already been knocked down by, I do believe that was by Abele, and Abele is completely dismantling the remaining members of SEAL. And ZEUS, what a game by them. Meanwhile, let's not forget P and Crew have gone for a very long swim, and they have also been spotted out. I8, they're spoiled for choice, XP. They don't know who to shoot at because there's so many bodies in the water. But amongst all the commotion, it looks like Venom Legends and P and Crew will make landfall. But that means Magnet, he's going to be licking his lips because there are a lot of potential kills with his name on it.
Potential kills, yes, but the angle that he's set up on is just going to give him a little bit of a window to lay down some
Ably
lead.
see
And the moment he starts firing, not yet, but the moment he starts firing, all eyes are going to go up on that thing. And there you have it. He's now finally spotted out. Magnet does make a little bit of a mistake, realizes it, and is back in cover. And PN Crew, oh boy, they are going to be pummeled. They are going to be relentlessly fired upon.
Oh, there's no cover, XP.
He switches his weapon, gets Ayus down as well. 2 members of PN Crew still behind both for cover. That is truly a godsend. But their teammates, man, that is going to be a painful death indeed.
Do they really have cover though? Because Void, he can deal damage onto them. There we go. Blended's been taken down. Nixon's gonna fall as well. 1 player remains for the side of PN Crew, and I do believe he's been spotted out as well. But Void is kind of screwed as well, XP. I don't think he's gonna be able to go up this particular ledge. No, he can't. The only option he's got is drop into the water and try to swim for the beach. But unfortunately, well, the decision has been made for him. Ably is gonna take care of Void. Venom Legends get eliminated in the 12th position. They at least do get the 1 kill, but it's just not enough, XP. I8 though, all 4 alive, 7 kills to their name, and ZEUS Esports down to just a 2-man squad, but they have racked up 6 kills.
I8 are playing really brilliant right now, especially the fact that, they are covering large areas of ground all by themselves, making sure everyone is looking in a different direction. They are playing as a tight-knit unit. Now, Visits with Vibes at the edge of the circle, of course, the new circle is formed, and their position has been given away because High Voltage, especially Wadu G, is getting into position to lay down some lead in their direction. Now, have a look at the circle again. I8 is going to have majority of the ground covered under their banner. However, the fact that Future Station have one of the 2 compounds in play could be something that helps them later on. PN Crew still survived by 1 man in the form of Lori. Bot X is trying to make his way behind the team I just mentioned before, but now AJ is taking the fight to Bublu. A grenade has been thrown and looks like Danny could be caught in the blast radius, but it is just a little too short.
Bublu. Though it's been a quiet game for them so far. They have done a good job avoiding most of the action. I8 though, a nade knock onto a member of High Voltage. We'll get back to it later on. Oh, never mind. We're actually going to be getting back straight into it. Oh, Reviews clinical shots. He's taking matters into his own hands. He spots another player as well. It's going to be extreme. Another knock coming in. Reviews is doing everything by his lonesome, and he's just wiped out the opposition. High Voltage will fall. 3 kills, I believe that was Reviews. Helped a little bit out by Blade as well. And High Voltage, despite a very smart rotation from the eastern side, XP, it comes for naught because they run into the wall. That is I8. Meanwhile, DRS, they continue to harass Bublu, and 420 Boy has been taken down to his knees by a nade.
Again, you can't just hit the deck, be prone, and just expect no one to notice you, because people do, and looks like Danny Boy is going to come under fire as well with 420 on his knees, and that grenade is just a bit too short. Finally, he's going to get spotted out, and with that grenade, 420 is out of this game. Now, Bublu was trying to go on the right flank, but he gets spotted out in the nick of time by AJ, suppressing his movement. Now, Nima is still going to hold point, while AJ is going to be on his left flank. Have a look at that. They're still so close to one another, but the fact that each member has a specific direction that they are covering makes sure that Bublu are going to be problematic in coming in, but not Ninja. If he takes another grenade point blank, it could be problematic. Have a look at Wolf moving around. He is going to be the first in line when they open up. Zipion playing a dangerous game outside the blue, but Wolf is going to be spotted. This is when Zipion needs to get up and lay down some lead. However, he is a bit too slow to the trigger.
The blue is just coming in, though. The blue is just coming in, and now they've done a job, XP. They've kept them at bay, and now they're going to be pushing in towards the safe zone. And I like how they're taking turns, making sure that they don't get shot from behind. I8, though, XP, it looks like they are finally meeting their match in the form of Wizzies with Vibes. However, no confirmed kills yet. And the smokes getting deployed is going to allow Uzum to be rezzed by Crypto. Reviews is tossing smokes left, right, and center. And he's going to be dodging a few nades from his opposition as well. Wizzies with Vibes, however, have completely decimated DRS, have taken down 2 members of them. And DRS going for a mad dash to the play zone, not expecting Wizzies with Vibes to be nearby. But Wizzies with Vibes are doing a great job fighting 2 battles on 2 separate fronts against DRS and I8. The res will, however, come on in, and I8 are once again going to be a 4-man squad. Unless it's Molotov can find Crypto, doesn't think it's going to spread.
Oh, it's just a bit too far up, but they could just actually go into the fire, which they narrowly avoid. Now that little buggy is going to give cover That grenade going to go up just behind Reaperbot as Blade scurries out of harm's way. Mind you, during all this commotion, Future Station, four-man squad, I beg your pardon, have the only compound in the circle. They're just cementing their position because, well, all other teams are going to have to go downhill to finally face them. That is a beautiful grenade. Reaper shot. Reaperbot, I beg your pardon, could
Oh my
be in
lord.
trouble. However, that grenade lands dead smack center of the two players, barely doing any damage.
This is wild, this battle, and Wizards Advice realize, you know, if we stick around too long, even if we do manage to win this team fight, is it going to be worth it? Because they might have to walk into, like you pointed out, Future Station and DRS will be looking for some revenge here. So they're going to be going for a longer route. The zone did take down one member of Wizards with Vibes. That's going to be Delta X, who will fall. And the other two members, kind of low on health, will be going for a mad dash in their vehicles into the zone. That means they can just get mowed down here by DRS. Unless they're careful, but DRS are coming in the fire from Legend, from T2K. Two-man squad, Sanhok and Legend still alive for T2K. But considering they are in the zone and they got a little bit of cover with those couple of rocks there, they're feeling pretty happy. I8, however, are not in a good spot. They are getting hounded by Future Station from the distance, and they're down to a one-man squad.
Future Station Magnet's position, however, is a little controversial as he is out of the open, moves back in, and right now Reaperbot through the rifle, firing at AJ. Is he going to get him? Yes, he does. Jumps around the building, but now he's going to have to take cover, which he does in the nick of time. That means Wizards with Wives are still alive and kicking with two members, Rules and Reaperbot, still with some breath in their lungs. However, as I say that, it could be problematic, but that little airdrop right at their feet is a godsend. Of course, that smoke kind of obscuring their vision. Now, have a look at Magnet's position.
It's actually smack center.
It is actually smack center. It kind of looked like it was going to be near them, but
yeah.
it drops in no man's land. I like it, just in the middle of that path. Now, have a look at how everything is panned out. We have 4 teams, 10
Where's the zone
members
going?
still alive. Future Station, they are going to be hoping against all odds that they do have this wall for cover.
Do they?
Are they going to have it? Well, we're going to have to wait in about 3 seconds, 2, maybe 1, and boom. Oh, beautiful. I love it.
Okay, now they have to make a move. The zone has been favoring them so far, and they've had a compound. And yeah, they have 7 kills now. There were only 5 when I took a look at them earlier on, but it's been a high fragging affair for a lot of these teams, mind you. 11 kills for I8. We have 11 kills for Wizards with Vibes. Both teams, though, on a 2-man squad alongside T2K, who would just have 1 kill. That's okay. I'm actually surprised that the res is coming for Sanhok. I thought he was going to be bleeding out into the open, but with a bit of a lull in the action, given the opportunity for his teammates to get the res in, Reviews get spotted out, and that's going to be it for Reviews. One man's going to stay alive for I8, but it is going to be Crypto, the one-man legend himself.
I was just going to bring this up. The fact that I8 have to come down that slope and it's pretty much open, maybe just a couple of trees, it's going to be problematic. Now, Crypto has deployed smokes, but he is going to be spotted out at distance. There you have it. Now, Reapbot needs to just control his spray, and there you go. Job done. 1 team eliminated. We are down to 3 teams. Now, Future Station are doing the right choice because they do have a few rocks and they still have that little tree cover, which they are going to be gunning for right now. However, T2K, are they going to be ready for this little action over here? Because Rules is currently what Legend is going to be focusing on.
Hasn't been spotted out yet, though, and we have a knock taking place. C-Wine is down right now. Now, the rest should be coming in, and Sanhok, if he can catch Magnet, maybe with a nade XP, suddenly the odds, it's going to be, he's starting to favor the other 2 teams with Magnet.
Oh, that's going to hurt just a little bit.
No, he's fine.
Nah,
he's
it's
fine.
a bit too far. Oh, he's behind a tree.
Oh, wait, what was it? Magnet unleashes, and that is a trade. And because Sanhok took so long, XP, that allows Magnet to get the knock and the kill onto Legend, leaving Sanhok all by his lonesome. So yes, he's got the knock. The nade, though, from Clutch Baba almost finds Sanhok, and this could be Reaperbot trying to take advantage as he finds C1 again. 2v2 right now. Because Sanhok will fall, and the rest takes place. It could be huge, but it isn't spotted out. But they've got the raw cover. Now, Reaperbot and Rules need to make a play, X, because they're out in the open. They don't have any cover. Rules has got a smoke to work with right now, but they need to leg it, because Clutch Baba is slowly inching towards Magnet as well. And whatever little chance they had to potentially make it a 2v2, it's slowly slipping away.
the best thing in Reaperbot's advantage is have a look at how the ground is gradually sloping up, but there's a little dip where he is right now. Now, my question would be, if Rules can keep them at bay and divert the attention, he needs to make it to that tree to the right and get an angle on C-mine and entry, but it looks like he is going to give his position away. Again, he is firing down on what he thinks he sees where movement is. They're not going to be able to fire upon him if he moves up a little bit. But the moment he gets up, it could be problematic. Rules, on the other hand, is going to be sneaking his way. He does have a tree for cover. Expect him to get up, go on the left or the right, and spot the enemy and mow them down. There you have it. 1 knock, 2 knock, and he's going to get C1 as well. This is when his teammate needs to come from the other end and unleash hell, which he does, and there you have it. Kind of similar to what we saw in the last game when A1 were wiped out. Again, if you hit the deck play, you can get spotted out.
That was played to absolute perfection by Wizzies with vibes. They had no business being able to clutch it out, but 15 kills, 30 points in total. Take a bow. Future Station had everything going for them, XP, but Wizzies with vibes, they looked them straight in the eyes and they say no. Incredible flank, great patience, great use of cover, and again, it's coming down to these final circles are coming down to who is a team who is looking to take the fight to their opposition instead of teams who are just lying down, laying prone and hoping the numbers work out for them.
Let me tell you one thing. So at the end, it was a 2v4 situation. The fact that I was kind of anticipating Rules to be the bait, so to speak, it was the other way around. Those shots that Reaperbot fired, he didn't see the enemy. He got a call, all right, lay down some lead. I want to create a distraction. Everybody looked towards Reaperbot, and Rules snuck in. Perfect position behind the tree. Gets up, gets that angle, mows them down. Just brilliantly done, mate.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. All 3 maps so far today, XP. We've been blessed. It's been some incredible PUBG Mobile action. But that's it from us. We're going to be going to a very quick break. And of course, we have the analyst desk to break down the action.
What a destructive day this is turning out to be. I'm in the second week of PMPL Season 4 right here. All thanks to, of course, our sponsor, official. That is going to be none other than Oppo F9 Pro. But boy, this has been an exciting start to the day. 3 games, 3 chicken dinner winner teams, but those frags that they've been able to walk away with, dudes. I mean, I'm sure you guys are pretty happy with the action-packed games that we got.
Yeah.
I mean,
this game.
Yeah, exactly. This game was all about the dynamism that there was. Like, just think about it, right, Tony? How?
Yeah.
So it's like, Schrodinger's cat, half dead, half alive kind of a situation. You change your spot. Well, it might work in your favor. It might not work in your favor.
Yeah. Let's start.
I'm a physics guy. Hi, everyone.
The drops, the circle, the way the teams played, where they positioned themselves, everything was, it was not normal.
It definitely was not, and that is what is required as well. As you guys were talking about it during the first week as well, to bring up the excitement in the game. Well, the games have been so hellishly good when it comes down to the zone itself that pushes these teams to go against them and bring us those wonderful fights. With that, as we move on forth, let's have a look at the MVP coming in from this game, and this is with vibes. What legendary play from these two dudes.
Well, this was just just brilliant the way this lad has played, to be honest, for himself. Well, 6 kills, 901 damage, 306 healing done, and 2553 survival time with 2 assists as well. And I would say the lad did step up for his team.
Yeah.
This time, I get it. I mean, it was just in my mind that was Delta X was finished out, and I was like, well, is the team gonna clutch it out? And they did.
I mean, they did, because the positioning and the way Rules and Reaper actually approached the situation was perfect. Even Blair pointed it out as well. In the very end today, it seems like the fights are going to favor those who actually want to take those fights. The people, the teams, the players that are going to be hungry for those kills are going to be the ones coming out top. But nothing taken away from Future Station, though, because with this matchup, they will definitely bring themselves in a much more comfortable position than they were before.
Absolutely.
Actually. Yeah. But talking about this match's match summary as it is, look at the most utilities used by ABDE, and I get it because they were fighting along the shorelines, if you remember, just trying to give adequate cover, using those smokes and everything. They just swam down the area like they were swimming, and as soon as they reached, they needed those cover points for themselves. They used those smokes as the utilities and everything. But most headshots coming down with Crypto and Blade, that's 2 to each. Nishan coming down with the longest distance kill, 451 meters. Well, you knock someone and you just rush away. That's just how that's done. That's just the highest number that... Oh my god.
Well, I mean, quite impressive.
Definitely.
It is.
It is super duper impressive. I mean, 451 meters, dude. Seriously. All right. Take it away.
That's like, I mean, that's the distance of me and my motivation to wake up every morning. I just
that's an actual lie, because you actually wake up pretty early in the morning.
Yeah, like 5 o'clock in the morning, dude. But bringing the conversation back into the match ranking itself. I mean, once again, we've had a high fragging game for the Chicken Dinner winner team. I mean, today the entire all the three games that we've been a part of till now have all resulted in the same exact score.
Well, yeah.
But I'm happy for Future Station though. Given the fact previously the way they were playing and this time and this week, so I get it. It might have been a late start, but with the kill department as well, the team is actually doing good. And hey, I mean, next time when we'll see map chance, it'll be Future Station again now because
yeah, and they'll have more kills over there.
Exactly.
They got 10 from this. So, how many teams? Ocean. Remind me, like there was Wizards with Vibes on military base. There was I8. There was DRS. I believe ZEUS Esports were the fourth,
I'll tell you, Clarity Bablu, they did reach down to military base when the first circle ended. Wizards with Vibes, T2K, DRS, FS, I8, Vibes. And from the other side, obviously, it's like these were the teams that were in military base when the game, kind of started. Like Clarity Bablu was not in military base. Actually, they did, just swim down from the areas. But
the drops, I mean, 4 teams decided to drop on that island. It got really intense. I believe 2 teams went towards, it was Dead Eyes guys, I believe, who landed with Vibes towards the eastern side, and then DRS, they tried to go for I8, but then I8 decided to be really quick, went to the military bridge and took on Vibes instead, wherein they got the picks from the players of Vibes crossing over. Again, it was really intense. The fights needed to happen because, I mean, the circle was doing weird shifts. First of all, just moving towards the military island, crossing on the other side becomes a challenge. You can guarantee there's going to be a team waiting for you on the other side of the bridge.
Dudes, I mean, there was just so many fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game. But along with that, just the first few minutes itself, I mean, there were so many teams on that military base alongside that resulted in some awesome performances from these teams and the clutches. Let's talk about those through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
I mean, if you talk about it, right, again, I'm a man from physics side, so people don't actually believe a lot in the butterfly effect. I mean, it is what it is. So regarding the chaos theory, I'm just gonna blabber though. But regarding all these things, this is happening. The chaos started because everyone just, changed. Most of the teams just changed their drop locations, and because of that, the entire equation of how you actually see the fight change. Imagine you're dropping down around military base, not exactly on military base because I8 is there. You're dropping down around military base, but you're not just welcomed by 4 different parachutes, but other ones as you see them dropping down.
To be honest, you were not welcome at all in the military base. I mean, there were so many teams just gatekeeping. I8 doing a wonderful job, just holding their position on the military base, causing so much trouble for anyone they took on. Also, it was super fun the early stages of this game because, I mean, look at this. We are 11 minutes in and already have lost 12 players. A team has been eliminated. This game was so quick.
And this is where, I would want to see the transition of this game to the next game of Sanhok, right? Just because, I get it. One group will be chiming in, one group will be taken out. I get that. But the unusuality of the zones kind of just messes up with the minds of the players as well, so that they want to take these moves. It might just be one reason, that is maybe tomorrow these teams want to experiment. Today these teams want to experiment, and tomorrow these teams would want to play kind of the natural gameplay if they want to qualify, if they're not qualifying, something like that. But today it looks like every team wants to experiment. Second week has started off with experimentations.
Well, exactly. I mean, all the teams definitely are showcasing exactly that sort of a playstyle as well.
Exactly. I mean, as we talked about it during week 1 and the starting of today as well, the teams were in fact making notes of how their opponents were going to play, and I guess now it is them to try out the strats that they have prepped up to face off against the competition, and that is exactly, as Ocean pointed out, the teams are trying to do right now. But my favorite thing about this matchup in particular was sort of the level of aggression that we got to see from Future Station. I mean, we hardly see them going for those aggressive plays, but this time, I mean, it was really impressive. Apart from that final fight, they had the advantage. Even in the 3v2 situation, had they just been a little bit more proactive, they could have taken it.
Absolutely, there was nothing stopping them as well. But on the other front, I mean, going back to the stats itself, you know, it is just perfect. I mean, these are the kind of games that we want to be a part of. You know, every single game from one to the next, there's just so much of action that these teams are bringing to the table. And even if they're experimenting, well, I don't think the fans and the viewers are going to be complaining for that, because, I mean, look at the amount of kills these teams are bringing to us every single moment of the game.
The best part is today's each and every game so far has been memorable. First game, you remember Delta X just trying to sneak in from the back line. Second game, we talk about it, there was that 1v4 from action coming up. Third game, it was the difference of the zone that had just created a sense of chaos amongst everyone, so they just changed up their drop location, and it shows. Versus with vibes, they start off from the backlines of Nova Repnoa. You see them, like, you know, just moving around those areas, and well, they have good amount of damage for themselves. 2871.
Wow, look at this damage graph. I mean, talk about a one-sided affair coming in from these three teams. That's it. Versus with Vibes, FS, and I8.
I mean, so Versus Vibes and I8 were the ones who actually started off on the military island itself, and they took full advantage of the situation, especially I8. That military bridge that they were holding on to became a challenge for everyone to contest, and even if you try to swim across to the other side, you were still going to get caught off by these players of I8. They were so brutal on everyone. There were a few teams that actually did put up a fight, but those teams eventually, in the end, did have to bow down to them as well. It was an incredible performance by these teams. Visual Vibes as well. I mean, they started off on the east side of the military island. They capitalized quite nicely. Future Station, we always know this team. They have the most sneakiest way of finding their way inside the circle.
Exactly.
They did it in this match as well.
They definitely did. I mean, talk about a storyline.
Yeah, I'm happy that they actually did it in this game, because the previous Erangel, well, it did not work up for themselves. Previous Sanhok, it did not work up for themselves. But this time, but I would guess Blotter will they'll have a really good jump in the overall ranking because of this.
They most certainly will. Of course, with that's exactly what I was going to go towards as well, because the storyline is going to be an absolute pandemonium when you talk about it. Visual Vibes moving all the way up to top. On the other front, talk about I8, talk about FS, 12 positions. What?
Yeah.
From 20th position, they had 0 points till the previous game. They have 12 position jump. 22. All the points that they accumulated are in this game, and well, if they play decently, they are qualified now.
Exactly. I mean, they are halfway there, right?
Halfway there, yeah, exactly.
Last week's cutoff was 41. They have gotten 22 points for themselves. If they can do one more game just like this, I believe that's it. That's the job for this league play days. Also, again, Ocean, I think you will agree with me on this. Future Station, the fact that they made it into the final top two teams in this match was so impressive, because this was the hardest circles to enter the final fight.
Johnny, I have a question though. I have a question for both of you, to be honest. Versus Vibes, right now they are at the first position, right?
Yeah.
In the first league week as well, in the last game, well though, they were at the first position, but in the Super Weekend they kind of struggled. Do you feel like coming at first position at this moment, and then struggling at the next one? What like, for my thing, I'll have an opinion, but what do you think like they are missing in the Super Weekend?
I mean, in the Super Weekend, the fact that they were trying to play it with the same level of aggression that they played the league play days with was one thing that did not work out for them. Because we know Super Weekend is all about try-harding in every single match that you play, in every single fight that you play. So teams were being extra careful, and Wizards Vibes, they got a little too over-aggressive in certain situations and they got punished. So they will have to give their opponents a little bit more respect once they actually move to the Super Weekends. But this time, I mean, this is about building a good momentum for themselves. But right now, we see High Voltage Dead as guys, S9 and Paradox as the bottom four.
Absolutely, that's not looking good for them. But once again, this is just the first day on the second week of the league play, so they will have more opportunities. And again, I mean, talk about the points. The points are so very close. I mean, 1 point difference, and you can very well be in the top 16. But for that, you need to have a good game, and you need to be consistent with that. Talking about that consistency, well, that is what Wizards Vibes definitely did lack in the first Super Weekend. But this time around, hopefully things are going to be working in their favor, as they've already experienced what to anticipate when it comes to the Super Weekend pressure that is showcased from these other teams. With that, we move on forth to the fourth game of the day, and Sanhok is going to be up our alley now.
Yeah.
And with Group B not playing, and Group B is something that we were always concerned about, so I would love to see how teams just play this one and visit with vibes. There's like they just own the Erangel. They have like a good possibility here as well. ZEUS, obviously that team is not playing. I mean, if we talk about the playing team, so let's just rule them out right now.
Yep. From Group B, of course, there's a lot on the line for ZEUS Esports. Yes, they've definitely made it into the top 16. They're on third position, I believe. But on the other front, talking about R3D, talking about Venom Legends, they're having a tough time. And with that, it is going to be, well, the next two games, and along with that, tomorrow's games, that will give them the opportunity to move on into the top 16. And on the other front, talking about the Super Weekend itself, the 16th team that was there was Paradox with the, correct me, Varun, if I'm wrong, was it 71 points?
I believe so.
yeah.
I believe,
Right.
There's somewhere around the 70 point mark.
That itself is a huge lead to try and catch up to first things first for these teams that have not been a part of that first Super Weekend itself. But boy, oh boy, what a day this is turning out to be now. When it comes to this fourth game of the day, Ocean as well as Varun, what are your anticipations? The team walking away with the chicken dinner is again going to be having a high fragging kill. Like a killing game.
Yeah, I mean that's just the way the matches are being played. And in this entirety of PMPL, I would say.
Exactly.
I mean, today has been an absolute bloodbath in every single matchup. Also, I mean, we've had a team from Pakistan walking away with the chicken dinner. We have had the team from Mongolia walking away with the chicken dinner. Nepal has taken the chicken dinner now. So 2 regions left. Maybe Paradox, since they are the only team from Wildcard Australia. So maybe it's their game. So yeah, all right, let's go Paradox.
Let's go Paradox again. I mean, they've showcased that as well. I mean, they've definitely showcased that sort of performance on well, the first chicken dinner from them was on the same map itself. As soon as the map was played, it was like, all right, maybe Paradox shines on this, and that's why they delivered. But that was not the case as we moved on from that game to the next Sanhok that they played. So it's still a bit of a yin-yang affair coming in from that side.
Yeah, but I kind of have a thing to just, I kind of have a question, which I guess I don't know how to put this up right now.
Okay.
When you said Paradox, right, it just came to my mind. They got the chicken against DE, right?
Yes.
DE's performance for this week, for the starters right now, it's not the DE that we know. I mean, they won PMPL Season 2's league stage. I mean, the finals were won by ASL, the Skyler Gaming, but they won the league stage. That DE, with the aggression versus this DE right now, the first week, I guess, it was good. I don't know what's just going wrong for them in the first 3 games, to be honest.
I mean, a lot has happened. Yeah, a lot has happened since then as well. I mean, one thing that is something is the roster changes that have taken since then till now.
Yeah.
And they impact a team's performance. Every time you have a player go out of the lineup and then come back in, it's super awkward to try and adjust again and again the play style.
Exactly.
So that is one more thing. Also, I'm not worried about Dead Eyes, guys, because, I mean, they did this last week as well. The second day was the day they actually did well on. So I believe today they're just going to take a chill pill, just watch out for the other teams, and tomorrow they're going to look really good.
All right, with that, we want predictions, mates. What do you guys think? Which team would you want to support? Paradox. All right, Ocean, from your side?
I mean, I somehow feel DRS, but yeah, Paradox.
All right, well, we'll find out if that's going to be the case or not. That is at least the prediction coming in from the disc. Let's move on into the game. And for that, it is going to be time to queue up our Panda Brothers on the screen. It's going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, today hasn't really been Nepali domination, has it been? Has it, Necro? Because considering the way things have started, you've got Bablu getting the first chicken, of course, followed by Stalwart, and we did have Business with Vibes pulling off something really out of the world. This is where the Nepalis did come in, but heading into Sanhok, well, things are going to change. And what are you anticipating?
Man, Sanhok, of course. I mean, last time Sanhok, as even the analyst has mentioned, Paradox were looking really good against Dead Eyes guys in the Super Weekend. So I don't really know, man. Sanhok is, of course, one of those games that we have been talking about when it really does comes down to the zone. It can screw a lot of teams up, no matter if you're best of the best. The zone, it really is kind of like the deciding factor in the game. So in this one, man, I think so. I'm going to go with Stalwart again.
All right, so you're going to be opting for Stalwart, and well, this is one of those teams that does have the potential. One of those teams that did not play the last game of Erangel, as of which we did see a lot of kerfuffle happening around that Repno area, right? So we did have business with Vibes and Dead Eyes dropping together. And Dead Eyes did. I mean, the desk was also talking about what is going wrong with them. I mean, they have to start with not killing each other, because in that one little compound fight, I did see one of the players burning his teammate alive.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there.
Really?
Honestly, I don't really know what exactly happened there, and I feel like as long as we ignore it, should be a okay thingy. Because at that point in time, even the player who did that, I don't really know what to say. I don't know what was going through his mind. But let's just move on and let's just talk about some of the teams now. The main problem over here is that Group B is not present. That means ZEUS, PN Crew, Venom Legends, and R3D are not really going to be playing inside this. So that's a little bit of issue, because we do know in the last league days, I mean, they weren't really able to perform that great. Yeah, ZEUS was, but the rest of the other three teams, they were definitely on that a little bit of problematic side. So what do you think so, man? In this, I mean, up till now, I would say the performance is still a little shaky. What do you think, Sufix? Is like, in Sanhok, are you gonna be seeing a little bit of better performance?
Out of which team exactly?
R3D.
Well, R3D. I mean, I don't know, man. Because
No, wait, R3D is not in here. But I was just asking, like, in end of the day, like,
in
what
general,
do you think so?
yeah, of course. I mean, they're from Group B. They're not playing, and in general, I'm talking about R3D's contention over here. Looks really, really slim, right?
Yeah.
Because they've got a lot of things to work out on, and this time has been a good start. I mean, they're on the 12th position. They've gotten themselves a few more points, something which is an improvement from last time. Now, a few things have changed, right? Last time we did have a lot of Miramars. This time it's only going to be Sanhok. So now these teams need to understand that this map gets in a lot of random RNG factor inside the game, and that is where they need to start adapting themselves. Now we cannot always go on and give the same little excuse. The zone did not favor us. We did not have the center. I mean, that's not going to work out every single time. You are well aware of that. You've got to enact upon it. You have to make some adaptation over there. And the last time when we did see Stalwart sort of winning that game, which was a Mexican standoff, right? A proper Mexican standoff, 4v4v4. But did you look at the spread that the players had? You know, 2 players to this side, 2 players to other side, and the action just ripped everyone apart. So that is where we loved it, right? But now let's not make it about the last game of Sanhok. Let's head into this one as the big bird is in the sky, and we're going to witness glow being achieved by one.
Well, here we go. Finally, well, game of Sanhok now starting up. The plane fly pad starting from Sami, ending all the way towards Hot 10, and this is going to be an interesting one because, of course, teams now, they are going to be dispersing, but it really just comes down to that zone. And over here, I do want to see a zone that is probably going to be ending on the top left, kind of an island. But let's just see how things are really going to be looking like. Because last game, the main thing kind of teams really needed to change their drop locations and kind of like last moment. It was because the zone and also because of the plane fly pass. So zone, of course, is going to be playing a huge kind of a role inside this one. But I do want to see how things are going to be looking like. You already do see Vibes near Cam Charlie. This is Vibes, of course, the winners of the previous game. I want to see what they have inside this one, because Wizards of Wipes, the performance is really good in league days, but as even the analyst desk mentioned, somewhere down the line in the super weekends, I mean, in league days, usually a lot of teams aren't really try-harding, and in super weekend is where teams do show their true colors.
I mean, he's talking about true colors. DRS seems a lot faded, don't they? Because the way they've been playing lately is definitely not how they like to perform in the natural element. But, you know, talking about a few drop location changes again, we've got Clarity Bablu giving away Painan to Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, not wanting to engage in that particular area. But it's a pretty standard Sanhok circles, right? Nothing out of the ordinary. Future Station doing their usual default drop location over here. However, C-Line have opted in for a change, right? Now, this is one of those teams that loves to drop around the docks area and rotates all the way up. And this time, since we did not have ZEUS playing, so this is where they decided to take over that quarry area, and they're going to be making that fast movement inside the zone, especially would be wanting to take a good chunk of the epicenter of the circle.
Exactly. Now, one thing, like one team that my eyes are really going to be out for, it's going to be Dead Eyes guys because, of course, I do want to see them kind of like again on that good kind of a page because, of course, they have been through some roster changes and up till now, I mean, yeah, they are looking quite great, but still inside this kind of a league days in week 2, I want to see them kind of up their game a little bit more considering the fact that now Stalwart Esports with that banger of a win in the previous game, they're definitely feeling themselves, and this is where all the big teams like RAW, then you have Dead Eyes guys as well, and then I8 as well. Of course, I8 is on 7th position in the overall rankings. I want to see all these teams, just lined up right next to each other, and I just want to see a close competition. TDK now dropping all the way towards Mongolian. This is where they have been dropping since a long time now, and it seems like they don't really need to change their drop location anymore, so that's what is a really good thing. And Deadeye's now realizing that PN Crew, of course, is not really inside this group. That's why they're pretty much going to be slowly and steadily spreading themselves up, even on their drop location.
You're talking about spreading themselves up. I think we can expect a skirmish, of course, with Oddsy. And I think Oddsy is really up close with the players of Dead Eyes, right? So that is one fight that we can anticipate on towards Western Island. But again, you're talking about the Western Island, one of the biggest thorns, that have been standing in their path, rather all the teams over there, especially two in this case, has been Paradox, right? Now, this is one of those teams that, our analysts did, want to get the chicken dinner, but you think that they can do it this time?
No. So
Almost.
lucky.
Yeah.
Oh man, Illusion so lucky to just make it out alive from that situation. Aussie unfortunately ran out of bullets in the nick of time, and this is where Illusion got really lucky to at least stay alive for a while. Aussie, with that being said, a pretty smart decision to not actually completely tunnel vision onto him. Instead, keep on doing whatever he wants to do. Either go for those loots or at the same time try and capitalize with the team what they exactly do want to do. Because it's like we've seen so many teams, right? In those early game fights, we've seen so many moments where teams waste a lot of time on just tunnel visioning on each other. While you could do so many better things, you could try to plan things out. You could try to either get the rotations inside the circle. There's just so many things that can be done in those early games, and I do like the priority that Aussie is given over here. Instead, he's like, all right, even if he's down, it's all good. We can just let him survive for now, because right now, even our survival for the late game is probably what we do want to think of. And you can already see in the center of the circle, a lot of teams have started to accumulate, and that's a really good thing because, look, we never know where the circle shifts, and as soon as the circle shifts somewhere away from them, we're just going to be seeing a hell lot of fights. Unless it just goes right onto them, then they don't really need to move.
I mean, on this point, right? I can kind of do not like all the teams sort of imploding onto its the center over there, right? Because we do know we're gonna witness a curveball any single moment, and that is where hell breaks loose. So I somehow like how I8 has been approaching this particular game, but we've got a bit of a fight over here. We've got Sinister on pretty low HP, as Nima does have that high ground now. A1 Esports heading in from Paradise Resort. Nima does get the damage done and does get that one knock courtesy that beautiful grenade.
Yep, that's a fantastic nade. Nima, at least he found himself a kill there. A1 Esports, man, it does really seem like till now they have been quite unlucky. I mean, before Action just won before the entire situation, and now these kind of moments happening early stage of the game, and you already have elimination on your name. You don't really want to start like that, especially on a map of Sanhok, where you want to make sure each and every single player is alive for that late game moment, because you do know in the map of Sanhok, the more the man advantage, the more the chances of you actually winning the game as well. So you do really want these kind of things to kind of, just favor your side. But now, with that being said, one man out the squad, that's going to be a little bit of problem for A1 Esports. And let's see how they decide to recover out of it. Because A1 Esports, I mean, yeah, they have gone themselves a compound. They do have a pretty good outing over here in this situation. But RX Jack's being separated like that, as long as he's not revealing his position, everything's good.
Indeed, and this is where A1 Esports should have been really anticipating DRS over there, right? This is not the first time that this is happening, and you're rotating in from Paradise Resort. You need to check your hills, especially your high ground areas. Someone definitely must be lurking around, waiting to take you down. Now, this sort of negligence did cost them Sinister's life, one of those instrumental players in their
Yep.
squad. But that being said, DRS need to find themselves some better cover because, of course, they've spread themselves out really well. And this is one of those maps where I do not like teams, just staying aloof from each other, because you
Oh
never
my!
know when
Look at
someone
the
else is
center.
gonna strike on you. There's this splash of colors around the center, that clearly says that why you need not be away from your teammates. Stick with each other, because one of you gets knocked out, it's gonna be so difficult to get the rest back up.
I mean, it's next to impossible, right? If you get knocked out, the chance of you getting insta finish is pretty much a lot as well. Because take a look at the crowd, man. There's just so many teams, and
A lot
even
of
we
kills
do
can be
know, yeah,
stolen.
and we even do know that Sanhok is kind of a map. It's really famous for those third parties, and in situations like this, this is literally like an invitation for the third parties. And hey, why not? You might as well go and just go and get those third parties done. But DRS as well, you can clearly do see on the map feed that they have themselves a car, which they pretty much got themselves now again in the center of the circle. I do really want to see where the circle shifts, because if it takes a hard shift, then things are going to be changing by quite a lot. Because imagine if it shifts down south, that means all the teams are going to be traversing down south, and this is where a lot of fights are probably going to be happening, where we probably will see a lot of kills flying in through. But on the left-hand side, on the top left mountain, you also do see high voltage kind of slowly and steadily closing up against Deadeye's guys. And now, from what do I think? I feel like over here, high voltage are personally really not going to be challenging the fight, because you can see Extreme is all the way in the back lines, and I feel like playing together is probably the main key for them.
No, I certainly beg to differ over here, because they've got that high ground advantage. I mean, given the opportunity to strike, they're going to take the shots. I mean, they've got the perfect altitude. If they kind of catch the players of Deadeye's off guard, and I'm pretty sure they're going to punish. But you talk about punishment, you've got Paradox making the move over here. Magnet, well, he's been ignored, where players are not really aware about his position. But Magnet's one good grenade goes and takes down Hazza, and he does spray down with his Vector. Can he get one more? Yes, he does. But before that, he could get those kills confirmed. He gets traded off by G1, but the damage has definitely been done. Now, Future Station is gonna chime in. The other players, especially Entry, and now it's a 1v1 situation over here against G1.
Well, this is what I was scared of, and exactly this is what really happens when you are just accumulating in the center of the circle. Fights are ought to happen, and well, that's it. Entry gets the final man down of the Para, and that's going to be it for them. Para is going to be the first squad to get eliminated, and that's such a bad news for them. With that being said, finally, the analysts' predictions as well are not really going to be working out fixes.
Yeah, and it's just not a Future Station that dealt all the damage, right?
Yeah.
It was again Stalwart from the
All the way,
backlines,
yeah.
and yeah. So these are things that really hurt you. These are things you need to be really wary of when you take fights, especially in a map like Sanhok. So this is where they did learn their lesson, Paradox, and I mean, I did not see any purpose for them trying to contend the center, right? This is one of those teams. If you remember the game in which they did get the chicken dinner, they were holding on to the position, to their position very well, and they did not leave it unless and until they made sure that either high voltage and Deadeyes were out of the game. So not really doing that, and rather going in for the center, being a little bit greedy, trying to contest for it. Well, not really the kind of outing that they would have wanted for themselves, but it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. But now you can also do see TDK on the right lines, hugging the zone lines as well, and they're really just not straight up going inside. Instead, they're taking their sweet little time to kind of, just get the info on how things are really working like. But as long as teams are in the center, I mean, they got pretty lucky that the circle shifted right in the center as well. If the circle shifted away from them, that could be an invitation for a lot of trouble for upcoming fights. But now, CL9, it's going to be Inky this time, spotting out the lads of Stalwart Esports. One lad has been taken down. That's a little bit unfortunate moment, but he should be back up on his feet without any trouble, because it doesn't really seem like there's anyone close to Stalwart Esports. They're looking quite great. With that being said, definitely another fight that might just be panning in. It probably has to be again between DRS and A1 Esports. Now, these guys have been locking horns against each other since a long time, but still, I mean, the only one knockout that was being found from the side of DRS, nothing else than that. But up till now, again, Seal9 just rattling off a few bullets in the direction of Stalwart Esports. Nothing really critical happening.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are really close to each other, but they're kind of hesitating in engaging in all these battles, right? Now, this is where suppressors really do come handy, especially when you've got the aim assist turned off. You do not get the visual cues of the, bullet signs that you get on your minimap, so you do not really know where the shots are coming. You really have to rely on just your audio cues over there. You need to understand from which direction those bullets are coming in. And now this is one of those fights about DRS and A1, which is pretty unusual. Well, they do fight in Sanhok, but not in this manner. And this is where it all begun, right? This is where Paradox did try to pull off an entry, but Magnet, I mean, we've got to say this. He did pull off a really good play over there, but again, teams acting as spoil sport over there. Now, I'm really waiting for the next circle shift, actually, because this sort of will determine how the teams are going to rotate. Now, I8, they're still sort of trying to play around the edges. T2K doing the same thing as well. Now, I8 have to resign from taking any sort of fights, because if they do engage in, well, I believe this is surrounded from just not one direction, but every possible direction. That's 4.
Exactly. They are definitely surrounded, yeah, that's for sure, because from the back lines you can also see TDK slowly and steadily closing up on them. You also do have DRS on the right lines, Vibes on the left lines, and then Seal9 on the front lines. But the good thing for I8 is that all those teams for now are pretty stationary. They have found themselves a comfortable spot, and I don't really feel like until the next zone shift they're going to be leaving those. So I8 can definitely be a little bit of tension-free up till now, but this circle shift, okay, well, again in the center, so all the teams that are inside, I don't really feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of movements. Instead, you can clearly do see one guy of Raw has found themselves kind of a safe compound, so every single player from Raw is now going to be shifting onto that compound, but the problem is you can see Bublu, Donnie's quite closing up right next to Raw, and this can be another fight that might just pan out.
Well, I mean, he was trying to rotate in and find a good spot for his team, but he did realize that there's someone unfamiliar nearby.
Jax,
and
no.
all
Jax,
right,
no.
so Jax, he's still alive, hasn't really taken any damage, and I don't know, man. I really do not know. Oh, barely on a sliver. Johnson does realize, yes, just that one little nade. No, has finally healed up again, but Johnson, he's not going to give up, will he? Because one more Molotov is something that I really anticipate. But this is where 6ix9ine has to provide some fantastic cover fire, because if he does not, then Jax is a dead piece of meat.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the problem is he moved and he gave the sound cues away to Gelson, and he realized there is someone inside the hut. And as I mentioned, as long as RX Jax is not spotted, they're good. As soon as he gets spotted, though, that's where the problem really do start knocking their doors. But another problem that's occurring over here, it's going to be Clarity Bublu. One man being taken out by 7C. Did not really expected Memo to be on top of that roof. And well, Memo delivers. He strikes in when its teams need him the most. And over here now, Memo's looking to get the second one, but the problem is, you see Bublu, they're really not interested in fighting. And that's some great cover fire as well from his teammates. So Memo now, he's down to quite low HP, but he should be safe because he doesn't really have anyone in his backlines. Instead, he has his teammates kind of scouting up the backlines, which is a real good thing.
Yeah, I mean, the setup this time is really good from 7C, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is one of those teams that does have the potential, but hasn't been looking really sharp lately, as we do see R8 finally taking on the fight and managing to clear the better of their backlines, right? Now, it's all down to Legend and Suyok, who by all means are some amazing players. Now, Legend, of course, being the IGL, they will have to do, in fact, commit a lot of utilities to try and save their star player. In this case, that's going to be Sandesh. We know how good this player can be, but at the right nick of time, Uzin just stepped away, and Sandesh might just have a chance to survive. And I spoke to Suyok.
One more smoke, man. TDK, one more smoke, and Sandesh could have stayed alive over there. Well, unfortunate. Sandesh now no longer in the game. That means a big hand falling down. That means TDK now kind of handicapped, but it's fine. They still have a big brand alive in their team. It's going to be Legend. Let's just see how Legend now is going to be making the call outs for TDK, because with that being said, it does seem like TDK is in a little bit of disadvantage. They only have 2 players alive. Legend making quite an open rotation, but Crypto a little late to react. He does realize maybe he will try and vault inside the house, but no, instead, that's not really going to be the answer from the side of Legend this time. Legend cooking up a nade. He does realize maybe there is someone quite close. Crypto is well aware of this situation. That's a well-cooked nade right next to Legend. This is where, of course, Suyog strikes in. He finds himself 1 knock, and that's huge difference maker as well. Suyog now looking to find a second one. He does realize there's a lot of people pushing in from the left lane, but it doesn't matter. Instead, he gets burned down from that Molotov. That's a well-placed molly as well, and nothing much can be done. It's a situation of 2v3, and pretty much IA just come out on top.
Yeah, they certainly do. But right now, as things are, well, they had to pay the price of Blade, one of those players who's been in a really stellar form lately. But they will get that res back onto where it's refused. Now, well, T2K were sort of certainly out of options over there, not really having the best of numbers favoring them. Had it been a fair 4v4 fight, it could have been easily.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe by into T2K's favor, because they did put up quite an interesting fight over there. But this is the curveball that we were talking about, right? The circle shifting towards the players of Raw, and again Stalwart having a really good position. Now Action's compound is going to be highly contested, and it's going to be hot, and finally DRS decide to make a move. They've spotted out Jax and will make no mistakes in finishing him off and add 1 more kill to the diaries.
Oh man, I feel so bad for Jax. He was isolated inside that little shack. Nothing much could be done. DRS had their eyes locked on him all the time, and nothing much could be done in his position. And well, DRS finally decided to take the isolated man down. And well, with that being said, another fight might just be happening over here. It's going to be Deadeyes versus 7C. 7C now, they have the high ground, but the main problem is that Deadeyes has quite a lot of info on the 7C. So this is where Shifu, sir, he does hear a decent amount of footsteps as well right in the front lines. He's lobbing in some blind nades, just hoping for a connection in that direction. But up till now, nothing really crazy happening. Deadeyes guys as well do realize the first day up till now, at least the first 3 games, haven't really been in their favor. Hopefully, the games that are upcoming maybe will be in their favor, and that's why they're trying to play the situation out as safe as possible. Now, they need to realize players like Fear are quite close to them, and are they well aware of Fear's position and even Ill's position? If they're going to be staying anonymous for all the time, that can be such a detrimental fact for Deadeyes.
Oh, that certainly can be, but in a matter of seconds, we're going to witness the fight breaking out, and there you go.
Yep.
Memo getting the first knock on Shifu. Of course, Smokey does manage to get a few knocks for himself on Illusion as well, as Smokey gets 1 more, and one after the other. Deadeyes, they're just walking into their deaths as 7C. They were so well prepared for them. Now Rated is all by his lonesome, and make it worse because he gets absolutely obliterated, and 7C Esports. Now this is improvement from their side, right? Considering how they were in the first league days, this is really good. But looking at Cloud now we've always been the advocates of not using vehicles in Sanhok, and this is why.
Oh man, Fixes, I would like to get your eyes on the circle shift as well.
Yep.
And it's favoring Raw. They have the compound for themselves. Vibes now is looking to get that little shack. But again, the problem continues. Little shack means not enough space for all the teammates. Yeah, you can use it as a temporary cover, but you still need to have smokes as your backup plan. And utilities, again, is what it really comes down to. Now, CL9, yeah, Moonki has found his team a position inside the circle. But the main problem is, if they don't really spot Crypto out, he can be that detrimental factor from the backlines. He can come in from the backlines, pretty much have a trigger discipline play, and then he can at least like take 2 men easily down.
Well, he certainly has the caliber of doing that, right? But the question over here is he actually going to go for it? So, considering how high voltage have been playing so far, I mean, Odyssey just the last man surviving, he's got the potential to pull off a few disappointments, but C9, I mean, this is one of those teams that has really impressed me a lot. But Amra, I mean, the last game of Erangel, we did see him pull off some heroics, which were eventually turned into vain, but Action. Oh, did he miss out on Crypto? Because
Yep, he did.
spot him, and of course, we do have large screens, and he's just playing on a mobile phone, so it's completely understandable. But Crypto, now he's going to be the sneaky assassin. His position has been compromised, so someone is going to take a look at that. Now, if Crypto does manage to get that compound for himself, I think he's going to keep his survival game really strong. But you know, if production can just hear me out, I mean, Wally and Ozzy, and there you have it, some telepathy going on. This is where I was about to see how many first aids they have, but both these players have fallen down, and yes, the circle shift. This is ludicrous, Necro.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Circle shift onto Vibes. That means Stalwart Esports have a clear rotation inside. But the problem is, with that being said, when Raw decide to leave that compound, this is where the real trouble really starts for them. As soon as they decide to leave the compound, Stalwart Esports is going to be having a free shot unless they have a lot of smoke grenades, which is probably the moment that this is the right moment to use it right now. If they do have a lot of smokes, then they can probably make a safe rotations inside, but still, you cannot really rule out visible wipes. They are definitely taking a decent amount of damage from the side of Stalwart Esports, and they, of course, do have some beamers on their side. With that being said, each and every single team inside the lobby right now, they need to be worried of the third parties.
Oh, they certainly have to be, and now things start getting really feisty, right? Stalwart really do stand a very good chance. We know that if they make it into the final circles, they're going to rack up a lot of kills, and there you have it.
Damage.
I mean, Apex spotting out the players from their compounds, does take the shot, and it's B-Shot. I mean, one of those most impactful players that we did find in the PMPL this season, and this is with Vibes, just with that last player surviving. Delta, I'm starting to wonder. Last time I did see him with 35 first aids. This time, how much? What's the number going to be?
I have no clue. Maybe his entire backpack's probably filled with first aids. Hopefully that it is, because if he wants to survive for that much amount of time, well, he just waits for the last circle as well to close out, then he definitely needs to have his entire backpack filled up with first aid. And then also, maybe he won't really have that much time. But with that being said, Ruthless, aggressive warriors are this time going to be the one to get eliminated out the game. Instead, now it's going to be a fight between Stalwart Esports and Vibes. One lad be taken down, and also trades being happening back and forth. Stalwart Esports as well, top, is not really going to be the man to stay on his feet up till now. With that being said, Vibes, they do have got a clear shot. And Jiggle being said, he has a little bit of higher ground advantage. That means he has a lot of visual info, but he's getting a little bit of damage chipped out onto himself. And Apex is going to be the man to connect a lot of bullets onto his body. Instead, Jiggle still peeks out. That's a bold peek right there. It seems like this man's not really scared of his life, and that's a great spray coming out from Apex. He connects those shots, and well, that's going to be pretty much delivering so many things in his teammates' favor, because a man on the high ground be taken out, that means a little bit more freedom of moving around. But the problem is, he's the only man alive.
Yeah. Right now finding himself in a 1v2 situation. Of course, it's going to be difficult, but not impossible by Apex's Stranded. But he's been spotted out, and there you have it. Vibes this time, however, making no mistakes. And the game was pretty much won the moment they had that high ground advantage for themselves. And this is where I really felt Stalwart made some loose mistakes, you know, just going out in the open. Of course, I mean, Apex was trying to provide the cover fire, but three players pushing in together and all being shot down at the same time. I mean, you've got to rethink your strats. Of course, they were really close to get that back-to-back chicken in Sanhok, but that did not happen. But, well, we're talking about Nepali supremacy. Seems like I think it's going to be back in order with Vibes winning the Erangel, followed by the brothers in arms, Vibes getting the chicken dinner in Sanhok, and making things even better for themselves as the league days go on. But with just that one game remaining, things have started to look really, really exciting. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because right after is the Des coming to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the second week. League plays is where we are at on day number 1 of the league plays for week number 2. And things are off to an interesting start where this time around it is going to be Vibes taking that chicken dinner. And the team that we were hoping would bring in some damaging play, well, the first to get eliminated, sadly.
That was quite unfortunate. But, I mean, that fight, I have to say, Future Station did a pretty good job.
Yeah, overall Future Station did a pretty good job, and I would say that's where some amazing plays do come down, right? And well, talking about amazing plays and amazing players, I guess that's where we're gonna be heading our conversation with, right?
Oh yes, we've got the top players list and action popping up again.
Again, on Sanhok, on the same map, but this time, I guess, I'm happy that Vibes were there to deny them the chicken dinner, because that would have been the momentum of the entire day shifted completely in the favor of Stalwart Esports. Yeah,
I would say it was a redemption match for Vibes.
Yes.
Remember last time, I mean, obviously it was there was A1 Esports as well, but it was these two teams in first and second contestation, so yeah.
exactly. Same two teams in the top 2, but still Vibes getting walking away with the chicken. Also, Inky is going to be there on the 5th spot from S9 Esports with 4 kills, 699 damage. But the game, I mean, it was again Stalwart Esports and Vibes who were in the limelight the entire time, and both of them doing a wonderful job. But Vibes, 549 damage received by the entire team. Wow.
Well, I guess no doubt Vibes did get a chicken dinner, but I'm pretty sure Stalwart's going to be at the top because of those extra kill points that they have, right? The kill priority does kick in for these lads. But the best part is 2163 damage dealt and 549 damage received versus 2425, 1069. So I would say Vibes was a bit efficient with the way they dealt out the damage in this match. That actually shows that they learned from the mistakes of the previous Sanhok.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, they learned. They did not give Stalwart the opportunity to capitalize, and it was good that I mean, Vibes, as even the casters, Fixus and Necro, they pointed out that Rock just being towards them gave them such a high priority in that final fight, but still Stalwart, they could have turned things around. And as we look at the match summary, we do see the players of Stalwart Esports pop up everywhere. I mean, most of the places doing really wonderful job in this match.
Yeah, and surprisingly, you see the utility numbers. No doubt we did see a few nades just, going down here and there, and not a lot though. We did see a few knocks, just coming up. But the thing is that the actual utility usage was not a lot because the diversity that you see in the terrain around the backsides of bootcamp. This circle again just goes around bootcamp, so that obviously gave Stalwart a lot of time to just stay put into the fights and survive as well and get those kill points for themselves. But when they started moving out in the open areas, you saw the terrain difference, and that just kind of just played around the utility numbers though.
Exactly. I mean, this sort of was reminiscent of what the numbers that we used to see in Sanhok, I believe, like 6 to 7 months ago, because they used to be as low as this.
Wow. So you're talking about kind of the previous
the previous
iteration, all those. But again, we were talking about it. Stalwart just comes out at the top. Vibes is there. After that, Ruthless, Aggressive Warriors. But it's about time that this team is starting up as well.
As I said, I wasn't worried about them. It is a good team. That's a good set of lads right there. So they were bound to pop up in the top 3 every now and then. But Wizards Vibes, they have been consistent throughout the day. This match, they did not get any kills, but those 10 points, that's a decent finish.
That certainly is going to help them as well to, of course, remain in the top 16 and move on into the Super Weekend. Anyways, they're looking pretty good with the chicken dinner working in their favor as well. As we move on forth to the next page, now this is where there's lots of ups and downs, and especially for the side of Deadies guys, as we were talking about A1 Esports. I mean, these teams are they're just missing those glorious moments that they've showcased previously.
Yeah,
I just don't know. What's just going bad with DE, to be honest, at this stage right now. It's one bad day, and for this bad day, they'll have to compensate tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
and the pressure is going to get higher that much more as well. With that, there were so many kills that did take place throughout the entire Sanhok map. Let's move on to the Oppo F9 intro moments.
I mean, in this one,
yeah,
talking about DE, starting off with DE, I guess, Ocean.
And so I would not want them to be on the receiving end, to be honest, because if you look at DE's gameplay, it was a team that was obviously getting, in top threes in the previous Super Weekend, to be honest. And right now, there's a question on Super Weekend for them. Since I get it, one good game, tomorrow if they have one good game, it's going to change the momentum. But what if? Like, that's where the question just stops. What if they don't have a good game? I get it. They would need one. It's like the desperation will kick in.
I completely agree with that. They're going to be really desperate for points tomorrow when they're going to be coming into the matches. And it is definitely going to be tough based on how the teams are playing right now. No one is willing to give an inch. I mean, talk about the fight we just witnessed in the Open F19 Pro moments a few seconds earlier. The fight that broke out between Paradox and the players of Future Station. Future Station were down players. They were taking pressure from Stalwart Esports as well. Still, they managed to wipe out the players from the side of Paradox. The reset never came in for the team, but it was a good control of the situation that Future Station displayed. Moving on into the game, that DRS A1 Esports Jack situation was, it was weird, to be honest.
So I wouldn't say exactly weird. But yeah, it happens, right, in these kind of things. But after this, you see a lot of teams just faltering down after the 18-minute marker. Before that, I get it. But the thing is, the chaos still strives, and I stopped after saying and because a vehicle in Sanhok, it gets deadly for you only.
And we've talked about this. Don't use a vehicle like beyond the second circle. Up until the second circle, it's fine. You have the space to move around. After that,
I still remember. I guess Fixers was casting that match with me. It was a match of Sanhok. It was BTR and A1 Esports in the match of Sanhok. BTR's players, BTR's players were moving with the scooter, and A1 Esports just waiting patiently. They took the players down. Well, that's a different rivalry that just keeps on going. A1 Esports versus BTR. We all love that in those tournaments. But right now, talking about this one, this was the final ultimate chaos that was just going all around.
Yeah, and this time I liked how Vibes were able to control the pressure that was about to fall upon them. They were able to take down the competition earlier on because Stalwart Esports was the only team that was going to contest them, and they used the fact that Stalwart Esports got distracted by the players of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors to their advantage. Instead of they started the fight against Raw. They were shooting at the players of Raw as well, but the moment they realized, all right, there's noise coming from 12 o'clock right ahead of us, and that is another team that's inside the circle, well close to the edge, they were like, all right, we got to reset. That's not a priority for us now. Now the team that is in the circle and will eventually come towards us, it becomes the priority. And Vibes, they reset, took down, dished out a little bit of damage on Stalwart, and then in the end finished them off for the chicken dinner.
Okay, so in this damage graph, we get the damage numbers that we are seeing. But there's one conversation that I would just love to keep for you guys as well. A1 Esports, 0 kills. Versus with Vibes, 0 kills. How much of a difference 0 kill can create if you're just playing smartly around the circles? It's just all about that.
So true. So true indeed. And that's required for DE as well. I mean, 277 damage points right there for them, but sadly no kill points. No placement points rather.
One placement point.
One placement point, that's pretty much no placement points altogether. But yeah, on the other front, Visits with Vibes, they definitely walking away with that 10 placement point is going to be giving them quite a big boost. Let's move on to the storyboard and have a look at that overall ranking, which is going to showcase, well, the teams that are playing are looking pretty good on the first page. On the other front, the second page teams, well, the points are close, but the lead is being created and the pressure is certainly rising.
Now the top three, look at the top three. Wizards Vibes and Stalwart Esports. While they are close within themselves, I mean barely any difference in terms of points. Bablu Clarity on 36 and Wizards Vibes with 57. Now that's a difference that will take at least 2 games or a chicken dinner straight away from Bablu to actually catch up to. But still, they're in a pretty decent spot. If they just continue to be efficient with their matches, Bablu is going to stay this way, within the top 5 and qualify for the next Super Weekend.
Yeah, till A1 Esports, if any team gets a chicken dinner in the next match, the thing is, it's depends on if Bablu Clarity plays good or bad. ZEUS, will they play good or bad? It's that thing because DRS is not going to play the next game. Obviously, Group A is going to be sitting out. So any team that gets a chicken dinner, obviously they have a chance to be in top 5 for themselves, given the fact their opponents make mistakes.
Yeah. But over on the other side, as we always talk about the fact the priority will be to be in the top 16, the difference is still quite close, but it's just day one. And I want these teams to perform, all of them, from high voltage all the way to dead eyes. Guys, they need to start finishing at least at a minimum in top 5 in the next match, because that is going to be the last match of the day. If any of them finish in the top 5 with at least 5 to 6 kills, not even 5 to 6 kills, 3 to 4 kills, that should put them in contention with the players from 7 Seas, R3D Esports, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. That is going to set them up for tomorrow, but they have to make sure that top 5 with 3 to 4 kills come.
Exactly. I mean, that's just not the kind of Dead Eyes guys that we remember. With that, let's get our day moving on along. Let's move on and have a look at the schedule, where, as Johnny did just mention, we've got one final game remaining. And for that, as Ocean also mentioned, Group A is not going to be participating, and we're going to be going back to Erangel. Your expectations, guys?
So this is where now it gets tricky, because if you look at the map chance, Future Station.
Yeah,
I mean, they had a really good Erangel as well previously for themselves.
Yeah.
So if you have a look at the map chance, I don't know. It's like, so being a guy from physics and maths background, stats don't lie, but they do lie sometimes.
I've been asking. I've been
Stats
meaning
don't
to
lie, but they
ask
bluff.
you
Stats
about
bluff.
this. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you about this for a long time. We've been seeing Future Station constantly sitting on that first position in terms of the map chance percentage, like leading in terms of those placement points. But inside of the game, we hardly even notice them. But
So
I believe that
it's
could
a
be
thing.
their thing.
I'll just say one thing, to get the masala more and more for fixes, as of now, in top 5, top 6, top 7, ZEUS is a team that's like really close. If they get a chicken dinner, they'll be in that competition once again. I mean, Stalwart 61 points and then it's 57, but like something like. So I would say ZEUS should be the team, to get that. So
it could
fixes
be.
masala.
Could be. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out what the cause and case is going to be. With that, let's get jumping into the game. Let's move on to the Panda Bros to take us through the final game of the day. It's going to be Necro and Main Fixes.
Well, I mean, you talk about the masala, and well, it's kind of different this time with ZEUS really having a good start inside the week. I mean, this is something that we're not familiar with, because every single time ZEUS comes in, the first day is where they look to be in tatters. But they have certainly had a rather better starter into this week. But all right, now the question remains: Group A, they won't be playing this one. So, Necro, I've got to ask it: who do you think gonna take this?
Man, honestly, look, this one, now, you might just think I might just be okay, give me a second. Okay, a little bit of technical issues, but it's fine. Now I'm back. But yeah, it seems, so you asked me a question, which team now, it seems like a little bit of problem, or which team is probably going to be the one to actually get the chicken dinner. So one thing I can definitely say is that I want a team like PN Crew or R3D get the chicken dinner. Now, that being said, yeah, these teams definitely, even in the week one, they were kind of like on the shambles. So I'm just going to be, I'm just going to be risking it. I'm just going to gamble everything over here. And I'm going to say PN Crew this time. This is a pretty unique choice.
Yeah, I mean, as they say, risk it to get the biscuit. And on that note, let's get ourselves in the battlegrounds, as we do sort of have a similar kind of flight path trajectory again. Heading on with certain sites. Now, this is something that we did not see at all in the first week, right? Military circuit. But today, right off in the second game of Erangel, that's a gift from the gods of PUBG Mobile. But this time, which certainly looks like another certain circuit. And a lot of changes here we didn't see over there, right? PN Crew, R3D dropping at the same spot. Now again, question remains: is PN Crew going to drop at where R3D does? Because that sort of gave us the signal that they want to take the fight head on. But again, now this time we're not going to be seeing that much of traffic around Nova Ipnoi, because last game of Erangel, I mean, 3 teams were there in that position, and they had to capitalize on Stalwart not playing that game. And all of them did prepare for the same thing. They did their homeworks, though. They did the right thing, but multiple teams doing the same thing was not so right after all. But that being said, on that note, we've got the other teams finally taking a plunge. However, Necro, I'm rather surprised nobody dropped at military base. Everyone
Yeah,
knew that it's not
I8.
going to play.
Well, the thing is now Group A is not playing. That means even I is missing. So that's why I was kind of like hoping, I was literally about to get there. I was like, yo, please someone go into the military base because I is not playing this one out. They're sitting this one out. So maybe a team like PN Crew that likes to go towards kind of like the severity and shooting range area, maybe they can go towards that military base and they can try and get themselves hooked up with some great loot, but instead that's not really going to be the answer. And take a look at the circle as well. It's all the way on the left lines, and Fixes, I mean, one of your circles that you really want to see, right? You really want to see a quarry circle, didn't you?
I did, but I do not know if the gods are going to be happy because usually
look at this.
this sort of circle heads into the mainlands of Katka, but blah blah blah, just getting spotted off, and Inky is not going to make any mistake in finishing him off. Now, of course, I mean, Roy is one of those teams that heads in for the containers, heads in towards Chorchapol. But now Bishal finds himself in a bit of a skirmish here against Myunke. Does have the Bison to play around with, which I really do not feel is a wise choice, but he's out of options.
But the problem is, unlucky start already. Blah, 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 being taken out the squad. This is not really the starting you really want in these kind of moments. And I feel like you should take out the shotgun in the close range. And, well, instead, he's going to be sticking with the PP Bison over here. He's looking for a clean peek from the ladder C line, but that's not going to be the answer. Instead, he's just bobbing and weaving from left and right. And he's found himself a clear exit, a plain exit from that situation. But no, instead, he walks up between two lads of RAW. They're not going to let him go just like that. They take him out, and that's going to be it. It's pretty much revenge being taken.
I mean, they absolutely just pounced on him, and it's really good. It's smart play out of Bishal, right? All he did was try and delay as much time as he can, because that reluctancy in committing inside that fight did come to one thing, right? That is, he did not have any sort of armor or helmet on him, and without that, you should never be heading in for a fight. Rather, he opted for the wise decision, waited for his teammates to come. The cavalry arrived, and well, he was done for. And now this sort of settles the dust between C9 and Raw. I mean, this is one of those fights that they never intended to take because, well, they don't drop here and Raw doesn't drop here. They just were trying out different things and initially managed to lock heads against each other, which gave Clarity Bablu the chance to head back to their good old drop. That's going to be towards maybe the northwest Chorchapol city, but might settle themselves in the western Giorgio, because C-Line is one of those teams that had thwarted Team Bablu off from that northwest Giorgio area.
As you mentioned, Bablu, they have gone themselves kind of like the hospital area. They can also go towards that Georgiapol area, which is quite good. One thing we can say is that they're going to be coming out with some great loot. But another thing over here is that Raw and Seal9, they only have 3 players left in their squad. And going inside, I mean, circle like this, if it really does end near Corey, we do know how fights can turn out to be. A lot of teams can definitely be in those kind of like open lines, and that can definitely not really be a good thing for a lot of teams, especially teams like RW and CN9. With that being said, only 3 players left already in this early of a game. That means in the future, you ought to take a lot of fights, and anything can happen in these kind of moments. But again, another kind of interesting thing over here, ZEUS, they're on a move as well, right next to Deadeyes, guys. And then High Voltage, of course, they'd like to drop towards that school and apartments area. ABDE is the man who's kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. It's going to be a 3-1 split going in. But Venom Legend is slowly and steadily closing in towards ABDE. So hopefully he gets out of there quickly.
I mean, this is something concerning, right? Because if Venom Legend find him out and to realize or to get that information that is all by his lonesome, I'm pretty sure they're going to strike, right? They're going to instill their venom in his veins, and ABDE, well, he would have a really painful death, and that's not how you would want to go out. But again, I mean, talking about how the circle has been panning out lately, of course, we're seeing that shift around, well, somewhere around Gatka, right? So Raw will, of course, have an advantage. Now, Future Station, one of those teams that always has the highest probabilities in the map of Erangel. I mean, I do not know. Sometimes Necro, I know Ocean is a man who believes in a lot of stats and numbers, but I don't know, man, because inside the battlegrounds, things really look different because, well, Fifth Station, nothing taken away from them. The survival game is strong, but you need to find the perfect combination of both positioning and kills, something that they have rather failed to do so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, the firepower is definitely something, but hold on. I'm going to be holding on to my words for a while because this is a great fight. And Seal Knight, already we were talking about this team, how they have and man disadvantage already in that early of the game. And it's Avon Esports, it seems like they're here to punish them, but instead, no, it's going to be the answer. Avon Esports are the one who are getting damage just onto them. 9boy is down such low, and well, Inky, he's not really going to be struggling to take him out, and he does. Inky now being pretty much the kind of the man in this kind of vicinity, because you can see his teammate is quite far away. He's waiting for the cavalry to arrive, but I feel like it's going to be a little too late. Instead, Sinister will be back up on his feet. RX Jax doing a great work prioritizing his teammate first, but unfortunately, he also gets caught off guard out in the open, and well, Inky's going to be the man to punish him. He's not going to let him go just like that.
He certainly won't. And this is where, I would really want Senior to make a flank and just go in and finish the last player. Now, A1 Esports, they're completely in shambles. They do not have HP. They do not have any of their other men alive. And this is where Inky has the perfect time to go in for the revives. But I believe A1 Esports are going to do exactly the same with Sinister, just last player surviving. They did manage to pull off that revive, though, but they are managing, or rather trying to escape when Jax did get spotted off. And of course, Senior makes no mistake in also taking Sinister down. And that being said, C-Line, barring the fact that they did lose out on Nuke in the early phases of the game, have managed to wipe out a squad.
This is absolutely insane. And Avon Esports, man, the way they challenged the fight against Inky over there is definitely not really a way you want to challenge the fight, because he had an high ground. So, of course, him having more visual info onto Avon Esports, it's quite relatable or acceptable. So, the way they pushed against him, it was just such a risky play. Yeah, I understand maybe sometimes you can take him out just relying on the aim, but there's a saying, tactics beat firepower, and that was the perfect example of it. Him having the high ground just gave him so much info, and that's all he needed to take each and every single player down just like that, and Inky played that to perfection. With that being said, airdrop 1 is on the board, and it's going to be the AWM. But now, even taking a look at the circle, you can just see one team in the center, and it's just going to be Seal9. Now, with that initial fight taking Avon Esports down, they have secured themselves the center of the circle, and that's the best position you can ask for.
Well, I mean, certainly. And right now, I mean, considering how the circle has really shifted, I mean, Seal9, barring the fact that they had a rough start, I think they've recovered themselves really well. And A1 Esports, again, being caught amidst the action, they were never even ready to contest even for a single moment. And one after the other, they just got wiped out. That being said, Team ZEUS are pulling off some really, really ludicrous rotations, because right before this, we did see them towards those eastern areas, right? Somewhere around Rozok. Now look at them. They've taken control over the Everest mountains over here, and they've got their eyes around the entire map. And in fact, they might just be able to spot out the players of PN Crew, who are apparently making a dash to get inside the circle. Now, this is where things start getting really interesting, as Bishal, well, he's just hiding behind the minibus, and Clarity Bablu are just swarming around him.
The thing is, does Bablu know that Bishal is close? If they do, then that's going to be it for him. There's no way he's going to be making out of this line instead. But if Bablu has no clue, then he might just have catching someone off guard, or Bablu might just not really be happy in those kind of moments. So RAW now, they have realized, okay, Bishal's kind of stuck there, and as long as they're really not going to be revealing Bishal's position, that's probably the best thing they can do. That's why you can see one guy in the back lines, he does have his eyes kind of like locked in and loaded in this Gatka area, but he's not really approaching it, because Bishal's probably like, all right, if you give any kind of sound cues away, they will probably have a little bit of suspicion that maybe someone might just be in the clotheslines. they might just be a little bit alerted. So I do like the approach being taken from the side of RAW, but you also do see now one of those teams fixes over here. Now Paradox. So what do you think so inside this game, the way or the rotation they're taking, they're again kind of going inside for that kind of like a centralized position, I would say, but they're completely not in the center, but they're just kind of like still, traversing with those wiggles. You do also see Hazard kind of like left out of the squad. So what do you think? So that approach they're taking, is that kind of okay? But hold on, what's going on over here? That's a little bit of rash driving right there. That's wicked. But IC still makes it out alive. So what the question I was asking you, getting back to it, the approach they're taking inside the game, Paradox over here, Hazard's kind of left out in the open. He's kind of like that split coming in. So what do you think? So the approach they're taking, is that a good approach?
I think they're sort of planning for the contingency, making some contingency plan basically. So if things go down really sour with Wiz, I think that's where Hazard might just chime in. But seems like it. He is reconciled. He's back with his teammates. So again, gonna stick as a one-net unit. And overall, the day from Paradox hasn't really been the way they've expected, right? And but I was rather surprised, when I saw them heading into the Super Weekend last time, and they really outperformed, right? They performed beyond our expectations. Making it inside the Super Weekend was such a big thing. Now they've definitely amassed quite some points, which is of course going to be really tricky. But now taking a look at Sandesh, has got that AKM on him, and look at that nasty one tap. And not just that, we're looking at a lot of ridiculous things, and amongst them we did witness IC just having a really bad driving day, but somehow it's got him thank his stars, he managed to escape unscathed. Now completely a shift the zone, look at it, heading on towards the eastern side. Now this is where 7C, mind you, and Team Paradox might have a good chance.
They definitely might have a good chance, but Paradox, as you mentioned, they have found themselves in quite a lucky situation, but hold on. ZEUS, well, we do know the lads from ZEUS, they have some cracked aimers, definitely, and you do not want to be in their crosshairs, and that's why, well, a smart decision being made by Bubble. Instead, they just smoked the complete entrance off. So there's no way ZEUS going to be having any kind of visual info or anything. All he knows is that there's one squad in sight. With that being said, getting back to the convo, Paradox, they do have a great positioning. This is where they have gone pretty lucky with the zone as well. But the next zone, I feel like it has to shift out in the open, because usually in these kind of moments, the zone does tend to shift out in the open, and it might just be near the southern side. But what do you think, so where the zone's going to be shifting?
I think it's gonna head where Team Paradox are, because we've had a really extreme or rather drastic Eastern shift, right? I mean, I would be really surprised if we get another Eastern shift. But looking at that, empty space around Paradox and Future Station, this is where I'm starting to wonder as to what teams are going to do, because that's an open area, that's an open ground. But we do have another fight breaking down in front of us. Steel Shot finding the bet out of Senor, and will want to confirm the kill. But Enki and Amra, two players who are rather late to the party, and separation really hurting them. But those 5 kills, that they've got, man, that's gonna help them just a little bit.
Yeah, but I still feel like making those kind of plays, this is why I was saying, right, already losing out on a man can be such a problem. Because imagine now, the same strategy that Sealand probably has planned is going to be a 2-2 split. Now, losing already on the 1 man, that means now they will have to execute the same strategy with only 3 men. That means 2-on-1 split coming in through. They probably send 1 man in to scout around, and unfortunately, Venom Legends was waiting there, right there, to kind of welcome them, and unfortunately, he got taken out. But with that being said, ZEUS has finally pushed against Clarity Bubble, and let's just hope how they're able to kind of hold this ground out. Unfortunately, they're also getting shot at from the back lines. That's great nade from Donnie. Takes down Icy, and that's a huge knock as well. Donnie now looking to find a second one. He does. Donnie's proving out to be the better man inside the entire fight, but the Molotov, the floor is lava, and every single player from Bubble is just catching a lot of fire onto themselves, and Zibian is the only one who makes it out alive inside that house. On the other hand, 420 Boy is playing this out quite safely. His position still hasn't been compromised. But Godless just killed Icy with his... I feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, Godless, he's not going to be happy either with himself, but Godless has taken quite some hefty amount of damage. Now, Zol and Godless, both of them just survive, and Zol does connect it on Danny, and he's going to follow it up with another. Before that, Teen Wolf has apparently been knocked out. Now, this is where tides are changing. Now, Godless is just going to rampage in through the squad house. Now, this is where 420's position becomes absolutely crucial. But look at ZEUS. They look unfazed. I mean, despite the fact that they were in a 2v4 situation, they have managed to recover. Look at how well they have managed to turn the tides in their favor. Now, it all is all coming down towards 420 boy, who apparently is making a run for his life. Now, with the 4 circle coming in, already starting to close, I do not think 420 would be wanting to take that route in front of Team Suits, because he knows if he goes from there, he's going to be absolutely decimated.
Definitely will be decimated, but now PN Crew, that's going to be it for Orchid. There's no way he's going to be making out alive, and R3D will be able to capitalize it on it perfectly. Anubis now is in the close contentions, but Blend ignoring him. Decided to run away from that situation, and now again goes back inside the shack. This is where he has found himself a safe spot. Again, quite a questionable decision coming out from the side of PN Crew. They still have 3 players alive, so that's a good thing for them. But they don't really have a great positioning. This is where they're getting compromised or capitalized upon from a lot of squads. With that being said, R3D being the one. Then you also have Venom Legends in the backlines, Future Station as well, and TDK slowly and steadily joining up the fray. But we might just see another fight panning out. It's going to be between probably TDK and Wizard with Wipes. They're quite close to each other. Still, only one man is inside the zone. The rest 3 needs to move in, and this is where TDK gets a massive advantage over Wizard with Wipes.
Well, I mean, considering how the situation is, I mean, I really am feeling strong for Paradox, but yeah. I mean, Stalwart, one of those teams that has been so dominating, and they would want to end the day even on a good note. And on the talking about things being on good note, we do know how good Top really has been, and he's achieved his own personal record, right? He's managed to get 50 kills and throughout the PMPL so far in Season 4, and I think he's not going to stop there. Do you think Hundo is incoming from his side?
Wait, what did you say? Hundo?
100 kills.
Oh, I mean, might as well, right? I mean, this lad's absolutely insane. So might as well just do it, because he can definitely make it happen, that's for sure. But I'm going to hold on for a moment, because, well, a big knock has been found. It's going to be Vishal, who takes down Godless from ZEUS. With that being said, now ZEUS just down to one last man alive. It's going to be Zol. He just has so much burden now on his shoulders, because he has to make sure that at least his team secures a decent amount of positioning points, and this is exactly fixes what I was scared of. Now, Circle moving out in the open, this is where so many teams need to traverse inside, including Paradox. Now, Paradox should have a clean rotation inside, because they don't really have anyone in the front lines, but still Future Station 1952 might just have a clear side onto them. But still, there's like no one really in the front line, so they can just use those smokes to get inside and then pretty much prone down in the grass and find themselves a great spot in there. But another fight panning out. Joker barely surviving in these kind of moments. That being said, this nade might just be so damaging. It lands right next to them. Let's just see if it does any kind of damage. Instead, that's Molotov, a little bit off the mark.
But look at Vishal. He's making a run for it. He's found the perfect flank, and if Deadeyes are sort of complacent, they are going to be ripped apart. But somehow they've been holding themselves really strong, and this is going to be a really interesting game. And yes, Yol was apparently trying to make a hasty move inside the zone and is being shredded with bullets, and same goes for Illusions here. But however, he does find perfect cover and manages to survive the onslaught over there. And Team Wrong has been phenomenal right from the very start. But look at Shifu go! Does spot the player through the smoke, does connect the shot, and will also be firing upon Sada. Does get the kill, and Deadeyes out of nowhere have turned the tables around and have managed to secure not just 3 kills, but also have managed to wipe out a squad and will get the res on Illusion.
Illusion should be back up on his feet. But again, the big problem that we have been talking here is that the circle shifting out in the open. Stalwart Esports having a clear rotation right inside they might just find themselves another fight, and it's going to be high voltage. They do have a clear shot of stealing the kill, and that's what they exactly do. Kill being confirmed now from them, but take a look at this ramming coming in through from the side of Deadeye Skies, and well, that's a blind push right inside, and Venom Legends are going to be punishing them. But take a look at Void, he has a huge flank onto Deadeye Skies, and this is where they might just go down. But finally, with that being said, with those kind of bullets, he has given his position away, but this is a really risky push, and I don't like it. He's out in the open. This is where Void has probably the best chances of coming out on top, and yes, he does. He finds one, looking to find the second one, but no, instead it's going to be the answer, because Seal Line from the back lines was also doing quite a lot of damage, including Stalwart Esports, and the third party to collect all those kills.
You know, a couple of minutes ago, they were sitting at 0 kills. Now they've already amassed 9. That is how good Team Stalwart is. They know when to strike. And I think this is really a polished gameplay coming in from these lands, you know. After winning their championship, heading into the league stages of PMPL, they have been looking a little bit shabby. But this is the, you know, Stalwart that we have known, right? But despite the fact, I mean, they've already got 11 kills, but take a look at the zone shift. I mean, somehow Necro Sol is still alive. Now, the circle again out right in the open. Now, you really need to rely on all those haystacks and hay bales for your cover. And this is where cars really do come handy, but this is with vibes. They are, you know, trying something different, but right now, Action. He's got his entire attention set at Future Station. He's brought it a lot of players there.
I'm going to tell you right now, if Stalwart Esports doesn't really get any casualties on their name, this game has to be theirs. Because they're just looking so strong until now. And if there's like no knockouts onto their side, then yeah, definitely. They will have to be the one to actually seal the deal on Erangel. But again, with that being said, that's a fantastic knock from Action. Finds himself 2 knockouts, and well, Entry is the only man in the clotheslines. If he gets taken out, no! Action, you're out in the open. Entry's right at the front lines. But unfortunately, had a nade pulled out in his hands and didn't really have enough time to pull out the gun, and well, this is where he goes down. And well, with that being said, Visit Wipes push up against R3D. That's going to be it for that squad. But the damage has been dealt. 2 players being taken out. Reaper, Bottom, Malik. They should be back up on their feet. They do have a decent amount of cover. But there's one more teams on the left line, and the problem is now they have been aware of their position. And TDK, they're well known of their position now.
Yes, indeed, and things have started getting really intense now. Stalwart definitely have managed to save Action, who apparently was getting caught off guard, getting knocked out over there. But you know, this buggy meta, this is where it really comes into action, right? Have one of your players scouring through the land with his good old buggy, and the others, you know, providing that essential cover fire. They do know Zol's position, but that's for later, right? They've got bigger issues to deal with. They've got teams with even bigger numbers. So I think Wizards with Vibes will definitely one of those teams that they will have to go up against. But Delta apparently has managed to find 1 knock. Now this comes in relief, right? Because one of their own teammates is down, buying them enough time. But see,
nade. Oh, so close, Pika. Oh my God. He's lucky to be alive, just inches away from the mark, and that's why Pika now is surviving on like 40% of health. It's looking decent up till now. That being said, Action still is just showing action all over the map. He's just causing havoc, and take a look at this man. He's just insane. Somehow he managed to land those shots, and well, it's just... it doesn't really seem like he's missing any kind of shots in these moments. And take a look at the confidence as well. Even though it's such a late game situation, he's jumping out in the open. He's dancing in the open field. And how? Action finds Delta through the smoke. How is that possible?
And it's not the first time he's done that, right? That 2 grenade onslaught by Action, that's ludicrous. But C-Wine giving a taste of Stalwart's own medicine does manage to knock down Pika, who apparently gets hit off by Zol. And this man has survived and made things difficult for Stalwart. Now they are angry. Yes, and it's completely shifted into Zol's favor. Now, 2 teams have to rush inside the zone, and that's going to be Wizards with Vibes and Stalwart. Now, imagine a situation in Parallel Universe. These 2 teams take fight against each other, but no, that's not going to happen, as Apex has already rammed in with his teammate, and Zol, he's prepared for this fight. He's dropped that perfect smoke, just blocking off the entrance so that no nades come in, and he's still trying to get the fights on. But, you know, any single moment, Wizards with vibes can also make that
What
point. And Seol, he's not taking any damage at all. Finally does, and goes falling down to Action's grenade.
Oh my god, Actions just seems like an unstoppable person up till now. He's just making some godlike plays happen. Yep. He's doing, I don't even know what he's doing at this point. It seems like he's a musician. He's a wizard. But now Wizards with Vibes are the one who are surviving. These are the top two teams. This is the Vibes versus Stalwart Esports. Top 2A is quite close to Reaper by. Let's see who wins this duel. The chances of top winning this one are pretty high because he does have the HP advantage inside this one. With that being said, he peeks out in the open. This time he's not scared of anyone, and he takes them both down. And that's going to be it for them. And well, just like that, Stalwart Esports easily take the game in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like that, a 20 kills bomb coming in from Stalwart Esports, who I think till the 20th minute did not even have a single kill. And of course, we do know who the MVP gonna be, and that's gonna be Action, of course. This man was absolutely ruthless, a cold-blooded murderer who was just around everywhere. I mean, his prowess, not just with his gun skills, but with also his grenades, was spectacular. Now this is the Stalwart that everybody's scared of, and well, they have made sure that they've had their presence felt, of course, heading into the first day of the league stages. Now, of course, now with this thing, we've already done with all the games for the evening, right? Stalwart just pulling off that lead, propelling themselves even higher,
Smurfing.
sort of looking completely untouchables. And yes, smurfing has to be the right word. But that being said, we are done with all the games. We are supposed to be catching a little bit of a breather because after this, the desk is coming to break the final fights down.
Hello and welcome once again to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the second week, first day of the league plays, and it is looking like Stalwart is up in the action, getting that chicken dinner with style, looking really good.
Yeah. I mean, they got 2 chicken dinners today and a second place finish.
What a play. What a play.
It's just incredible, right? The way these lads have been playing. I mean, Sanhok, be it Sanhok, like they had the circle for themselves.
Yeah.
This match as well, like they had the player advantage that actually, you know, just gave them the circle advantage as well for the fights. And this time it's Top with his top gameplay, 7 kills.
What? 1344 damage given and only 247 healing done with 7 kills and 3 assists. So I guess everyone on Stalwart Esports is firing at all cylinders at this point. It is just incredible the way this team has performed. Look at that. Action with 8,
oh my
and
God.
then we have Pika with 3.
This reminds me. This reminds me of PMPL Season 3 finals when out of 10, 8 people were from Mongolia.
Yep.
Here, top players, it's just Mongolian domination.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, we started the day off and that's exactly what we were talking about. It seems like Mongolian domination is back. And it definitely does seem to be the case at the end of the day as well.
It's a thing now. It's a thing now. They take the sweet time, but they deliver results.
But I still have to say, quite upset with how ZEUS Esports were caught off guard. I mean, it was quite unfortunate, but Zeol doing a wonderful job just making sure that his team was part of the top 3 action. Also talking about the top 3 action, Wizards with Vibes have been super consistent this day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Double the damage.
Yep.
With less damage received is what Stalwart did. Look at the efficiency.
Look at those 20 kills.
Yeah, that as well. the 20 bomb that they have for themselves. But double the damage than what was like double damage is what they're delivering at this moment. That's just insane.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end, it was whoever was able to finish off ZEUS first would actually end up taking the chicken dinner, because that allowed you to have a wonderful split for that final fight. And since Stalwart Esports took the risk of charging into ZEUS' position, finishing him off, taking that shack, and then it was a wide split that sort of engaged upon the players of Wizard Vibes, they had no way of coming back into the fight.
Well, this has just been, looking really good. 22 utilities used in this kind of a match, and that too I get it, right? Erangel kind of gives you that space for utility usage right from the starting battles as well. If you want to give your teammate a cover or something like that, and then if you're moving inside the circles, if you're just on foot, Inky was, and he was just giving pretty good cover for himself and his teammates with the smokes that were just coming down. So that's really good. Headshots, Senior with the maximum number. So it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on through to the match ranking, another high fragging game coming in for the side of Stalwart Esports. 20 kills. 20 kills along with the chicken dinner, giving them 35 points. This is just absolute destruction that Stalwart Esports has brought today.
Yeah, this was just a one-sided matchup, but as Ocean pointed out, Stalwart Esports in the early stages were pretty quiet, and all of a sudden you see them blowing up. It was an incredible performance by them, but I also have to say an incredible performance by Future Station as well, because they were always, Ocean has this saying, right? They have Zone Magnet in their squad, hence they are always going to be inside the zone, and I'm starting to become a believer as well, because somehow they know exactly where they have to be so efficiently that they avoid those fights and find themselves in the center.
No, so I'll agree with that on one point, but disagree with the other, because there has been just one game in which they have had good kill points, right, for themselves. That was 10 kill points. So I would say they are at the right place at the right time, but they somehow end up picking up a wrong fights here and there.
Yeah. I was just talking about their positioning, but I agree with the fight thing that you mentioned. I mean, I've been saying they like to avoid fights, and they should avoid fights. Yeah.
And Johnny Blotter, for DE, I would say this is a decent game, given the fact that their daily performance, as it has been in its own ups and downs. I guess it was 3 matches, 3 points total. Now it's their 4th match, and they have 6 extra points. It's like 9 points, so they are pretty close in the entry of top 16. So now.
Absolutely. For now, it does definitely look likely to be the case. On the other front, I mean, I was also about to point out that same exact thing, Ocean, where the team, Deadies, were able to get 5 kills for themselves. So again, I mean, that skill is not lacking. It's still around there, just polishing it out. And of course, when the days are going to move on into the Super Weekend, hopefully we can see a comeback from that team.
Also,
same for
PN Crew were in
exactly.
the top 5 years.
I was checking all 3 of us. It's true. We're just on the same frequency.
Exactly, always.
Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, I would like you to explain the PN Crew matter. Yeah.
I mean, I was just going to say this match was quite interesting, but just the fact that PN Crew were caught in an awkward position, otherwise we would have seen them sort of trade places with another team. Apart from that, getting into the top 5 just sets them up for tomorrow. They're going to be in a comfortable position when they start.
Well, with that, let's reminiscent of the fights that these teams have been able to showcase us through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Just the early fight, just the early skirmish, as it just started. This was just a standard Erangel start though. But, so I'll tell you one thing, right? This time military base was not that chaotic, but these kind of areas were really chaotic because everyone was just dropping down given the flight path, and then they started accumulating around some unusual areas for themselves. That again was a major factor for a lot of teams so that they could not just get their breather space for themselves. But well, a fight is a fight. You'll have to take it. True.
Yeah, exactly. A fight is a fight you have to take, and we've talked about this as well. Today has all been about not shying away from the action, but running into it head on. And that is what, again, we saw most of the teams do inside this match as well, because this match also started off with a decent pace. Not as fast as the previous Erangel match, but still quite a quick one as well. And this is where, I mean, Clarity Pablo, they did a wonderful job just sort of nullifying the initial aggression from the side of ZEUS Esports. But then the push comes in, they do make a few mistakes, and well, ZEUS, we know they're not going to miss out an opportunity to get those kill points.
Definitely. That's just the way they were playing. But after this, we'll start seeing that those chaos moments in the open zones. I mean, these are the kind of circles that I actually like for a few reasons. I still remember it was I guess it was GC or something in which, you know, these kind of circles were really dominant.
Yeah.
Actually, those circles were dominant by Nepali teams. I still remember, you know, when ASL was just doing really good against Nova Extreme, like those kind of moments. It's kind of the similar circle, but the thing is, a lot has changed obviously in the games, and they are not facing the same team. It's different team, different scenario, and all those. So that's where I would say it was more about your mentality and how you know enter yourself in the circle. Because once it was 6-5 teams remaining, your entry inside the circle becomes really crucial. Because look at this: if you're in the open, not only do you have a vehicle, the spray will take you. If you're spotted, it's in the open area. The spray, the shots, everything is gonna just take you. And if you get spotted like that, it will take you. So yeah.
I mean, Nishan, I just have to say it was quite unfortunate because he had a pretty decent position, but I believe he was counting on the fact that the players from Wizards with Vibes are going to be super distracted with Stalwart Esports, their biggest competition inside this match, that they wouldn't notice him. But hey, Wizards with Vibes, they are a bunch of sharp lads, and they just see him, take him out, and just end the game right there for PN Crew. Otherwise, as I said, they would have traded places with ZEUS Esports, because ZEUS was actually the center of attention for most of the time in that final fight.
Definitely. But Stalwart, look at this. The damage stat that we're talking about. No one's near that. No one's touching 2,000 marker as well. Well, that's where they are, and they're about to touch the 4,000 marker for themselves. That's really good for them. R3D, PN Crew, I would say, yeah, it was a decent game for the placement point department for themselves. But I would love to see what these teams do in kill points, because again, we know the capability. But A1 Esports, T2K, Paradox, High Voltage. Paradox once again. I hope that they surprise us tomorrow, just like they did in the last League Days week, because I would love to see this team, in the Super Weekend again.
Exactly, and continue their journey. Definitely would want to have that team in there along with all of that. When it comes down to the storyboard for right now, we are going to have a look at that. Well, let's have a look at our overall rankings, and in that we do, of course, there's no question about it, Stalwart is in a league of their own with 2 chicken dinners from the day, 96 points to this team. Amazing, fantabulous play.
Yeah, but hey, Wizards with Vibes are keeping a pretty close check on them. I mean, I thought Stalwart Esports are going to have a bigger lead, but still, they have put up an exceptional performance. I believe the best performance we saw up until now was from T2K during the first Super Weekend, where they just got those 2 chicken dinners and got a massive lead. But now Stalwart Esports, 96 points within the first day itself. A phenomenal job. It's going to be really difficult to push them out of this position right now. If anyone can do that, I believe the closest competition, it is going to be Wizards with Vibes.
I hope. See, that's the thing. Tomorrow's first game, I would love to see what Wizards with Vibes do, because if they do good, they will be really close to Stalwart. If they don't, Stalwart's going to take that lead. So I would love to see this thing just building up. But look at this thing. The kill department that Stalwart has for themselves, that's just unmatched right now. That's just unmatched. I mean, 52 and then there's 31 and then it's 24-20. Like it's just dropping down. So they are thriving on those kills. We are getting the same Stalwart as if it was Astra Academy. We're seeing the same team coming back again.
Oh yes. If at all anything, we can just anticipate for tomorrow ACDE Esports or ZEUS Esports to just rise back up and give that sort of a pressure. Otherwise, the way Stalwart is playing right now, they've just got their own game going on, and the rest of the lobby is just minding their business.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. They have their own thing that's happening. But PN Crew with this match, the top 5 finish that we talked about, do find themselves on the 14th position with 15 points to their name. Now, it's going to be super interesting to see what happens and how they begin the day tomorrow, because that is where it will all change for PN Crew. If their first game tomorrow, it does not help them build up the momentum, then it is going to be trouble in paradise for the squad. Also, Paradox, I agree with what Ocean said, and we've been talking about it. It is super exciting to watch this team, specifically because it's their first time in the South Asian lobby, and it's fun to see what they will bring to the table and how they will stand up to the challenge that is being put up in front of them. But right now, it is not looking good.
Exactly. Right now, they certainly are faltering a little when it comes down to the playstyle itself, but hopefully that will change with every single game. They have showcased us that they are here to learn and they are here to improve along with that. Let's move on and have a look at Stalwart Esports' team card itself, basically, because, this team has been so good today. It's just... 4 games, you're already at 96 points with 2 chicken dinners, 52 kills.
I mean,
Yeah.
we were talking about this, right? But we have lads that have crossed 50 kill marker, not just one from this team.
Yep.
Two people. And again, just coming down to numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. That's the damage for action. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I mean,
Yeah.
So here's the best part about this team. They've done like all of this, the level of aggression they've displayed, all of that while maintaining like on average really high survival times as well.
Yep.
20-minute plus for every single player on the team.
And that too, it's like, we can talk about action a lot, we can talk about top a lot, but the thing is, everyone in the team is coming up on different occasions, and that's the thing. Just think about it, the way they have been performing. Average damage, Erangel, 14-25, pretty good. Average survival on Miramar, that's the best. Average kills on Sanhok, that's the best. So every corner, they're just checking it out for themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly, they've got a checklist and they just completely bookmarking all of those things, and they're like, all right, this is done. Yeah, that's done. We take out half the lobby by ourselves. Done. No problem at all.
I mean, I don't think Stalwart has
Johnny.
a checklist. I believe they have a hit list of teams.
Johnny,
Probably true.
But the best part is, look at each and every map. It's around 1420. The average that's just going on. That means they have it. Like this marker, we get the chicken dinner. We hit this marker on an average, we get the chicken dinner.
Not just that. Look at those. Everything is looking so good. Those average
So
survival
clean.
times, those average kills, those. I mean, it is just an impressive performance. Last week, Miramar was being played during the league play stages. They dominated that map. This week, starting things off, Sanhok, they are just destroying everyone. Erangel, they're destroying everyone. I have no idea. I mean, last time during the championship stages, we were talking about this. This team is just on a whole another level. Well, I guess it's the same this time as well.
Exactly, and there's nothing stopping them. There's absolutely nothing stopping stopping the side of Stalwart from taking away the victory for themselves, and that, in doing so, will certainly get them in the kill leaders department, where Gyaltsen has been brought all the way down to 5th spot, because top right here has 19 kill lead with 14,000 plus damage. Just unbelievable performance from this team today.
On an average, this is where Gyaltsen's suffering as well. Look at his average survival time. It's dropping down. It's dropping down bad, to be honest. As compared to 17 minutes and 49 seconds versus 21 minutes and there's a significant difference that there is.
That's like I believe 6 to 7 teams getting eliminated right there.
Exactly.
But I mean, but again, as Ocean said, it is more about that damage and that survival time, as both of you pointed it out. Because I mean, just getting those kills will give you those points, but if you can make sure that your team moves up in the rank ladder of that particular match, you're going to get more points for those placements. I mean, look at how the points are being divided. Every single time one more team gets eliminated, that's 2 extra points if you're just moving from the 5th to the 4th, and that is something that needs to be focused upon as well. But I guess even Vibes has been doing pretty nicely today. We have talked about their consistency, and we see 3 players from Vibes on 6th, 7th and 8th.
Exactly. When we are here talking about kill leaders, let's move on and have a look at the kill leaders based on the nades being utilized from these players, and that is going to bring in a very interesting start where right off the bat you're looking at ZEUS bringing those nades to perfection, along with, of course, Assassin on that 2nd spot. Ocean.
It's just, I mean, talking about the nade kills, it just always comes down to your intuition and the calculation alongside. Obviously, you'll have to cook the nade as well. You might just go for a nade inside the house or something. That obviously gives you more kills sometimes here and there. If not anything, it just gives you damage as well, and you can capitalize with the weapon that you have if you're rushing in on a house or something. Assassin, ZEUS, Sinister, they have been doing it pretty good. Action coming up with nades as well. It's like this is an actual all-round player, I would say, an all-rounder when it comes down to kill department, survival time, going up with the team, taking team to the top position as well, and obviously 6 nade kills.
Exactly, and I mean, when you talk about action, as you say, he's an all-rounder. Well, I would say he's an action-packed dude. Simply put, whatever game he's part of, whatever match and map that he's part of, he's definitely going to be popping heads, and that's exactly what he does. With that, let's have a look at the day summary coming in.
Yeah, it has been a day dominated by Stalwart Esports the entire time, because they were there on Sanhok first, they were there on Erangel as well, and even in the second Sanhok, they did have a really good finish. So Stalwart Esports today have been doing a phenomenal job. I mean, not just the last game, all right? Last game, they've set records for themselves in terms of kills and damage. But look at the healing done in the first game as well. That has to be a priority for this team as well. The fights, Ocean pointed this out. That was a completely one-sided situation they put up in match number 2 today.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that indeed was. I mean, just think about it, right? 3 players looking at one team. Meanwhile, one player just sneaking around. And A1
Yeah.
Esports, they were looking at the other side where the actual fight was happening. So they thought, like, okay, there's chaos, so let's just, point ourselves there. If someone gets knocked down, we might just seal the kill or something. And well, then there was action just from the other side. He gets those 4 kills.
What a play. What a day, rather, it has been. Of course, I mean, from the Mongolian side, it has been absolute mayhem that they've created in all the games as they moved on across the board. But that does mean that there are only a few more games remaining for these teams to move into the top 16, and that is going to be a critical affair for tomorrow's 4 remaining games, the second day of the league play before we jump into the second super weekend itself. With that, we do reach the end of our stream for today. All of you joining in, have you clicked that red button yet? If not, please do. Please go ahead and subscribe to all of our, of course, PUBG official channels. We are not only on YouTube, but of course on Instagram as well as Facebook and Twitter. Go on to follow all those as well, because there you will have so much more information when we're doing giveaways and everything that happens. But giveaways are only going to be during the super weekends themselves. With that, we do reach the end of the stream. Like I said, we have the wonderful duo to thank for bringing us the awesome, spicy analysis that they bring with every single game. Along with that, I've been your host, Gaurav. For today, we do reach the end. Until tomorrow, take care, stay awesome, bye-bye.